Everything Diane's master said was the truth. Originally, the martial world was going to ignore the mortal world completely. Only then could they ensure that they would never anger the entity. However, as the mortals became more and more powerful, they began to have further and further reach. First they learned to build sailboats. Then there were cars. And then there were planes. Then submarines. Then satellites. Then spaceships. The more the mortals built, the smaller and smaller the meaning behind the large planet meant. It was only a matter of time before the human world realized that there was an entire half to their planet that they had never explored. And, even more glaringly, an entire population of people with a completely different culture as well. The martial world could no longer hide themselves away from the mortals and ignore them. It had become impossible. In addition, with how human history had been, expansion had become the norm. Had the martial world not extended a hand of diplomacy first, who knows what might have happened. As such, the solution became a partnership between the mortal and martial world. With the mortal world intrigue about the martial world would allow a yearly test for suitable mortals to teach their ways. This test was of course kept secret by individual countries, because what a martial artist loyal to a country meant was something the world wasn't ready to handle. This partnership was only meant to be simple lip service. Only the martial world knew that it should be impossible for a mortal to have any martial talent. And yet, after hundreds of years of this always being true, Diane took the test. Under normal circumstances, Diane should have had no talent at all. After all, his energy and body cultivation abilities were sealed. However, his soul cultivation was so domineering that it tricked the test into thinking he had normal talent. This caused waves among the older generation at the time and even caused the Focus Academy elders to immediately try their best to get Diane to quit and go back. After all, if Diane was hurt in any way, and the entity found out, there may be hell to pay. The problem with this was that not everyone knew about the treaty, especially not the younger generation. After all, since their parents weren't allowed to tell them, how could they know? This made Diane's stay in the martial world particularly thorny. The members of the older generation treated the mortal world like a taboo. But the younger generation misinterpreted this as meaning that they should look down on Diane, while what the older generation really wanted to do was to protect him. However, when the first younger generation member almost successfully killed Diane, that being Darius Storm, another possibility came to fruition for the older generation. They came to realize that as long as the one to attack Diane had no idea about the treaty, there would be no punishment. Little did they know, all this time, the treaty had ended nearly 2 decades ago. In the end, this was also why the elves didn't seem to have any adverse reactions about Diane being from the mortal realm. None of their members were present for the war because their kingdom was destroyed before it. It wasn't until the Ragnar made it here that they arrived. On that same hand, this was also why Madeline's master was so against her being with Diane. Being a Sapientia, how could their clan have not been in this universe at the time of the battle and the treaty? They were based in nearly every universe. To Esther Sapientia, Diane's people were the most taboo thing in the world. From her perspective, Diane being with Madeline would only bring her endless pain. She would have just been a child at the time, but it left enough of an imprint on her to remember it to this very day. Maybe if the elves hadn't missed out on the war, Ree wouldn't have so easily been promised to Diane either, even if he saved their kingdom. I've done many selfish things in my life. Diane's master spoke softly. I burdened you with the weight of our sect. I burdened you with looking after my child. And even worse, I sealed memories that would have helped you make a smarter decision for yourself. Even choosing my husband for love instead of for the sake of my clan was nothing but selfish on my part. However, in my last moments in this world, I want to do yet another selfish thing. I won't allow you to erase your mind to escape the pain. I want you to fight to live. The 25th White Mother began to glow with the last embers of her life. The last bit of power she sealed away. Without it, she would no longer be able to hold onto this world, not in the true sense. Without any remaining aura, even the seal would have nothing to seal. Despite her words, her last act as Diane's master would be one of pure selflessness. a peak she had only reached one other time in her life. Be cleansed of this, my disciple. The last of the 25th White Mother's consciousness slowly faded away as Diane's skin began to glow with a fierce light. Diane's eyes brightened as a sudden relief washed over him. Master? Wait, that's enough. The 25th White Mother only silently shook her head, her tears falling like precious crystals from her eyes. She didn't have enough power to fully cleanse Diane. If she didn't go all out, it would be meaningless. Her arms softly wrapped around Diane, sighing in relief in her final moment. Diane felt one final gentle kiss find its way to his forehead, before all feelings of warmth and softness disappeared. By the time his eyes cleared of the blinding lights, his master was gone. However, one sound lingered on in his ears. Live on. Diane sat on his knees silently for so long that he lost track of how much time he had spent in the sealed world. He had heard every word his master had spoken, although at the time, his anger disallowed him the ability to truly process everything. But, now that he had gotten a small bit of reprieve from that endless pain, he could finally start piecing things together like he usually did. In the end, Diane couldn't bring himself to blame his master. In fact, he was pained by her loss to the point he nearly fell back into the pit of despair she sacrificed herself to dig him out of. However, he had fought back. The news of him never being able to even have a chance to fight to revive his parents had hit him hard. It was made even worse by the fact it really would have been possible had their souls not been wiped from existence. Diane wasn't used to giving up. When he saw an impossible task in front of him, he wanted nothing more than to leap over the barrier and look down at those who thought he couldn't do it. But this time, this was different. If he continued to let the pursuit of his parents consume him, he would only keep losing the things that were right in front of him. If he died, how would Ree and Madeline feel? What about Clara? He had left her in an unknown world without so much as a comforting goodbye. For all she knows, the last person from her world was gone now. He hadn't come here with intentions of dying, but he'd be lying to himself if he said he hadn't come to vent anger. What a dangerous mindset to have. How was he, as a measly meridian formation expert, supposed to vent his anger against Celestials? He might as well have been looking for death. Ha! Since when was there something you believed you couldn't do, Mr. High and Mighty? Diane laughed at himself self-deprecatingly. Diane fell silent again, staring at his hands. He didn't know when it happened, but they were almost as large as his father's now. The feeling of his master's small hands in his had reminded him of something. For much of his life, Diane had had his father right by his side. He was a man of few words, but strong resolve, and he had taught Diane to be the same way. Diane almost felt ashamed to have let himself crumble so easily. He could allow himself to be pissed. He could allow himself to feel sad. He could allow those feelings to churn within himself and spur him onwards. But, allowing them to make him give up? Remember, Diane, his father had said, the hands of a man are meant to be large not just so you feel strong. They're large so you can use that strength to hold everything together. Diane whispered. Diane would be lying to himself if he said his pain was gone. In fact, his anger was still boiling to a point where he didn't dare to finish his thought process on many things, because there was still one glaring hole in all of this. Diane's grand teacher should have known that the seal was gone with Diane's birth. And yet, instead of saying he wouldn't tell Diane for fear that he would lose himself in anger, he said that telling Diane would kill him, implying that although he could circumvent the treaty, Diane couldn't. There was only one explanation for why he would do such a thing, and Diane refused to think about it. Because if he did, he would only lose himself in anger again. Outside of the cave entrance, Evelyn Nivius giggled lightly as she held onto Lionel's arm, staring at Ree with contempt. It was pretty obvious by this point that the man who had taken her virginity was none other than Prince Lionel Belmont. When Lionel was campaigning with Madeline, he had fought against Makai Weta, the fourth son of the Weta King God clan. At the time, the battle had been fairly even at the start. However, as soon as Amethyst's legacy temple appeared, that even battle turned completely one-sided. There were two glaring things in this exchange that were of worthy note. The first was that Lionel seemed to have long since prepared for the arrival of the Legacy Temple. In fact, he knew what it was without even looking and immediately disappeared from the battlefield to search for a chance to enter. But the second thing was surprisingly even more glaring. The moment the temple appeared, the even fight became completely one-sided because Lionel's red and blue flames combined into a violet flame. This was something unprecedented. Even his own father could only do such a thing for a short period of time if he made use of his rudimentary domain. And yet, Lionel did this on a whim while barely being past 20 years old? Only very few understood just how ridiculous this was. The truth of the matter was that Lionel wasn't some super genius, nor did he beat the fourth son and the subsequent third daughter of the Weta King God clan because of his own talent and merit. No, the reason he was able to do this was all because of Evelyn Nivius from the very beginning. The primordial een of a young woman is precious, especially to a cultivator. However, that level of value is raised ever higher when this primordial is attached to a woman with a god-level constitution. The reason Evelyn was willing to give her virginity to Lionel, knowing very well that it would ruin her own cultivation, was because her primordial een was exactly what Lionel needed to finally surpass the barrier that barred Belmont after Belmont for generations. The late Nivius god sect matriarch used a devastating attack to annihilate half of the earth in her final breath. That legacy was called Immortal Balanced Arts and was something that Evelyn was destined to be unparalleled in. The primordial een Lionel received from Evelyn was known as Eternity's Balance. It was a constitution that allowed one to build two diametrically opposing Daos with great ease. Even more domineeringly, it allowed the combination of them to be as easy as breathing. The combining of wills that so many labored and struggled over would be mere child's play for someone who fully awakened this constitution. So, Lionel decided to use Evelyn to his benefit. By taking her as his wife, he made promises that Evelyn was sure only he could keep. Suddenly, Ree laughed. Inexplicably, her first reaction to being surrounded by hundreds of enemies, all of whom were threatening her life, was to laugh. In fact, she did so freely that it forced those around her to double-check the situation to see whether it was themselves who were in fact surrounded. But, when they noticed that the situation was exactly as they thought, they could only look at this beauty as though she had lost her mind. "I don't have time to waste," Lionel interjected. "Hand over Madeline." Ree held her sides, catching her breath. "Do you believe that this is a secret you held so tightly to yourself? Diane figured this out ages ago. Do you think he'd let me walk into a trap just like this one?" Lionel's brow furrowed. "Who are you trying to bluff?" Evelyn sneered. No. Ree laughed. "Your little lovey-dovey relationship is a surprise, I guess. Although that's more so because my husband couldn't bother to care about who you were or weren't sleeping with. The best part is, he was irritatingly right about exactly how this would all go down." Ree shook her head mockingly. Lionel calmed his features. Analyzing the situation, whether Ree knew or not hardly mattered. She was still surrounded, and if she had called for reinforcements, they could easily use her as a hostage. All of that made Lionel think that she really was just bluffing. Diane had figured this out as soon as he spoke to Maying, the very moment she opened the box she stole, and it revealed an ice and fire phoenix feather. When you put it together, it all made sense. Lionel wasn't satisfied with his father's way. It had to be a Belmont that helped open the Belmont Holy Land. It had to be a Belmont that helped the Dayu pass the Belmont Holy Land defenses. And it had to be a Belmont that stopped the defending soldiers from awakening the Belmont ancestors. It all pointed to him. In his final moment with Ree, Diane had whispered into her ear, and among the things he explained was this very scenario. "Ah, I know why you're confident," Ree mused, tapping her lip. "You think you know who and how many I having supporting me right now." An amused light flashed in Ree's eye. "Look at that, now you're trying to calculate how many more I could have than you previously thought." It was true. Lionel had only taken these measures because he thought the limit was 10 demon generals at the saint level. As for the 100 essence gathering demon generals Diane had used, he hardly cared for those. What could they do in the face of all of these saints? However, Ree was going to have to disappoint him and his math. "How about I just save you the trouble and tell you?" Ri's eyes flashed with the anger she had buried, ready to vent her frustrations. Surrounding Ri, 10 demon generals instantly appeared, causing Lionel to almost sigh in relief. "Is that all?" Evelyn sneered. But, in the next instant, she ate her words. 10, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. A stifling aura filled the Belmont Holy Land as white-haired devils descended from the skies, prepared to massacre everything in their wake. The look in Diane's eyes had completely changed. A dense black flame still remained. However, there was an intelligent flicker that hadn't been there just moments before. Diane's motives had completely changed from mutual destruction to seeking victory at all costs. "You've trampled over my home, killed my family, and then dared to say that everything was rightfully yours to begin with." A deep-seated anger sprung from the deepest recesses of Diane's being. "The loss you'll suffer today is one I'll make sure you never forget." To anyone else, the idea of a meridian formation expert facing off against two celestials and an entity of unknown power was ridiculous, nothing short of seeking death. However, Diane's mind only allowed him to see paths to victory. One way or another, he'd grasp it. A moment later, the blinding pillar of light that encased Diane began to slowly fade, revealing his still kneeling figure. Elder Dayu and Patriarch Ragnar still had not dared to move, but the entity's shadow was clearly still giving off an amused air. He didn't seem to care about what did or didn't happen within the sealed world. "Oh," the shadow chuckled. "It seems you've learned to block your mind using the seal." Diane stood, not being able to stand the idea of kneeling to anyone. The oppressive energy that had locked down on him thanks to Patriarch Ragnar was easily ignored by making use of the seal. Because his soul was already a single step from the celestial level, and the seal provided an added boost, something like this was well within his power. The range of abilities of this treasure was something even Diane's master hadn't fully grasped. But if lower-level seals from the Sijbrit could do away with even death chi, how could the Emperor of all seals not deal with mere celestial energy? The only downfall of the treasures of the 33 heavens was the amount of stamina they took to use. However, with Diane's soul talent and accumulated prowess, he could already passively use the seal in this fashion with negligible consumption. Quite simply put, the Soul-type 33 heaven weapons would all dream to have Diane as their master even more so than normal treasures would. Patriarch Ragnar immediately noticed the uselessness of his energy. "Kneel! How dare you?" He couldn't help but tremble nervously. No matter how amicable the entity seemed, he and Elder Dayu knew the truth. Diane's rebellion wouldn't only cause punishment for Diane, but him as well. Diane took a deep breath, looking into the sky. Even with the seal greatly helping him, the pressure of the entity still bore down on him just as heavily as it did before. It was clear his soul wasn't powerful enough to negate that level of effect. He could only thank his master. In her final moments, not only had she cleared his mind, she helped him regain his soul stamina. No one understood just the amount of fatigue Diane's soul had been under until this moment. If he wasn't tired beyond belief, how could he only be capable of attacking a single time with his puppet? Remember, Diane was someone who had taken control of that very puppet at Dead King's Valley, with vastly inferior soul strength, for months before collapsing. And yet that same Diane, with vastly improved soul strength, could only attack once. Even if attacking and simply controlling movement required a large disparity in energy, attacking obviously needing much more, the difference was much too exaggerated. That is why putting things into perspective is so important. Even before Diane had a massive hole blown through his chest by Zabia, he had been making full use of his death will form. The use of a supreme law for an extended period of time, especially by someone who wasn't yet an essence-gathering expert, was taxing to the extreme on not just the soul but also the body. And yet, directly after that, Diane had to struggle in a time-locked zone to keep his body alive. For 6 whole months, Diane did nothing but stretch his soul out to the extreme, trying to comprehend higher and higher levels of death intent. All that time, he spent stubbornly avoiding the easy path of cultivation, instead wanting to forge his own. To make things worse, Diane's soul continually improved during those 6 months. He had started off at the middle saint stage when he entered, but when he exited, his soul had already stretched itself to the peak of the saint stage. That was like going from the 6th saint stage all the way to the 12th. This would normally be a great thing, but in a time-locked zone where there was no flow of energy, this was devastating. It was like Dian was continually exercising a muscle, and that muscle wanted to get stronger and grow, and yet it got no rest or nutrients. Although Dian stepped out with a peak saint stage soul, his true soul battle prowess was likely more accurately around the Blossom Soul stage. At that point, you could imagine his peak saint stage soul like a massive body of land you should find a refreshing lake in. And yet all you saw were dried and cracked patches of land with sprinkles of moist soul here and there. And yet, that body of land kept getting larger and larger, stretching out the few moist patches until they too became dried out beyond repair. That's what Dian's soul was like when he tried to use his puppet, and that wasn't even mentioning the amount of soul stamina he had to divert to save Zabia's life and stop his soul from dissipating. No wonder he felt so fatigued. Madeline had used a supreme-level intent for a few moments, and yet that had left her completely incapacitated. The fact Dian was even standing right now was a testament to his willpower and domineering soul talent. Everyone wanted to talk about how Dian took a power that didn't belong to himself, but they had ignored something so blatant that it could flip everything they had come to know to begin with. What no one had ever explained was why had the seal shattered. Why was it that upon Dian's birth, a prison that had kept mortals locked away for so long had suddenly lost its effects? What they should be talking about was what kind of monster would it take to shatter a seal placed by the seal itself. They were about to find out. Dian stood calmly as though the next moments wouldn't decide whether or not he lived. Although the entity could no longer read Dian's mind, it had a clear understanding of what would happen next. Haha! This should be an interesting show. With those final words, the shadow disappeared. In the face of the seal, in the form the entity was in currently, there was nothing it could do. After all, it was the very thing that had put him in the situation he was in currently. It hadn't been joking when it said it could only wait when Dian's master pulled him into the sealed world. After seeing that Dian had grasped the use of the seal so easily, he was fully aware that Dian's next step would be to close the altar so that he wouldn't be able to interfere. Dian was fully aware that although the entity was restricted, he could very well tip the battle to levels that made an already slim chance at victory impossible. After all, even while sealed, the entity had shattered the array that was concealed within Dian's mind. It was clear that it at least had some battle prowess. Seeing the massive stone altar close and disappear into the ground, rage filled Patriarch Ragnar's eyes. As for Elder Dayu, a complex emotion crossed his eyes before he stood to face Dian. Why do you bother struggling? Elder Dayu spoke as though he was pleading with Dian to give up. Your voice is quite soft for someone asking another to accept their death. Dian didn't even look at Patriarch Ragnar or Elder Dayu. He continued to look into the skies as though he was contemplating something. However, I have no sympathy for you. Not after what I've been through. Today, either you or I will die. The array that concealed the Dragon King's form shattered on Dian's wrist, erupting into brilliant black flames as a 10-foot scythe appeared in Dian's hand. Tattoos of gray and black swam across his lean torso, his eyes setting into a deep red. The Matilde family Azura's eye bloomed to full effect, reaching its peak with Dian's manifestations appearing in the skies, turning the natural greenery and light atmosphere of the Belmont Holy Land into a dreary one, filled with anger and resentment. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of white lilies bloomed in the skies. With celestial energy no longer being capable of locking down Dian, he was free to teleport. With a flash of his weapon's pagoda, every 10% clone was instantly graced with an identical scythe of domineering proportions. The amount of soul stamina needed to not only create hundreds of clones, but to also sustain so many weapons, all while utilizing a one with Heart Supreme Law was something few could fathom. And yet Dian did it as easily as breathing. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't stand a single chance. Patriarch Ragnar's laughter boomed through the beautiful inner world. You truly are the best of the best. In terms of the younger generation, who could possibly have beaten you? To think that anyone doubted your first-place position. The praise coming from Patriarch Ragnar seemed completely out of place when compared to the savage light in his eyes, and yet he sounded so completely sincere. However, the dark light in his eyes only grew with each passing second as arcs of lightning danced along his skin. Even for you, it's thousands of years too early to challenge me. The inner world began to crackle with endless amounts of lightning. A stifling sense of danger caused the hairs on the back of Diane's neck to stand. But he couldn't read what was going to happen. Arcs of red appeared in an instant, mercilessly crashing into Diane's clones and transmitting back a blood-curdling pain to him. It all happened in an instant, and yet all Diane could do was watch, wide-eyed, as every clone he had created, hundreds of clones, disappeared right before his eyes, leaving only himself. Patriarch Ragnar looked down on Diane with contempt. "I can kill you as easily as I can snap my fingers. Did you really think such a petty trick would work?" Diane didn't seem to hear those words, as hundreds of lilies appeared even as Patriarch Ragnar finished his sentence. Elder Dayu only stood to the side, shaking his head, but not making a move to interfere. To use two celestial experts against a single meridian formation child was beneath him. 10% clones charged forward without fear, each wielding a wisp of death chi as they raged toward Patriarch Ragnar. The amused expression on Patriarch Ragnar's features quickly turned to that of annoyance. He couldn't lock onto Diane in the distance because the seal was interfering, and now Diane was using his clones like he did his army. Except the coordination was on a completely other level because they were Diane. There were no messages needed, nor was there any confusion. Thousands of tiny arrays flew from Diane's body and appeared in the air every second, teleporting and changing the position of his sprinting clones every moment. His Azura's eye almost gave him godlike perspective on the battlefield. He could see the slightest twitch of Patriarch Ragnar's muscles, resulting in him changing the position of his clones just in time to avoid the arcs of lightning. When the clones reached Patriarch Ragnar, they were almost like mosquitoes, sending stinging death chi through the lightning before they died. Regardless of how weak Diane was, a supreme law was a supreme law. Although Patriarch Ragnar had mastered his lightning intent to an astonishing 7th level, one with law, it was a mere elemental will. How could it block a supreme law at the intent level? However, that was all it did. Without powerful attacks to match his supreme law, all Diane could do was irritate Patriarch Ragnar. The damage was so negligible that it could hardly be called damage at all. Patriarch Ragnar roared in anger. He was a first-grade celestial expert. His talent could look down on nearly every martial artist with complete disregard and disdain, and yet he was being annoyed by a meridian formation expert. He stomped forward. "Since you want to hide, I'll come to you." His speed was simply blinding. Even Diane's sixth sense, boosted with Azura's Imperial Eye, didn't allow him to see the movements clearly. At most he saw a blur of lightning streaking toward him with unprecedented speed. In less than a split second, Patriarch Ragnar had already bore down on Diane, completely ignoring the clones. "Since I can't kill you directly, I'll just cut off your legs and arms." Patriarch Ragnar's smile of amusement was back, almost as though he couldn't believe he allowed himself to be irritated by this child. Suddenly, Patriarch Ragnar's smile froze as he noticed Diane's look of panic shift into a smirk as he pointed upwards. Patriarch Ragnar's eyes rounded out as he felt a shocking pressure suffocate him. Brilliantly embroidered steps appeared in the air. It was a treasure shaped like a temple, with a set of stairs on all four sides, leading to an altar at the peak. This was none other than the Aurora Steps. Diane's soul pressure directly crushed Patriarch Ragnar to the ground. Even with Diane's stamina, his face immediately paled by a shade, but the savage light in his eyes didn't fade as he watched the mighty Patriarch Ragnar fall to his hands and knees before him. "Die!" Diane's scythe swung, bathed in a dense black light. However, there was something that Diane seemed to forget in that moment. Elder Dayu had been watching silently all this time, but that didn't mean that he wasn't always prepared. Unlike Patriarch Ragnar, he had long since learned to not underestimate Diane from their very first encounter in the Elven Kingdom. He appeared behind Diane and outside the range of the Aurora Steps, raising his hand with a solemn expression on his features. "I have no choice. Forgive me, Diane smirked. No one forgot about you, stupid old man. Diane had little respect for people who gave up all of their morals for the sake of fear or power. Elder Dayu was clearly remorseful about many things, but what did that have to do with Diane? Remorseful or not, he still had every intention of killing Diane. That meant that this man was willing to not only toss away his own moral code, but he also wanted to cause irreparable pain to Diane's friends and family? In fact, he already had. Diane wouldn't forgive that. Even more disgustingly ironic was the fact this man probably found it beneath him to team up against a meridian formation expert just moments ago. But as soon as he saw Patriarch Ragnar in a predicament, he didn't hesitate to jump in. Elder Dayu remained oblivious to Diane's reaction. After all, he couldn't see Diane's face from behind him. A sword of fire chi extended from his hand in an instant. All of his Daos had fallen to the will level, but that didn't mean that his proficiency wasn't much more impressive than most others. However, because of the damage to his soul, he often kept his wills to the lowest level possible and refrained from using them for extended periods of time. Since wills heavily relied on the soul for stamina of use, this made sense. Just like that, Patriarch Ragnar could only watch as a scythe coated in unyielding death chi made way for his head. All while Elder Dayu aimed to cut Diane's scythe-wielding arms off with a single swift motion. One a blazing heat, and the other an eerie cold. Diane's smirk deepened, moments before Elder Dayu's blade reached him. His eyes flashed with gold, causing his trump card to appear in an instant. A 20-meter-tall puppet with domineering aura appeared between Diane's back and Elder Dayu, shocking the old man. He had no idea that Diane had a second. In fact, he didn't have any idea of Diane having even a single one. When would Patriarch Ragnar have had time to tell him something like that? In fact, Patriarch Ragnar wouldn't have seen a reason to. To him, Diane had left his puppet behind. Elder Dayu was caught completely unawares. Diane's soul immediately connected to the puppet, blooming its power to its peak fourth celestial stage. Something Elder Dayu had no chance of matching. The sword swung out viciously, sending a tempest of winds through toward the old man and shattering his fire blade in an instant. Blood spewed from Elder Dayu's mouth as he flew back kilometers at a time, his arms completely shattered. The vicious light in Diane's eyes didn't disappear as he tried to slice off Patriarch Ragnar's head completely in the next moment. However, what should have been a perfect opportunity collapsed. Because Diane had been forced to divert his soul power to controlling the puppet, the pressure on Patriarch Ragnar had dissipated just enough for him to regain his senses and fly backward, panting heavily. Diane's scythe just missed the top of his head, dripping with only the smallest bit of blood after the exchange. Patriarch Ragnar shook with rage as he raised a hand to the top of his head. He stared in abject shock as his hand came back matted with red blood and sliced blonde hair. Diane immediately cut off his soul from the Aurora steps. After just that brief exchange that should have only lasted a fraction of a second, he already felt like his soul was on the verge of being completely depleted again. However, he was lucky that he was correct. His soul was strong enough to affect Patriarch Ragnar. At first, Diane had been really worried. Even with the height of his sixth sense, he couldn't see through Patriarch Ragnar's soul strength at all. Usually this meant that the opponent he was facing had vastly higher soul strength as compared to him, and this would have made sense too. After all, as a peak celestial grade expert, Patriarch Ragnar must have spent hundreds of years, if not thousands, in the celestial level. With him having that much time, and being just a step away from Tao formation, how could he really only have a saint or lower stage soul? But, with how drastically he reacted to being pressured by Diane's soul, he had to have a weaker soul, which meant he was likely using a treasure to hide his true soul strength. Diane had heard of these from his master's memories. Since one of the best ways to protect your soul was by protecting its true level from others, it made sense that experts would have something like this. Blood seeped from Patriarch Ragnar's lips from the tremendous pressure his soul had just felt. Ha! He laughed to himself. Good, good. You've succeeded in angering me. In the distance, Elder Dayu slowly stood, twisting the odd angles of his arms back into place. His arms were still broken, but he of course needed them to be in place properly so they can heal. Diane noticed this but didn't seem too surprised. One might be confused. After all, Matriarch Niveus had higher cultivation than Elder Dayu and had faced off against a weaker puppet, and yet she was only able to survive due to burning her blood essence. So, why was Elder Dayu standing as though nothing had happened and casually shifting his broken arms? Diane laughed, mocking Elder Dayu. To think the mighty black jade dragons would be the first of their prideful species to lower their heads to another. How pitiful. It's too bad my master sealed most of your beast forms. Elder Dayu said nothing as he calmly looked at Diane from the distance. But it was clear that despite his usual appearance, a rage was building in his eyes. The sealing of their beast forms was a complete humiliation. Since you said most, you should know that there were some beast forms that still exist to this day, and sometimes, it's best not to provoke those beasts. Elder Dayu's body began to enlarge as domineering black scales sprung into existence along his body. His clothes tore away from him as a mighty roar escaped from his lips for the first time in centuries. Diane could only chuckle bitterly as he watched a majestic dragon snake through the skies for hundreds of meters, domineering horns protruding from its forehead. The world around them shook, trembling under the sheer arrogance of the black jade dragon. Well, Diane looked between the fuming peak celestial with arcs of red lightning dancing along his body and the roaring dragon. Nothing about this is going to be easy. At the entrance of the cave, Lionel's pupils narrowed into tiny pinholes as 3,000 oppressive auras bore down on the Belmont Holy Land. Their auras alone was like a spiraling typhoon. The air was vibrated to their call and the atmosphere turned heavy. Mistress Sacharo. The voices resounded in unison, awaiting Ri's command. Ri was immediately heavily protected by 10 Saint Demon Generals. Even if Lionel had the mind to attack now, it would be completely futile. All of Lionel's plans had been predicated on Ri having little support to rely on. After all, the current Dayu had enough to launch an attack on a royal god clan. Whether King Belmont was present or not was irrelevant. That didn't change the fact that the Belmonts had hundreds of saint-level elders and thousands of essence-gathering experts. Not all of them were of pure Belmont blood. But how could a royal god clan not have protectors? And yet, the Dayu were able to win. Why would Lionel ever think that Ri had a chance to put up a fight? He had even gone out of his way to stealthily send a message to his wife, Evelyn, to have her come as well. If he hadn't been afraid of King Acacia noticing something was off, or the war being tipped too far away from their favor, he would have asked the Amons to come too. Lionel was calm and calculating by nature. He rarely took risks. If they weren't currently fighting a battle, there's no question he would have called for more reinforcements. But, regardless of how calculating you claim to be, how could you ever consider the idea of a mere meridian formation expert having 1,000 saints at his beck and call? In fact, the number was even higher than that now. At the beginning, Diane had 1,000 lower essence-gathering experts, 1,000 higher, and another 1,000 lower saints. However, with all of the resources he had been pouring into his demon generals, and how they did nothing but train, eat and sleep all day, couple all of that with their unprecedented talent. And how could hundreds of higher essence-gathering experts not have already stepped into sainthood? The number of saints Diane had in his army was closer to 1,500 as opposed to 1,000. That wasn't even mentioning the improvement in the lower essence-gathering experts. It was simply an army of demons. Priority number 1 is to capture him. Ri pointed toward Lionel, completely ignoring and not bothering to care for Evelyn. The second is to subdue the Dayu. Vice commanders will maintain their positions. Unfortunately, there hadn't been a reason for Diane to organize his Saint Demon Generals into organized factions. However, because he had already chosen 10 vice commanders, even if they were weaker, it was best that they continue to lead. They were all practically a large group of brothers and sisters. There was no pettiness among them. No one batted an eye to Ri's order as a swarm of experts organized into a perfect formation of warriors in the sky, staring down at the disorganized Dayu and Niveus with disdain. "You 10 stay with me," Ri said. As soon as Ri had made priority number 1 clear, a mass of saint energy had locked onto Lionel's position. Much less think of escaping, he couldn't even move his lips. Because he had been so sure of himself, He had revealed himself in a disadvantageous position. He had the cave entrance to his back, but to his front was Ri. He was completely cut off from the Dayu with only Chunglei and Evelyn by his sides. The confused gazes of the Dayu immediately turned furious. They were a former emperor god clan. The pride of dragons ran through their veins regardless of the fact it was sealed within many of them. Were they really being threatened by a 18-year-old girl? The truth was that Ri's position wasn't perfect either. Because of the area they were in, she had been forced to summon many of their forces in the air. She stood on a narrow path with 9 demon generals to her front, and a single to the back, maintaining a lock on Chunglei, Evelyn, and Lionel. It was clear to everyone what the Dayu would have to do if they wanted to salvage the situation. They could ill afford to divert much attention to the enemies in the air. If they wanted to win, they would have to take the head and force the rest to submit. Ri. In the space above Earth, the battle of celestials was still raging onward. However, with each passing moment, something was shifting within Patieniva. The more King Clyte rained insults down upon him and his beloved Sophia, the more his determination to make it up to his wife increased. The heart of one's comprehension had to be built on your own reality. The entity wasn't lying to Diane when he said that many had easier paths to follow, and those paths coincided with this reality and drastically changed on a person-by-person basis. Some had talent so overwhelming that ignoring the easier paths to tread more difficult and desirable path was possible. Some were willing to sacrifice hardship and pain to forge ahead in a path with greater ease. However, there was no question that following your own heart made you the strongest version of yourself, and usually also did so on a much smoother path. This was the kind of enlightenment that Patieniva was currently undergoing. He had forged this path before. All he needed to do was rebuild his foundation and he could skyrocket upwards. He could think of nothing else than spending the rest of his life making up for his evils. He didn't want forgiveness, nor did he want sympathy. He only wanted the opportunity to work himself to the bone to give his wife and daughter the lives they deserved. On Earth, within the arena the World Tournament had one been taking place in, a heated war was still taking place. After Diane was taken away, the lull in battles was shattered, which was what allowed the Niveus to slip away in the chaos. The planet Nyx members had closed themselves off, using darkness-type treasures to enclose their area to lie in wait for Diane. They had a feeling that the source they had come to this universe to look for would be found much easier with his help. The only problem was whether or not he would survive. As for the Shruti, they were long gone. Not a single trace of their existence in this universe remained. In fact, planet Mino, the body they claimed to come from, seemed to be uplifted from a dream life state. However, all memories of this mysterious Shruti clan disappeared as well. Behind the warring lines drawn by the Ragnar, the auxiliary clans were in a heated discussion, completely protected by the Ragnar warriors as well as a good amount of slaves. Who else would they be fighting so adamantly if not the Pakals? What use is there in any of you if you can't do your job? Matriarch Ipsum raged. She had been in a terrible mood all week. After Diane humiliated her granddaughter, how could she not feel this way? In fact, Iris had still not woken up from her coma. Plus, even if she did, she would likely be crippled for life unless they took drastic measures. She was currently screaming at a calm-looking old man with long, flowing white hair and a mustache so white that it was almost transparent as it waved in front of his long robes. This person was none other than the Seeklam clan patriarch, a clan of soul cultivation experts that were experts in utilizing the long-lost elven technique to see the future, although it ultimately cost their lives. I am fully aware that esteemed Patriarch Ragnar brought us 2 auxiliary clans to this universe for a reason. However, how many of my fellow clansmen have died during this time? We have already divined this day's absolute victory. What else could you possibly want from us other than simple scouting support? Matriarch Ipsum's face twisted with anger. You also said that we wouldn't taste defeat. How is losing a celestial-level ally not defeat? The old man's brow furrowed at this. After witnessing Diane cause a celestial to fall into desperate straits, even he too questioned himself. But how could a technique that required their lives to utilize be so easily proven wrong? There were too many interpretations possible to assume that not tasting defeat meant not losing powerful allies. All that matters is that the end premonition is clear. Victory for us. We never claimed to understand the inner workings of how we would achieve this victory. It's best that you focus on the reason the Ipsum clan is here for in the first place. Patriarch Seeklam replied calmly. Humph, you don't need to worry about that. With every death that accumulates, they'll only dig their own graves deeper. The battle between Dian and the two Celestials was also reaching a fever pitch. Maybe it was for pride or to save face, but Patriarch Ragnar and Elder Daiyu never seemed to use any real techniques. They limited themselves to simple wills and utilizing their superior cultivation to pressure Dian. This was also likely because they were wary of what treasures Dian might still be hiding, in addition to the fact that if they killed Dian, all of their work would have been meaningless. Since Dian's soul had yet to reach the celestial level, and they didn't have access to the methods given to Dian by his grand teacher, it was impossible for them to save his soul if he died. However, the pressure placed on a meridian formation expert when facing off against even one celestial would be stifling to the point of despair, let alone two. Dian's stamina was rapidly draining as he was forced to push his sixth sense and Azura's imperial eye to their utmost to even be capable of reading Patriarch Ragnar's movements. If it wasn't for the Aurora steps that hung above his head, the sovereign roars of Elder Daiyu in addition to his claws would have long since torn Dian to shreds. With so many years of battle experience between the two of them, when they decided to be cautious, the consequences for Dian could be imagined. He was like an animal caught in a trap. They were simply waiting until his stamina couldn't hold out any longer before they made their move. Patriarch Ragnar no longer dared to get close to Dian, but his arcs of red lightning constantly bombarded the celestial barrier Dian used his puppet to put up. He was clearly holding back his power to force Dian to pour more into repairing the shield. If he blasted all the way through, Dian would simply die. Even if Dian was hundreds of times as fast, he wouldn't be able to dodge Patriarch Ragnar's lightning will. His face could only continuously drain itself of color as he tapped into his soul strength again and again. How pathetic! Dian sneered through gritted teeth. Two Celestials using such tactics again, a 19-year-old boy. Your ancestors must be looking down with proud eyes. The relaxed expression on Patriarch Ragnar's face had long since disappeared. He too found this to be too shameful, but the fear of his soul nearly collapsing was weighing on his mind. Because the Ragnars often used disgusting means to improve their cultivation, so as to avoid tribulation lightning, much of Patriarch Ragnar's cultivation was artificial. As such, he hadn't progressed naturally, which resulted in his soul being much weaker than those who achieved his cultivation by normal means. In fact, Dian highly doubted that Patriarch Ragnar was truly a peak celestial. He was more accurately of some lower cultivation, but capable of outputting the power of a peak celestial. Those two descriptions were much different, and one was clearly much more impressive than the other. Elder Daiyu roared, sending another column of fire toward Dian. Gritting his teeth, Dian controlled the Aurora steps to once again block, shifting his puppet to quickly attack Elder Daiyu at his seemingly vulnerable massive chin. Dian disappeared in a wave of flames and under the dragon's long snaking body, attacking without mercy. However, Elder Daiyu had seen this tactic one too many times. With a swipe of his ferocious claws, Dian's barrier threatened to collapse as he was sent flying away along with his puppet, right toward Patriarch Ragnar. Blood flew from Dian's mouth as he pushed himself to repair the barrier. He had to force himself to stay focused. The Aurora steps that had been blocking Elder Daiyu whipped toward himself. If he lost the only method of keeping Patriarch Ragnar at bay, the consequences were clear. Even within the celestial energy barrier, the force of being snapped about at speeds only possible by celestials was disorienting and jarring. Dian felt his body nearly shearing apart as space around him threatened to shatter completely. Dian was forced to bring the barrier as close to his body as possible. If he lost control of his body and slammed against it, he would die from the very thing meant to protect him. Patriarch Ragnar immediately noticed Dian's desperate attempt to keep him in check with the Aurora steps. However, as a celestial expert, his battle sense was nearly unparalleled. He knew very well how taxing it was for Diane to use that treasure. And even if he did, he would be leaving himself open for Elder Dayu. Reaching this conclusion, he no longer hesitated. An arm of domineering lightning reached toward Diane's flying figure. It was clear to anyone with half a thought that a barrier created by a mere fourth-stage celestial would completely shatter under this oppressive power. Even to Diane, this arm was nothing but a blur, careening through space. To make matters worse, Elder Dayu's blow was too fierce for Diane to change direction quickly. Diane quickly sent out hundreds of tiny teleportation arrays, hoping one would make it through the pincers of these two celestials. However, a strange glint flashed in Elder Dayu's large reptilian eyes. His jaws opened, but there was no domineering fire blast. There was only a deafening rage that shook Diane to his very soul. The world around them trembled, causing Diane's arrays to immediately shatter with no chance of survival. In that moment, Diane became clear on the power of celestials. He hadn't witnessed his world burn when Matriarch Niveus released her final attack. But right now, he was seeing this firsthand. Diane lost control of not only his arrays, but his ability to use all wills. If his soul wasn't as powerful as it was, he would have lost consciousness as soon as the sound entered his ears. Humph! An ancient voice entered Diane's ears, dispelling all of the ill effects and pressure. Unfortunately, that didn't change the fact that he had lost control of all of the surrounding space. He even felt his connection with the Aurora Steppes severed for an instant, drastically slowing its speed. Such a weak dragon soul dares to roar at me? The anger in the Dragon King's voice was nearly overpowered by his overbearing arrogance. To him, Elder Dayu's black jade form might as well have not been a dragon at all. And yet it dared to be so arrogant in front of him, the Dragon King. Diane didn't have much time to think about it. In the time it took for all of this to happen, he had flown a far distance and now he was only a body length away from Patriarch Ragnar. I need you. Diane grit his teeth. He had never used the Dragon King's weapon like this, but if his information was correct, it should work. The truth was that the defenses of the puppet were far superior to its offensive capabilities. Even if 10 Patriarch Ragnars attacked it simultaneously, he wouldn't be able to destroy it. But the problem was that Diane was sitting on its head. Regardless of the defenses of the puppet, it wasn't as though Diane was inside of it. The scythe in Diane's hand immediately morphed to his command, covering his entire back in a domineering scaled armor. In an instant, Diane was covered from head to toe in a blazing knight's armor so dark that it reflected no light whatsoever. Not even a fraction of a second later, Patriarch Ragnar's hand slammed through the barrier. He was certain that if he grasped hold of Diane, seal or not, he would be able to lock him down. But the truth was different than what he expected. His celestial energy wasn't able to pierce through Diane's armor at all. Patriarch Ragnar frowned, but settled down after realizing he still had Diane's neck in his hand. What did it matter now? Diane coughed violently, his inner organs nearly jarring loose from the abrupt stop in his momentum. He was tired beyond belief. The battle had only been going for maybe 5 minutes, and yet he had used nearly everything only to still be so helpless. Patriarch Ragnar immediately moved to cripple Diane. No matter how determined this child was, as long as he no longer had arms or legs, what would anything matter anymore? They could then take their time to properly extract Diane's soul. A light chuckle escaped Patriarch Ragnar's lips. All that just to lose in 5 minutes. Diane felt a grip on his arm as it was lightly held up. Should I take your left arm first? Or your right? The puppet beneath Diane's feet spun with a vicious speed and endless killing intent. The green grass beneath its feet were burnt to oblivious under the torque, completely incapable of withstanding its movement. However, Patriarch Ragnar didn't seem to care. In fact, this movement seemed incomparably slow to him. With a sneer, he watched the twin swords swing toward his side, not moving an inch. Just when it seemed like the puppet was about to slam into him, he moved with speed Diane only sensed as a blur. With a swift jerk of Diane's arm, he used it to block. A blood-curdling roar escaped Diane's lips. Everything had happened much too quickly for him to stop his puppet's motion. Patriarch Ragnar's movements were already difficult enough for him to follow, let alone dealing with such a subtle and small movement. Dian felt the bones of his left arm shatter almost completely. However, this only caused Patriarch Ragnar to frown, because the armor that coated Dian didn't have so much as a scratch on it. It took the full force of a celestial without even a white mark. If Dian's body wasn't so weak, he would have been completely undamaged. Dian's ragged breaths filled the silent atmosphere as his arm hung limply to his side. Elder Daiyu watched Patriarch Ragnar tighten his grip on Dian's neck from a distance. He had relaxed because he thought there was no way Dian could survive this. As long as Patriarch Ragnar caused Dian to pass out, the Aurora Steps would mean nothing. But who knew Dian's armor would be so domineering? Patriarch Ragnar immediately knew that no matter how hard he pulled on Dian's arm, he wouldn't be able to rip it off. His only option was to bludgeon Dian and shatter his bones. It would take more time, but it was possible. However, just as that thought process completed, a domineering aura swept over Patriarch Ragnar, causing his eyes to widen. The steps! Patriarch Ragnar immediately released Dian's neck, careening backwards to avoid having his soul slammed into again. By the time he realized it was simply a feint, he was too far to regret his actions. Dian coughed as his fell onto the head of his celestial puppet, cradling his shattered arm. His energy was threatening to collapse, only being held together by a faint string of willpower. He almost didn't understand why he felt so lethargic, until his attention turned to the armor that covered him completely. The Dragon King's weapon had given off the airs of a spiritual weapon from the very first moments he had met it. But now, it was without a doubt emanating the energy of a supreme-level weapon. Unfortunately, Dian's stamina couldn't afford that kind of drain. Under normal circumstances, Dian could make use of even spiritual-level weapons without much of a drain. However, this wasn't because transcendent weapons were easy to use. More accurately, it was because beings below the celestial stage couldn't use spiritual-level weapons to their greatest degree. There was no question that using a spiritual-level weapon was better than using a grandmaster or lesser weapon. However, what was important to note was that this was mostly because of the quality of the weapon as opposed to anything else. For example, pouring a set amount of energy into a master weapon will always have better effects than pouring that same amount of energy into a common-level weapon. This was why using spiritual-level weapons wasn't taxing, because you could always choose how much energy you used. Usually, the important point to note here was that this was only the case for attack category weapons. Essentially, any category of weapons where you take the initiative to do something with the treasure. The problem was that defensive treasures were completely different. Yes, a spiritual defensive treasure would be far better at defending than a grandmaster defensive treasure. However, the difference lied in how much impact they could withstand. If a grandmaster-level weapon took the full brunt force of a fourth-stage celestial like Dian just had, it would have shattered on contact because it simply can't withstand that level of damage. But a supreme-level treasure could. The problem was that to do so, it had to take energy away from Dian in order to support itself. Dian's Dragon King weapon had shattered one of its seal on its own, in order to climb to the supreme level and block the attack that threatened Dian's arm. But it only dared to take enough energy to block a percentage of the attack, causing the rest to shatter the bones in Dian's arm. If it had taken enough to block the attack entirely, Dian would have lost consciousness immediately. Only the highest levels of defensive treasures, powered by the best of cores, could defend without the need for its user's energy. However, in Dian's experience, the only thing he had come across capable of doing such a thing were his Aurora Steps. There were two main paths to weaponsmithing. One was the common path and the other was a legendary path. Those with blacksmithing talent were as rare as those with array alchemy talent, considering they were two professions built on the soul and the use of an aurora. And yet, even in that rare population, it was even rarer to find those with talent capable of following the legendary path. The common path was a path all of Dian's weapons followed, except for the 33 Heavens weapons. It was a path that necessitated the user to use their own energy to make use of the weapon. The legendary path was one that could rely on the power of the heavens to power the weapon. The weapons of the 33 heavens followed a pseudo-legendary path. Part of their functions relied on the user, while other parts relied on the heavens. In modern times, forging legendary path treasures was very rare, and even when they occurred, they would be lower-level treasures on the master or grandmaster level. However, there were many who found a means of imitating this path by making use of cores. These cores would replace the heavens by providing energy that made it seem like the user didn't need to make use of their own energy. However, the requirements for this core increased exponentially along with the quality of the weapon. Finding a core capable of powering the Dragon King's weapon would be more difficult than finding another weapon of the 33 heavens. The truth was that there would be practically no better core to use than the Dragon King's faith seed. However, why would the Dragon King have followed that path of weapon construction? After all, in the past, he would have wanted his faith seed free so that he could take control of the minds of those who dared to use him as a weapon. And with the Dragon King no longer corporal in this world, the number of weaponsmiths capable of modifying a weapon of a grade even Dian couldn't measure might be 0. It should be noted that creating a legendary path weapon would be as difficult as becoming a transcendent, even if it was a mere practitioner-level weapon. The fact that the 33 most powerful weapons in the cosmos were only of the pseudo-legendary path should tell all. With each ascending weapon level, from commoner to practitioner to master and so on, the level of skill needed to create a weapon that followed the legendary path continued to transcend to more and more impossible levels. It wouldn't be surprising if a weaponsmith that had forged transcendent-level weapons before to have a common-level weapon of the legendary path be their most prized possession. Dian, of course, knew all of this. This was why he wasn't surprised when his arm shattered despite the domineering nature of his armor. Because of how amazing the Dragon King weapon was, it could negate much of the celestial-level cultivation. But Dian would still have to withstand peak saint power with his own body. That would be even more devastating for him if it was Patriarch Ragnar attacked him personally because his cultivation was far superior to his puppet. Just how many seals are there on you? Dian thought. He could feel that although the Dragon King had shattered a seal to become a supreme-level weapon in that instant, he still had more seals to go. If I undid those seals now, you would directly pass out. However, I'll help you out a bit because that arrogant little lizard in the air has succeeded in angering me. The ancient voice boomed in Dian's mind as he slowly stood. Suddenly, a formless pressure that caused Dian's eyes to contract covered battlefield. Elder Dayu's eyes widened as he trembled. His blood became chaotic. Impossible! Even Patriarch Ragnar couldn't believe what he feeling right now. It was much weaker than it would be if a true celestial released it, but this was a rudimentary domain? No, this is... Elder Dayu continued to tremble. His blood was boiling to the extent that he couldn't stand to stay in his beast form anymore. He had to grit his teeth to endure because without this form, he was far too susceptible to damage. The reason why Matriarch Niveus died in a single strike, yet he hadn't, was precisely because he had a robust body provided by being a draconic blood. One might begin to wonder just how the Dragon King swept over the cosmos after reviving himself again and again. After all, oftentimes those who took the bodies of would be weak compared to the peak most experts of the time. Even if you said the Dragon King simply had superior comprehension, that wasn't enough of an explanation. Why? Because comprehension is one thing, but being able to utilize it is a completely separate matter. For example, even if you mastered an intent, if you reincarnated into the body of a foundation stage expert, you'd be asking to die if you used it. Only the body of an essence gatherer, or someone with a body comparably strong, can withstand the use of an intent. This same logic applied for most things those of higher cultivation had access to. The truth of the matter was found in the ability the Dragon King just released. The very same ability that Elder Dayu had used to seize control of the surrounding space and disallow the use of opposing wills and arrays. A domain exclusive to the mighty dragon race. The Dragon Soul. A dragon soul wasn't an actual soul. Instead, it was a domineering domain caused by projecting out their unparalleled bloodline, imposing a suppression on all things in their range. The only reason it was called a dragon soul was because it embodied the very essence of what it meant to be a dragon. Arrogance without bounds. a philosophy that sank into their very bones and proliferated throughout all of their legacies. When the Dragon King overtook a body, he had no problems unleashing this power in its entirety because he would no longer be bound by the laws that made him a weapon. However, as he was a weapon now and he had purposefully not forged himself toward the legendary path, he could only output power based on what Dian could handle. It was clear that his supreme stage form was too much for Dian considering how he collapsed after blocking that attack. Therefore, the Dragon King reverted to a spiritual level, placing his domain to the rudimentary level. However, this was massively beneficial to Dian. The laws within hundreds of meters of him suddenly became tens of times difficult for his enemies to use. And the added bonus was a direct suppression toward Elder Dayu for being of inferior bloodline potency. Dian chuckled bitterly. You could have done this earlier, you know. Do you like seeing your master struggle? The Dragon King didn't respond. It was impossible for him to disobey Dian's orders in his weapon form, but taking the initiative to help was something he didn't have to do because that required the sentience of his soul to come into play. He himself was still confused about why Dian was able to wield him without resistance. However, words could not express how pissed off his main body was in the transcended plane. If the true Dragon King ever met Dian, he'd incinerate him on the spot. If Dian knew this, he'd only be able to shake his head helplessly. Now he had 3 transcendents he needed to avoid. He had to make sure Kukin and Amethyst never found out he had their primordial enes, and he had to make sure the Dragon King never found him. Fantastic. An arc of lightning careened toward Dian. Evidently Patriarch Ragnar wanted to test out this aura of Dian's. In an instant, Dian's arm guard grew into a scythe, giving him a pleasant surprise. He could maintain his armor and use a weapon at the same time. Death Chi graced his curved blade as he leaped backward, trying to parry the lightning off to the side. But that was when something astonishing happened. The lightning disintegrated on contact. Before this, Dian's death intent, despite being at the 2nd level, could do nothing against Patriarch Ragnar's lightning will despite being the superior will. This was because Patriarch Ragnar's lightning was at the 7th intent level. But this rudimentary domain, it made it fall to the 4th level. A supreme law could without a doubt make up for a 2-level difference if it was compared to a normal elemental intent. Dian's eyes widened with shock. A 3-stage drop? A flash of hope lit in Dian's eyes. I can take out Elder Dayu if my stamina can keep up. There was no doubt that the strain on Dian's soul had increased even further. In fact, he felt like collapsing where he stood. But whenever thoughts like that crossed his mind, a deep-seated hatred would take over and black flames would burn them to ashes. These were the people who destroyed his home. These were the people who caused the death of his parents. These were the people trying to take him away from his friends, his wives. He wouldn't stand for it. Dian's eyes flashed as he sent the Aurora steps flying toward Patriarch Ragnar's stunned figure. Without a shred of hesitation, he spurred his puppet forward. He had to take advantage of this rudimentary domain while he could. Elder Dayu's dragon soul could only last the time it took to finish a single roar. Dian might have even less time than that. This was life or death. If he couldn't take out at least one of them, there would be no hope. However, Dian knew his weakness. Despite having a puppet the level of a celestial expert, it couldn't use wills on the level of a celestial expert. After all, it was a puppet. Usually, it was nigh impossible to use the puppet's full attack power and use wills powerful enough to make a difference in its attack strength. But if Dian didn't go all out now, it would all mean nothing. Elder Dayu's body trembled under the domain, still trying to control the flow of his blood. It was almost like he didn't notice Dian careening toward him at speeds only possible for a stage 4 celestial. The twin swords of Dian's puppets roared to life. One was coated with a blazing white flame, emanating unmatched purity, wanting nothing more than to cleanse everything in its path. The other came coated with a corrosive black flame, dancing with death chi. Patriarch Ragnar wanted to blast the Aurora steps away, thinking it was yet another feint. And yet, he was wrong. When Dian decided to do something, he would do so without reserve. He was really holding nothing back in this attack. A blazing soul pressure descended from the skies, trampling on Patriarch Ragnar and causing him to scream out in pain as he felt his soul shearing apart. The puppet's twin swords slammed together, causing light and dark to swirl around each other vigorously. A blazing tornado of domineering flames charged toward Elder Dayu relentlessly. Blood seeped from Dayan lips as all color drained from his face immediately. "Devour!" he roared. An explosion of epic proportion bombarded the massive body of Elder Dayu, an explosion so large that it blanketed everything in an opaque white heat. Even Dayan himself had yet to fully understand exactly what the flames that flickered in his manifestation meant. However, what he did know was that somehow, his white flames far surpassed his celestial will in terms of purity. If it wasn't for these white flames, Dayan very well might be dead. A couple months ago, when Ri had first placed the soul tome on his chest, effectively cleansing his soul of the Ipsum family crystalline will, his body was still in a very tough position. Maybe if he had had the supreme law version of celestial will, he would have been safe. But, at the time, it was obvious that that wasn't a possibility. In fact, Dayan still didn't know that such a thing was possible. However, Dayan's saving grace was the fact that his soul had broken into saint levels that very day. Because of that, his manifestation had unlocked the image of a white flame. At first, he wasn't sure what it was exactly, but he got a sense that it just might help him. And in the end, he was right. Over the course of that time, Dayan learned something else. Although his white and black flames were powerful on their own, they seemed to reach a next level of power when combined with wills that matched their affinity. His white flames with his celestial will, his black flames with his death will. He became a perfect balance of yin and yang the very day his soul burst to the saint level. Because of that, he had even been able to combine wills with greater ease. During his fight with Saru, he seemed to be able to reach third and fourth level fusions he had never reached before. Somehow, Dayan was able to replicate the effects of Evelyn's Eternity's balance, without needing her primordial yin or having the constitution himself. The path toward understanding one's manifestation was a long and arduous one. It's one of the main reasons unique type techniques were only used by the poor or absolute geniuses in the Elven Kingdom. However, it seemed the more Dayan learned about his manifestation, the more in awe he became. Without a prior reference, Dayan's flames were likely the first of their kind in the entire universe. Flames born of the talents of billions of people. Dayan called them origin flames. Elder Dayu's roars of agony filled the once tranquil inner world. The combination of an ultimate cleanser matched with ultimate erosion can be imagined. Both wanted to erase, and both were backed by the powerful swing of a fourth-stage celestial. Couple that with the fact that Elder Dayu had been trembling under the Dragon King's rudimentary domain, and the results could be imagined. Pools of dense crimson showered the land as Elder Dayu lost his ability to maintain his bestial form. Under the blinding cacophonic booms, his large body disappeared in a wave of flames. Dayan grabbed his chest with one hand, grasping at his head with another. He felt as though his entire body was threatening to collapse on him. His soul tore under the strain he put it under, causing the pressure that had been holding down Patriarch Ragnar to immediately dissipate. Even worse, it was no longer possible for Dayan to maintain the Dragon King weapon's armor form. Nor could he maintain the rudimentary domain anymore. Except for the puppet he had been forced to cut his connection from and the Aurora steps that were currently flying back to his position, Dayan had nothing. Without him controlling the puppet, it was a mere saint-level puppet. And, without his soul stamina, the Aurora steps were just a glorified shield. Dayan couldn't believe the excruciating pain he was under. He was someone that had endured his entire body being broken down and reformed. He was someone who had spent 2 months having his organs eaten away at by an artificial will. And yet it was this pain that made him want to never have to feel again. This was the first time Dayan had forcibly fused such high-level wills. Death Chi was a supreme law. By every bit of logic, fusing it with something else should be completely impossible. In fact, many supreme laws are already the fusion of many wills. Void will, for example, fuses space with various destructive and darkness-type wills. So, imagine what level a will would reach if you were fusing an already formed supreme law with another will that was a mere inch away from becoming a supreme law. The kind of strain on the soul that placed couldn't be questioned. And yet Dian went and did this all while using a weapon of the 33 heavens and while controlling his celestial level puppet. How he was still conscious was a testament to his mental fortitude and the stress his soul could undergo. However, truth be told, had Dian not added Devour with the last bit of his strength to replenish his soul at least in part, him maintaining his consciousness might have been nothing more than a dream. In the distance, Patriarch Ragnar lifted his head up to look at the scene before him. The deep shock was evident on his face, but when he saw Dian writhing on the ground, he relaxed knowing that this was all coming to an end soon. There was no doubt that Elder Dayu was heavily injured by that last blow. However, Dian clearly took a heavy blow too. Dian was in so much pain that he completely ignored the fact the bones in his left arm had been shattered previously, instead using it to grasp onto his own head so tightly that blood ran down from his nails. He didn't know where it hurt. It just felt like every fiber of his being was in pain. Patriarch Ragnar stood, dusting the dirt from his knees. To think a child would push me so far. His lips could only twitch as the dust settled around Elder Dayu. The mighty black jade dragon had lost an entire arm. In fact, that wasn't enough to describe what had happened. If not for the vigorous life force of dragons and their robust healing capabilities, Elder Dayu would likely be finished. Not only was his arm gone, a large portion of his shoulder and rib cage were completely mangled. However, after coughing up mouths full of blood, he slowly stood before forcefully sealing his veins and arteries to stop the bleeding. In all this time, neither the stamina of Patriarch Ragnar nor Elder Dayu had taken even the slightest bit of a hit. They could go on for days if need be. But Dian? He was tapped out entirely. Elder Dayu dragged his feet, hardly being capable of movement. But, for some reason, the fire in his eyes had been lit. He had felt that pressure once before. It was the pressure that started all of this. If it wasn't for that weapon, the Dayu would never be in this situation because he would have been the one to marry the 25th White Mother. I'll kill you. Elder Dayu roared before falling into a fit of coughing up blood. The arteries and vein he had just closed seemed intent on bursting apart. If he didn't calm himself, he would lose control of his body. He wasn't being even remotely rational at this point. Even Patriarch Ragnar was confused. But he dismissed it immediately, thinking that Elder Dayu was just angry because he was so severely injured by a member of the younger generation. How could Patriarch Ragnar know anything about the legend of the Dragon King? To him, Dian just had some amazing treasures. To Elder Dayu, though, they weren't struggling because of Dian at all, because Dian was gone the moment he took up the weapon. He wouldn't believe that Dian grasped control of the Dragon King's weapon, nor would he listen to such an explanation. How many thousands of dragons and Chilants had once tried to conquer this weapon? All of them vastly more powerful than Dian. Why would he accept such a thing? This was the first time Elder Dayu lost himself in anger. This entire time, Dian could tell that he was holding back and being apprehensive. His attacks weren't nearly as vicious and pointed as Patriarch Ragnar's. But now, there was no sympathy in his actions. During that time, just as King Acacia had said, there were 3 outstanding geniuses of the Dayu who were competing for the chance to marry the 25th White Mother. And yet, there was only Elder Dayu left. That wasn't because of the passage of time. Nor was it because of the war. No, there was only him left because the Dragon King had killed the other 2. Elder Dayu's very own blood brothers. Dian writhed on the top of his celestial puppet, unable to grasp his bearings. His manifestations had shimmered out of existence, unable to maintain their forms. With them went his imperial Azura's eye. If it wasn't for Elder Dayu being so heavily injured, Dian wouldn't even have a way to see his movements. Black Jade Body. Stage 9. Elder Dayu had never once used an attack technique on Dian. All of his movements had been for control and tiring him out. But all he saw was red now. The Black Jade Body, a legacy technique exclusive to the Dayu and one that Chunglei had previously used in his fight against Dian. This was the very technique that required all of the concentration of one's yang to fuel not only their bodily constitution, but also their will comprehension. That said, Chenglei's mastery of the technique was akin to an ant when compared to his grandfather. Elder Dayu had long since had his Tao shattered, causing his cultivation to plummet in all aspects. If he hadn't diverted his obscenely domineering bodily cultivation into preserving his life force, he would have died centuries ago. This was why, despite having formerly been a Tao formation expert and a dragon, his body was so pitifully weak. However, he no longer cared about such restrictions. Right in front of him was the man he hated more than the entity itself. A man he would give up everything to kill. "I'll tear you limb from limb." Elder Dayu's body burst into larger and larger sizes. Domineering black scales erupted onto his body as the wound that housed the location of his lost arm began to furiously pump. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Elder Dayu's height surged into the skies. Massive bat-like wings burst from his back as his lost arm inexplicably grew back. His veins bulged, his every step rocking the inner world. Heavy stomps continuously grew closer to Dian and his puppet. Patriarch Ragnar's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that this was the very same man he had plotted and schemed with for hundreds of years. Not once had he seen him this angry, and not once had he seen him output this much power. How long had Patriarch Ragnar spent looking down on Elder Dayu? The amount of condescending comments he had barked out at the old man were too many to count. And yet the man, no, beast in front of him was definitely capable of killing him with a single strike. Dian continued to scream out in agony. His vision was completely white. It was as though all of his senses were blanketed by static and noise that pierced through to his very soul. The consequences of using power you didn't have was without a doubt dire. Patriarch Ragnar couldn't help but take a step back. The searing rage coming from Elder Dayu and his bloodshot eyes were enough to shake even a Tao formation expert into feeling endless fear. He couldn't understand why this form of Elder Dayu gave him more pressure than his full beast form. But how could he? His understanding of beast legacies was lacking. Just as Zaire had said, every beast had 3 paths to choose from: the human path, the beast path, and both. The human path allowed better comprehension. The beast path allowed faster and effortless cultivation. And the combination of both gave you untold benefits should you have the talent to grasp it. This was why the Black Jade technique was so fear-inducing. It was a legacy capable of combining those 2 paths, making the road easier. Quite simply put, the fusion of Elder Dayu's beast and human form was the strongest form he had. There was no doubt that the moment he stopped caring about preserving his own life was the moment he once again stepped into the realm of a Tao formation expert. Elder Dayu's oppressive aura seethed. He had a single goal: destruction. Dian's puppet had long since lost its connection to its master, but it could follow simple and logical commands. It understood that Dian was its master and therefore understood it had the obligation to protect. In one swift motion, the puppet picked Dian off of its massive head and cradled him into a pocket between its hand and chest, facing the coming Elder Dayu with a single sword in its free hand. "Elder Dayu, keep your head. If you kill him, there'll be no hope for either of us." Patriarch Ragnar's frown deepened. With all of his years of cultivation experience, how could he not sense the endless killing intent coming off of Elder Dayu? He had no intention of subduing Dian. He wanted his death. However, Elder Dayu either didn't hear Patriarch Ragnar's words, or he couldn't bother to care. The only reason Elder Dayu was forced to follow the orders of the entity was because of the arrays within him right now. But if he disregarded his life completely, what reason should he have to care about such a thing? He'd put everything on the line to kill this Dragon King for good now. A roar filled with anger, remorse, and unbridled hatred filled the air. This time, the lockdown on space was so domineering that even the arrays within the dead king's valley puppet shook, nearly shattering in an instant. This wasn't a rudimentary domain. It was a true domain. Patriarch Ragnar could no longer move, let alone speak. His own cultivation threatened to collapse in on itself under Elder Dayu's oppressive might. He could only imagine what the results would be if that aura was focused on himself as opposed to that puppet. The slits of Elder Dayu's eyes flashed as his clawed feet dug into the earth, propelling him forward with speed so fast that he seemed to teleport to Dian's position in an instant. The puppet could hardly react within the tempest of winds that violently whipped around it. Even the screams of Dian's agonizing pain were drowned out by Elder Dayu's sheer movement speed. Thousands of tiny explosions set off with his every shift. A once mighty sword became akin to a twig being carried around on the whim of a tornado. Elder Dayu's claw-like fists careened forward, meeting the puppet's weak attempts at defense with a clash that destroyed the land beneath their feet. The sword flew from the puppet's hand as its massive body flew through the air hundreds of meters at a time, its armored arm trembling under the impact. Even if Elder Dayu was half as rational, he would have still been just as surprised as he was now. Despite the anger burning in his chest, his senses were pushed to the max. How could he not immediately notice that his strike, a strike only capable of being matched by Dao formation experts, didn't result in the puppet crumbling to ashes? In fact, even the sword had not a single dent on it. Just what was this puppet made out of? However, none of this stopped Elder Dayu from flapping his massive 15-meter-long wings, following the flying puppet with speed just as domineering as before. How could Elder Dayu know just what puppets Dian was using? At their peak, this battle would have been nothing but a joke to them even if Dian didn't take control of them. These were puppets designed by the elves to protect their most sacred lands. How could they not be the best of the best? In fact, these puppets were specially crafted by the Celestial Deer sect for their elven allies. And at their peak, they could fight peak Dao formation experts without the control of a master. With a puppet so powerful, the materials that made it up couldn't be underestimated in the least. To be able to withstand the amount of enigmatic energy it once held, the obsidian-like armor that coated the puppet and the sword were without a doubt some of the highest quality materials in the entire cosmos. Elder Dayu's scaled fists slammed into the puppet again. There was no suspense. Without being able to properly accumulate its energy with any sort of efficiency, its battle prowess had fallen to the level of a saint despite its defenses remaining robust. Its massive body skidded across the ground, drawing crater after crater in this once lush inner world. Elder Dayu's roars of rage only intensified with every past moment, unable to contain his emotions. He blindingly attacked again and again, looking to shatter the puppet completely. Dian's cries of agony rang out even from his protected pocket. With every earth-shattering blow Elder Dayu landed, even though his puppet absorbed much of it, Dian's bones still continuously shattered, amplifying the backlash he was already suffering. His blood-curdling screams even managed to resound atop of the chorus of loud explosions, somehow outwardly projected by his music while despite his broken stamina. His emotions were conveyed so deeply that even the universe acknowledged it to be at the level of a will despite not having the backing of his soul. Elder Dayu's every breath was so hot that flames flew from his lips as he stood over the puppet. Small fissures began to spread across the one flawless armor. The arrays within the puppet were so damaged that it seemed as though the only action it could take was to continuously protect Dian. Elder Dayu gripped the ankle of the puppet, wrapping his claw around it so tightly that the groaning of the material could be heard. He lifted it upward, swinging downward with such ferocity that one could almost forget that the puppet should have weighed an astronomical amount, until it slammed into the ground, the puppet's mechanisms completely shattered on impact, sending Dian flying through the air like a boneless doll. His limbs were bent in such inhumane positions that one couldn't help but to avert their eyes. His consciousness was barely holding on by a string. He knew that whatever hope he had would be gone if he allowed darkness to overcome his vision. Dian landed on the ground heavily. The pain was so much that he still couldn't see clearly, but knowing that he had lost the protection of his puppet, he could only force himself to focus. However, if such a thing was so easy, he wouldn't have been screaming in agony to begin with. Seeing the puppet finally lose hold of its master, Elder Dayu's large figure stalked over to the barely conscious Dian. "Elder Dayu, Patriarch Ragnar tried again. He didn't dare to get too close because he could clearly tell that Elder Dayu had lost his rationality. If he tried to approach such a monster, he might be the one to die first. Stay your hand. If you do this, think of the consequences. Your Dayu clan will never rise up again without his help. In fact, if you push him, he may very well destroy your lineage as you know it. Patriarch Ragnar gritted his teeth. He just wasn't listening. He was already standing over Dian as though he was looking down at a dead man. The veins on his enormous body continued to pump with such robust vitality that his mere presence caused the air around him to tremble. Even the flickers of flames that danced around his lips gave off an oppressive heat that seared Dian's skin. Ragged and shallow breaths escaped the thin opening of Dian's mouth. He wanted nothing more than to take a deep breath, but every time he tried, the shattered mess that used to be his rib cage would scrape against his lungs. He had thoughts of using the last slivers of his soul strength to try and heal himself, but that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Not only was the stamina he had left much too piss poor to even attempt such a thing, even if he had full stamina it would be exceedingly difficult now that his body had broken into sainthood. Unfortunately, such a powerful body was a double-edged sword for Dian right now. Do you know your crimes? Elder Dayu's voice was no longer calm. In fact, it had dropped at least 3 octaves and was now deep and resounding. Every rumbling syllable he spoke caused his throat to light up, as though his words themselves were as scolding as molten lava. Dian coughed heavily, smirking through his pain. Fuck off, old man. As though you have any right to bitch and moan to me right now. Elder Dayu looked down at Dian silently, his eyes burning with rage. In this form, his pupils looked no different than the yellow slits of a snake. In front of anyone else, it should have elicited fear beyond belief. And yet, Dian practically spit in his face. 2 of my brothers. 2 men who were rising into their own. Killed by a senior who should have been overlooking their improvement. For what? So, you could imprint your name on history some more? So, you could trample those who couldn't protect themselves? So no one would forget the name of the Dragon King. Elder Dayu's questioning became more and more pointed. The Dragon King had long since become a taboo for the Dragochilan lands. He was still a man known as the strongest in their history, completely uncontested, but, with his reputation and stories came an inescapable blemish. This was a man who was so enraptured and engrossed in his own self-fulfillment that he didn't care to dominate era after era of Dragochilan history. Many of the greatest epics were all led by him. He refused to allow any era to grow without his stamp on them. He cared not for anyone but himself. Years, decades, centuries, millennia, more. Time and time again your name comes up in our history. Maybe if under different circumstances, I would have paid my respects to you. But you dared to kill my brothers. And with them went their futures. You shattered everything in the name of your own goals. And today you'll die by my hand. Elder Dayu's voice boomed with such force that Dian's body sunk into the ground even further. Suddenly, Dian started laughing. His laugh was filled with such hatred, such animosity, such a killing intent that even Elder Dayu's rage was cut through in an instant. To dare stand in front of me, blood seeped from Dian's lips, and talk about fairness, about people trampling over what they please, about your family dying? Dian's gaze pierced toward Elder Dayu, despite being the one being forcefully stamped into the ground. His eyes were so arrogant and lofty that it almost seemed as though he couldn't bear to lower himself to look at Elder Dayu. You're angry? You feel despair? You want vengeance? You want to vent your anger? You hypocritical bitch. Your cries of passion mean nothing to me. Your hatred means even less. If I saw your brothers die right in front of me, I wouldn't bat an eye. In fact, I might laugh. For the sake of your clan, you shackled mine. For the sake of your survival, you want to sacrifice the life of a boy. And now, for the sake of your anger, you want to throw all of that away? So you can feel fulfilled? So you can feel better about yourself? Blazing white erupted from Dian with his every word. His anger had reached such a fiendish level that he couldn't even believe what he was hearing anymore. He couldn't help but laugh laugh at this martial world that only seemed to see things from their perspective. His words seemed to pierce through to Elder Dayu, but he couldn't be bothered to care. This Elder Dayu had done too much. He wouldn't be forgiven. Not in this life, and not in the next. Dayan knew fully well what he was about to do was nothing short of a death sentence. Although he was able to save Zabia from this fate, that was only because he had access to his own soul strength. But if Dayan did this, it would be his own soul dissipating. How could one use a damaged soul to save a damaged soul? "I'm going to kill you," Dayan said as his aura erupted. The black band on his wrist immediately sprang to life, coating him in his Black Knight's armor. His 2 pair of wings sprang from his back as he lifted into the air. But this time, the armor perfectly formed around them, turning his angelic feathers into black and shining metallic blades. "I'm going to rip your arms out of their sockets. I'm going to tear your wings from your back. Every bit of despair the Dragon King once made you feel, I'm going to make you feel it again. And then I'll make sure that your entire clan is wiped from existence." Elder Dayu and Patriarch Ragnar felt an oppressive might wash over them in an instant. Normally, when someone burns their soul, they could jump as much as one entire cultivation level. A saint could become a celestial, or a celestial a Dao expert. However, Dayan's soul was no normal soul. He wasn't just burning his own talent. He was burning the talent of billions. This was his final stand, a culmination of power only made possible by all those who had died. Ri held her hand to her chest, deeply frowning. Because of her soul bond to Dayan, she could feel all of his emotions. She was clearer than anyone on the amount of agonizing pain that her husband was under right now. But she had forcefully pushed it down and ignored it so that she could focus on the task at hand. However, something was different now. Before, Dayan's pain was within her scope of understanding. But now, felt like his very soul was screaming. Ri grit her teeth, her blue-silver eyes glistening with tears as a fierce aura leaked from her. Dayan was fighting with everything he had to survive, but the people responsible for his struggles were right in front of her. Before, she had thoughts of subduing them and capturing them as prisoners. Now, though, she wanted nothing more than to see them all die. An army of demon generals was truly different, especially with Dayan's vice commanders leading the way. Initially, the Dayu had every thought of focusing their attacks of Ri, capturing her, and forcing the rest to surrender. However, there was a massive issue with their plans: the narrow path of the cave. The entrance of the cave only allowed for 4 large bodies to cross shoulder to shoulder, being only about 3 or so meters across. As soon as the demon generals surrounding Ri noticed the focus of the Dayu, they immediately retreated, anchoring themselves as the cave entrance. As a result, the Dayu lost much of the advantage their superior numbers gave them. At most, only 2 people side by side could attack comfortably. But when those 2 people were facing 2 of the best Saint Demon Generals Dayan had in his army, what chance did they have? River and Ronika's beautiful and immaculate figures stood before Ri and the 8 other demon generals, facing the onslaught of Dayu while somehow maintaining their elegance and gracefulness. Both used twin delicate short swords, and they seemed to work together seamlessly. Although the demon generals behind them were prepared to step in should their stamina give way, with how used the demon generals were to fighting campaigns for months on end, it almost seemed unnecessary. Seeing the situation, Ri had half a mind to leave the demon generals and head into the cave with Lionel as their guide. But this was much too risky. Having confirmed that Lionel was in fact a traitor as Dayan had guessed, allowing them to lead them through territory he saw as his own turf would be too idiotic. The truth was that with Ri's soul bond to Dayan, she could find his general location. The problem was that the Belmont Holy Land was a maze filled with the highest forms of spatial energy. The spatial energy itself meant nothing to Ri. No matter how high the quality of space will, how could it match her Void Supreme Law? Unlike most, the spatial fluctuations of the Belmont Holy Land were no more than a nuisance to Ri, one she could easily decipher if given enough time. The real problem was the maze aspect. If Ri had to follow a straight line, finding Dayan would be easy. But that was obviously impossible in a maze. Following Lionel into an unknown land like that was practically suicide. And that was not even to mention the most glaring problem with this approach. If Lionel was capable of navigating the tunnels and finding positions of things within the Belmont Holy Land, why had the Dayu needed Maying or Jade at all? Couldn't they have just saved themselves the hassle by using Lionel? Had they done that, their plan might have unfolded seamlessly because Maying would have never outed their plans. Initially, when the Dayu saw that two women were obstructing their path, being an attack force made up of a predominantly male lineup, there were plenty of raised eyebrows and lewd smiles, especially considering the beauty of River and Ronica. But, when their tough bodies started to sliced apart by domineering sword intent, and the bodies began to pile at the cave entrance, they couldn't help but shift in their assessment of these beauties. The task of overwhelming the demon generals at the cave entrance only became more and more difficult as the bodies of the fallen began to obstruct their path. It became an added extra layer of defense of Ri and her protectors. Even worse was the fact the Dayu's decision to attack Ri first had placed them in a pincer-like situation. The 3,000 demon generals, under the command of the vice-commanders, were calm and collected. They fully understood that Ri was safe for the foreseeable future because of the communication arrays that had long since been implanted within them by Dayan. As such, they could focus on an organized attack of the scattered Dayu and Niveus God sect. Although Evelyn had made it a point to only bring along higher essence-gathering experts and saints, how could they hope to match up against the demon generals? If it wasn't for the sheer amount of Niveus God sect members, coupled with the tens of thousands of Dayu who attacked the Belmont Holy Land, this battle would have long since been over. That said, underestimating the Dayu would be foolhardy. This was a clan capable of wiping out an entire royal god clan. They also had access to some of the best legacies in the entire quadrants, and across quadrants in general. Couple this with their robust stamina and strong bodies, provided to them by their Black Jade Dragon bloodline, and they would be a difficult opponent to face. Explosions and sounds of battle once again rained down on the Belmont Holy Land. The pointed and methodical advance of the demon generals was met by an odd mixture of beauties and testosterone. However, it was clear that the Niveus and Dayu were slowly organizing themselves. With the absence of Elder Dayu, the Dayu were a bit slow. But they had vice-commanders of their own. Now that the element of surprise was slowly fading, this would be a tough battle. In the deep reaches of space, King Acacia desperately carried his wife toward the only place he knew might save her. He hadn't hesitated to leave Ri behind because he had a full understanding of the protection she had. The Demon Sage's tower alone couldn't be scratched by a saint-level being. And, with how many energy stones Dayan had at his disposal, she would easily be able to power defenses to stop Celestials. In fact, if Dayan had any transcendent stones, even defending attacks from peak Dao formation experts would be child's play. He had no way of knowing that his daughter would dive head first into danger. Before he left, he sent message after message telling her that he would be back and not to do anything reckless. But maybe if he took some time to see how lost he was with his wife's fragile frame in his arms, he would understand his daughter's feelings too. Kawa groaned. Her body was bloodied beyond belief, and with her control over her body, she could tell that her spine was broken in several places. Don't move, don't move. King Acacia grit his teeth, increasing his pace. He flashed forward hundreds of miles at a time, slicing through space and appearing to teleport with each step he took. Idrim, no! Kawa protested. She could hardly open her eyes, but she could tell that her husband was getting farther and farther away from the battle. How could she allow their allies to lose such a strong supporter just because of her? This was about the life and death of more than one person. Don't speak, Kawa. You don't understand. Kawa spoke through a fit of coughs. If you leave them, there's no chance. A deep frown surfaced on King Acacia's features. He hadn't comprehended just how his wife had been defeated so quickly when they had fought Patriarch Cavasitas. Before his untimely demise due to being pushed too far, King Acacia had determined that his fighting prowess was no less than the peak of the celestial stage. However, even then he knew fully well that his wife could last more than a few bouts against him. And yet, King Acacia had used no more than a few seconds to cool the atmosphere and stop the chain reaction that threatened to destroy the Earth. But Kawa had been beaten in that time? It made no sense. If King Acacia knew that Patriarch Ragnar claimed to be at the peak of the celestial stage as well, he would be even more confused. He's not a celestial. Kawa struggled to speak, trying to get her words out, but her collapsed lungs were making even breathing difficult. Not a celestial. Those words were like thunder in King Acacia's ears. What did Kawa mean, not a celestial? Could he already be a Tao formation expert? That didn't make any sense. In addition, if that was the case, why would he lie to Diane about what his martial prowess was? Wouldn't it have been more impactful to say that he was a Tao formation expert? Wouldn't that have made Diane feel more despair? Kawa tried to shake her head but failed miserably. The eruption of pain it sent down her spine made her regret her decision instantly. He's not a Tao formation expert. Kawa choked out. He's a fit of coughs erupted from Kawa as blood flew from her mouth. He's a saint. King Acacia nearly froze in the air. A saint? What? Didn't he manipulate celestial energy? Didn't he defeat Kawa? How could he just be a saint? None of this made any sense. If he was a saint, why hadn't King Acacia, someone known for his sensory abilities, been able to see through it? Even more importantly, why was this something Kawa was so afraid of? She had clearly just said that if King Acacia left, there would be no chance. What was going on? King Acacia couldn't split his mind to think about it. He could only hope that Kawa found enough energy to explain, or that she became healed enough to do so. Hours had passed since the war broke out, at least half a day in reality. And although the pace at which a celestial could cross the universe was quick, Kawa couldn't protect herself from the dangers. So King Acacia had no choice but to divert some of his own power. This not only slowed him, but likely put more strain on Queen Acacia's injuries. But soon, the hours of work paid off and King Acacia saw exactly what he needed approaching quickly. The ice belt. With Kawa's kitsune lineage, especially the fact she was the river kitsune, her affinity for water-type wills was nearly unparalleled. If she was a normal human with this type of affinity, it would hardly matter. But remember that beasts are meant to be the physical representations of the will they represent for the sake of the balance of the universe. This meant that there was nothing in the universe more suited to healing Kawa than a bombardment of the strongest water-type abyssal cores available to the universe. Seeing where they were, Kawa could only smile weakly and bitterly. It was clear that her husband hadn't heeded her warning at all. Now, even if he hurried back on his own, it would take at least a few hours. They were hundreds of galaxies and countless solar systems away now, much to her frustration. Kawa wanted to use essence energy to communicate her words, but she was simply tapped out and only had enough energy to struggle to stay awake. She had been left in a terrible state by Patriarch Ragnar and Cavasitas. She simply didn't have any thine left in her small body to give. Within her, something sinister was spreading, a poison Diane was all too familiar with, except not only was this on an entirely other level, Kawa didn't have the strength to fight it. King Acacia touched down onto the ice belt. It looked like nothing more than a sheet of endless white. Blizzards carried all sorts of frozen precipitation, from large hailstones to soft snowflakes. The canvas of whites and sharp blues chilled even King Acacia to the bone. He, himself, was a highly lauded water will expert, but even this part of the ice belt was too much for him to handle, being thousands of miles deeper than the area Pationiva took Delia. And yet, he did the unthinkable. Without any hesitation, he removed all protection from his wife, laying her bloodied and fragile body on a transparent sheet of ice. The bed she lay on was so large and so clear that one could through to space itself on the other end. King Acacia's eyes glistened, but threatened to ice over in an instant as he watched his wife's beautiful figure morph into a majestic white fox. Anger shook his heart as he blamed himself. Kawa's tails had been completely ripped away. Her pride as a kitsune, spit on by the vicious and disgusting actions of Patriarch Ragnar. She was only about 3 hand lengths long, and her small frame was trembling. But King Acacia could tell that she was slowly healing as a blue gently wafted above her once flawless white fur. The small fox coughed, causing red crystals to fly from its tiny mouth. A small smile spread across King Acacia's lips as he watched his wife's adorable nose twitch with her sigh of relief. However, there was a hidden pain within King Acacia's eyes. Kawa had once foregone her beast path to tread along the human path so that she could birth their little Alex. But with that decision went her ability to use the cold to heal as she was doing now. So, one might wonder just how was she benefiting from an ability she had lost. The simple answer was that she had regained those abilities. The complicated answer was that nothing in the universe came free of charge. One couldn't just switch between disciplines with such ease and not expect repercussions. No one knew this more than King Acacia, and because of that, he didn't know if he would ever be able to see his wife's human form again. Dian stood in the skies with his metallic wings flapping slowly, and yet, their every-minute movement caused even Elder Dayu to feel pressure to take a step back. The reason was simple. When others burned their soul as a final result, they would pour the excess energy into their body or energy cultivation. However, Dian was different. In fact, he only diverted the slightest bit of energy to reconstruct the largest breaks in his bones, completely ignoring the near-infinite amount of fractures. Unlike everyone else, Dian poured all of his power into his soul. He knew fully well that if he fueled his body or energy cultivation, it would do next to nothing. If he boosted his energy cultivation, he would trigger Innerworld Sanctuary, and if he boosted his body cultivation, at most he would reach mid-celestial levels. That wasn't enough, not with the time constraints he had. Flames of blazing white danced along his Black Knight's armor as his soul strength tore through stage after stage. Lower celestial stage. Higher celestial stage. Peak celestial stage. Lower Tao formation stage. Middle Tao formation stage. Higher Tao formation stage. Peak Tao formation stage. Dian's soul climbed all the way to a stage only matched by Tao formation experts. His breath was ragged, and his body was already bursting at the seams. He knew very well that he couldn't last long in this form. If his soul didn't crumble, his body would. 10 seconds. Dragon King, Dian roared. Seals burst from Dian's armor, causing its grade to reach untold levels. But what truly caused Elder Dayu and Patriarch Ragnar to tremble was the overbearing domain that covered them an instant later. With Dian burning his soul, the Dragon King's weapon had a near-endless amount of energy to fuel it at its peak, and Dian took full advantage. The surroundings became filled with a pressure so domineering that Patriarch Ragnar immediately lost control of his wills. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon lightning to attack Dian in the air. As for Elder Dayu, he was already feeling the ill effects of forcefully using portions of his cultivation he had sealed away. He knew very well that his life would be coming to end soon, whether it was under Dian's hands or the universe's. Even worse, considering the situation, Dian had no reason to continue lying about being the Dragon King, and yet he did. Through all of this, Elder Dayu couldn't help but think that he had been in the wrong. The Aurora steps flashed into the air. Without a shred of hesitation, Dian unleashed his soul pressure onto Elder Dayu and Patriarch Ragnar. With the increase in his soul strength, his target no longer had to be directly below the steps. In fact, Dian felt like he could cover hundreds of kilometers if he wanted to. 9 seconds, Dian's mind raced. He could feel with his added sensory abilities that Elder Dayu was on the last legs of his life. By logic, it would make sense for Dian to then ignore him and attack Patriarch Ragnar because Elder Dayu would be dying anyway. But Dian couldn't underestimate Celestials, especially one who was formerly a Tao formation expert. There was no telling how long he could last, and Dian would be completely helpless in less than 10 seconds. If Dian went after Patriarch Ragnar and failed, then he'd have 2 injured Celestials to deal with while being completely incapacitated. But if he went after the sure kill, then he might be able to injure Patriarch Ragnar just enough before he ran out of time. Thinking that far, Dian immediately moved, no longer second-guessing himself. He was dancing on the edge of a blade, and he knew it. But the determination in his eyes had flared to all new levels. He had too many people counting on him, too many people he couldn't let down. As for what would happen after these 10 seconds, Dian didn't know. What he did know, though, was that no matter what, he would only have thoughts of victory. Dian's speed was blinding. By relying on his Black Knight's armor to protect his body, he could use his soul to freely power his speed to its peak levels. It didn't take Dian too long to notice that although his soul had been boosted in power output, the pressure it placed on Patriarch Ragnar wasn't vastly increased as he had hoped. A small portion of him clung to the idea that Patriarch Ragnar and Elder Dayu's souls might directly collapse under the pressure the Aurora Steps put on them. But clearly the Aurora Steps didn't acknowledge the hollow increase in his soul power. But that didn't matter. As long as he could stop Patriarch Ragnar from moving, that was enough. Elder Dayu watched helplessly as Dian's figure blurred toward him. A scythe filled with second intent level death chi whipped toward his robust scales. There was no movement for Elder Dayu. With the damage of his soul that the celestial deer sect had caused, the Aurora Steps had an even greater effect on him than Patriarch Ragnar. Thousands of weapons hell arrays filled the skies, bombarding Elder Dayu with endless death chi-filled javelins. There was no hesitation or sympathy in Dian's actions. He unleashed powerful attack after powerful attack. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Elder Dayu was unable to react in the least. Countless cuts filled his robust scales, chipping them off under the endless flurry of attacks. Soul strength was neglected because it was the most difficult discipline to apply into real power, and the truth of that was on full display. Although Dian's soul strength had been boosted to Dao formation levels, allowing him to use his supreme law wills without reserve and allowing the use of the Dragon King's weapon to its fullest extent, his attack strength was still pitiful in the face of Elder Dayu, even when he was unable to retaliate. If it wasn't for the fact Dian had access to a supreme law, he might not be able to injure Elder Dayu in his current form at all. 7 seconds. Patriarch Ragnar struggled to lift his head up. He had been worried about what was happening, but when he saw how Dian's endless attacks were only causing flesh wounds, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Struggle. Go on. Patriarch Ragnar could tell that this wouldn't last long for Dian. Although he was upset by the fact that Dian was burning his soul, which would cause trouble for their plans, it was better than him dying. The entity would likely punish them severely, but Patriarch Ragnar knew that he still needed them, so his life was safe for now. Dian ignored Patriarch Ragnar's laughter. His attacks became faster and more pointed. He tried mixing in all kinds of wills. His black flames, his white flames. He even used his crystal will to amplify his attacks to their fullest extent. Dian wasn't willing to divert his soul power from powering his armor to powering his scythe. If he did so, one swipe from Elder Dayu would be able to end his life. But Dian knew he had to risk it. There just wasn't enough time left. 5 seconds. The armor completely disappeared from Dian's body just as he diverted all of his energy to the scythe in his hand, powering the Dragon King's weapon to total offense. His scythe swung downward, coated with a powerful edge of 5th-level fused sword and space will, accompanied by blazing black flames and endless death chi. Agag! Elder Dayu roared as his arm went flying, accompanied by a chorus of blood that drained out of his 20-meter-tall figure. Dian's eyes widened. The effectiveness of the Dragon King's weapon was astounding. Although Dian immediately felt a massive drain on his soul, despite his burning state, he couldn't help but feel respect. When properly fueled, the Dragon King's weapon was likely the greatest in existence. How many weapons could boast having been forged by the cultivation of a transcendent? Dian rushed forward, a vicious glint in his eyes. His arms were tired. His soul was crying out in despair, and he was mentally fatigued beyond belief. But all he saw was victory. For seconds, a tempest of winds followed Dian's swing as he poured everything he had into hacking at Elder Dayu's neck, continuously pinning him down with endless weapons hell arrays. His weapons hall pagoda appeared domineeringly in the air. Much like the Aurora Steps, it didn't acknowledge Dian's superficial increase in power, and thus didn't produce supreme-level weapons. But it allowed Dian to pump out near-endless amount of Grandmaster-level weapons that were a mere breath away from becoming spiritual-level weapons. Explosions of epic proportions continuously raged across Elder Dayu's massive figure, keeping him pinned down as Dian swung toward his neck without remorse. All of his anger, hatred, and loathing were backed by this single strike. His arrogance poured out from his very being. In his mind, there was nothing in this universe capable of stopping him. Nothing in the universe worthy of stopping his strike. Even if all of the transcendents in existence wanted Elder Dayu to live today, he wouldn't. A mantra rang forth from Dian's mind as he roared with all his might. If God stood before him, he would slay God. If Buddha stepped before him, he would slay Buddha. A new will bloomed into existence at that very moment. It was a will that universe had never gifted to anyone, and a will only Dian would ever be worthy of wielding. It had a simple name, but this simple name would resonate throughout the whole of the cosmos in just a few hundred years. At that moment, Dian's sword and spear will disappeared from existence, being unworthy of coexisting with this will. A will that would become Dian's second comprehended supreme law, the will of a weapons master. Dian's scythe connected with the vein of Elder Dayu's massive neck. There was a moment between the two of them that seemed to extend a split second into hours. In that time, Dian saw a flood of emotions spill from Elder Dayu's eyes, but in the end, there was only regret and resignation. Elder Dayu's head flew from his shoulders, and with it went the life of a former mighty Dao formation expert. 3 seconds. Dian's arms trembled as he flew toward Patriarch Ragnar as quickly as his body would allow. He could feel that he was reaching his utmost limit, but he had no choice but to carry on. Blood spilled from wounds that constantly opened up on his body. His soul was screaming in pain, holding on by a final string that was only a breath away from being cut, and it felt like summoning any one of his wills was as difficult as lifting a 10-ton boulder. Patriarch Ragnar's laughter had long since been cut off. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Few would understand just how powerful Elder Dayu's defenses were in that state. But how could Patriarch Ragnar not after witnessing it for himself? The reason Dian had previously been able to blow an arm off of Elder Dayu and damage him severely was because in that state, Elder Dayu was still suppressed to the realms of a celestial. In addition, his body and soul were greatly weakened, being more comparable to a saint, although a very strong peak saint. As a result, Dian was able to make use of the Dragon King's disruption of Elder Dayu's focus, and a culmination of his most impressive wills to heavily damage him. However, the state Elder Dayu was in when Dian killed him was on a completely different level. Elder Dayu had completely ignored the consequences and blazed his cultivation to their former levels, or, more accurately, as close to his former levels as his body would allow. This allowed his body strength to once again step into Dao formation levels. A level that was capable of damaging the material Dian's puppet was made out of. And yet, Dian cut off not only his arm, but his head. The fact Dian could have even scratched him beforehand was a testament to the power boost his soul received to the peak Dao formation level. But to then take all of that power and kill Elder Dayu in that state. 2 seconds. Dian heavily breathed over Patriarch Ragnar as he raised his scythe as quickly as his arms would allow. It had taken him much too long to fly over here, but without the Black Knight's armor protecting him, and with how damaged his body already was, flying at peak speeds was no more than a joke. Dian didn't waste any words. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. He simply didn't have the energy to. He had no idea what would happen after this swing, but he put everything he had into it. His only thoughts were of killing the 5-meter-tall man in front of him, the man that had put him into such a situation of endless despair. A man who had brought him to his knees. Patriarch Ragnar said nothing as he watched the scythe descend. His eyes seemed to be less focused on Dian, and more trained on the Dragon King's weapon. He knew as much as anyone that Dian had only survived this long because of that weapon. Without its protection, Elder Dayu would have killed him, and without its strength, he would have a ghost of a chance to injure either one of them. And yet, he had killed one of them. Dian roared with the last of his strength, his scythe glistening. To think I would be pushed this far. By a child. Saint energy erupted around Patriarch Ragnar. Dian had hardly any time to register the fact that what he was sensing simply didn't make any sense. The truth of the matter was more obvious than anyone was willing to admit. It was common knowledge that the Ragnars had an exceedingly difficult time at transcending heavenly tribulations. If you were a Ragnar that managed to survive crossing into sainthood, you were already a miracle among miracles and a treasured genius. If you managed to transcend 2 tribulations and become a celestial, you would be among the highest officials in Ragnar clan history. You would simply be of too much importance. How could such an important official be sent to this tiny universe? That was not even to mention the fact Patriarch Ragnar had claimed to be a peak celestial. Someone like that would have a chance to transcend their final mortal tribulation would never be sent on such a mission to wither away in this universe. From the very beginning, Patriarch Ragnar being a celestial made no sense. Dian didn't think about it. All he could focus on was swinging his scythe faster and faster. He had locked down Patriarch Ragnar's ability to move with his Aurora steps, and he had locked down Patriarch Ragnar's ability to use wills with the Dragon King's domain. He refused to believe that he would lose. Patriarch Ragnar roared as the blade was just inches from his neck. But nothing happened. Dian's scythe cleanly cut Patriarch Ragnar's head in half, slicing through his ears from one side to the other. Blood fell to the ground heavily, pooling at the former Ragnar god clan's head. Dian's vision swam. The white blaze that had once surrounded him faded, leaving behind a bloodied teenage boy with too many broken bones to count. His feet dragged as he walked to the stone etchings that held the seal. He had one final thing to do before his soul strength ran out completely. Under the strength of the seal, Dian had no need for the Belmont family flames, and the stone seal opened with ease. But this time the entity didn't come. It would be helpless in front of the weapon of the 33 heavens. So it remained hidden. The 2 bulbs of bobbing light were taken up by Dian and stored within the seal. Dian knew from his master's memories that what was truly sealing the entity wasn't the mortals. The mortals were simply used as a proxy to chain the entity with the laws of this universe. This was why the energy density of the universe had plummeted. It was all being used to seal it. This was the same reason why, although Dian broke the soul seal, the seal on the entity itself never weakened. The reason the martial world hadn't simply given the mortal realm their talent back was because none of them had a means of breaking the seal after enough gamma energy was accumulated. By the time the seal on the mortals had fueled the gathering of sufficient gamma energy to properly seal the entity, Dian's master was nothing more than a soul, and there weren't any who were skilled enough array alchemists to make use of the seal. Until Dian. With his task complete, Dian sealed the stone array, feeling the last of his soul strength collapsing. If he didn't hurry and find someone of something capable of stopping this collapse, he would die. Gritting his teeth, he began the long journey to the Belmont Holdland catacombs, hoping he'd manage to find his way out through the spatial fluctuations. But that was when a resounding laughter caused Dian's steps to freeze and his heart to tremble with an endless cold. To think, me, ha! Patriarch Ragnar's voice filled the space. He sounded half like a madman and half like a laughing clown. But either way, Dian couldn't help but turn his head listlessly toward the sound of the voice. There stood a perfectly healthy Patriarch Ragnar. But his hair was no longer that golden blonde. Even his blue eyes had darkened to a deep brown. Since you've made me come out, I should give you a proper welcoming. Patriarch Ragnar bowed in the air, spreading his arms out theatrically. Loki the trickster at your service. Within Arena City, the battle of the Pakals and Ragnars was still raging. Many elven subfamilies had joined into the fray, leaving the defense against the other attacking planet to the main branch families. At this point, the arena itself no longer held a semblance to a stadium. The seats and skyboxes that once held citizens and the highest officials of the universe were in ruins. The fighting itself had crashed through and entered the once barren streets, and neutral citizens could only helplessly flee or hide, trying to avoid the destruction. To most, the outcome of this war didn't matter to them. They had no investment either way. Whether the Ragnars or the Belmonts ruled, they would still remain at the bottom of the martial food chain. Knowing this, why would they put their lives on the line? The Sapientia, in keeping with their neutral and peacemaking motto, worked under the command of a shaken Connery Sapientia to help evacuate the citizens. As part of maintaining their outward image to the world, This was a necessary part of Connery's job as their leader. Ipsum. Enough people have died. The patriarch of the Seaclam clan spoke impatiently. His partner in crime had supposedly said she would do her job, but hours had passed without a single change. This can only be done once. If it gets shot down too quickly, it'll be us who pay for it in the end because you won't have the support of me and my sisters anymore. Can you bear that, with your weak constitutions? Matriarch Ipsum barked back. If anyone familiar with the Ipsum and Seaclam clans saw these two leaders barking at each other, they would only sigh and turn their attention elsewhere. It wasn't rare for this to occur between them, for the simple fact that their clans were really one in the same. The Ipsum clan was made entirely of females. The Seaclam clan was made entirely of males. Both clans shared outstanding soul talent. This made the Seaclams best suited to utilizing the elven foresight technique, while the Ipsums were highly suited to learning their artificial red crystal will. The only reason they were separated as they were was by design of the Ragnars. They liked to maintain the strictest order amongst their subordinates. The Ipsums and Seaclams weren't allowed to marry. However, they were constantly crossbred, as though they were animals. This was simply the way of the Ragnars. Exploitation, manipulation, abuse. However, the Ipsums and Seaclams had no choice, and, for that matter, neither did any of the other auxiliary clans under the command of the main Ragnar Emperor God clan. For the same reason Thor could never hope to escape, they were forever tied to that evil family. Patriarch Seaclam took exception to Matriarch Ipsum's provocations, but he couldn't help but admit that she was correct. Humph! Matriarch Ipsum looked away, satisfied with the silent response of acceptance she received. But she immediately did something that made Patriarch Seaclam's lip twitch. Let's go, Ipsum pillars. 10 elderly women disappeared from their location. Tsh! Patriarch Seaclam nearly rolled his eyes. The battle raged onward, completely oblivious to the shifting plans of the Ragnar auxiliary clans. Unlike wars led by Dian, wars of the martial world were strikingly different, especially ones that start almost spontaneously like this one. Kedlam's eldest brother had taken the commanding position, but in terms of orders, he rarely gave any out. He led by example, storming through the sea of blonde hair, blue eyes, and endless lightning with his reddened fists. He had lost count for the amount of Ragnars that had fallen under his fists, but he was intent on making his way to Thor and Vidar, both of whom were running nearly unmatched. They were both surrounded by tens of saint-level guards which allowed them to weed through to competition they could face. However, all of the Pakals knew how large of a blow it would be for them to take out two faith-seated members of the Ragnars. Everyone knew that there was a massive taboo against stealing faith seeds. In fact, taking a Ragnar faith seed was little more than a death sentence to many, even if you were a part of the Ragnars. This was because the Ragnar had long since used special methods to control those who inherited these faith seeds. This was why, despite being a sadist among sadists, Loki Ragnar never thought of stealing his son's nor Thor's faith seeds. However, what everyone also knew was that there was a method to cripple a faith seed, causing it to take much longer to reincarnate as compared to the usual. If a faith seed was shattered before it could dissipate, it would take time to reform in the stream of reincarnation before it could be birthed along with the next genius. That was the goal of Eir Pakal, Kedlam's eldest brother. If he could shatter both Vidar's and Thor's faith seeds, he would completely take out the number 3 and 4 most powerful faith seeds in Ragnar history. It could take upwards of hundreds of thousands of years for them to manifest again. By then, the Pakals could take advantage of the power swing. The main Ragnar branch would normally never allow so many faith seeds to be away, and in one location like this. Unfortunately for them, as fate would have it, both Vidar and Thor were born here. Eir's eyes glowed a savage red as his muscles rippled. His every step left deep dents in the once sturdy stadium floor, and his strong back caused the warriors in his charge to roar with respect and increased morale. However, before Eir could even make it to his goal, a blinding red light covered the skies, blossoming with it a complex red formation. At each of its 10 corners stood a cloaked Ipsum elder, channeling their everything into this one moment. The battles all seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, just what was going to happen. Ayer's frown deepened, his brows furrowing and his lips pressing into a thin line. He hated how unprepared they were for everything. This should have been a war that they were constantly preparing for, and yet the Ragnars attacked at the most inopportune time. The truth was that had the Ragnars gone through with their initial plan of waiting in ambush at the Belmont Holy Lands, they would have had far less success than what they had now. There were simply too many things for the Belmonts and their allies to handle now. The blinding red light only seemed to increase with intensity. Those who were conscious of what was going on began to feel an odd pulling force on their blood. It was more of an irritant and was easily fought off, but it left many of them with an uneasy feeling. And then, it happened. Pillars of red light beamed downward from the formation. A panicked cry came out from the Allied forces as they tried to fight these beams off. But they suddenly noticed that they weren't being attacked at all. Every single one of the thousands of beams that, from the sky, landed directly onto a corpse. Confusion colored the faces of those around. However, the pointed response by the Ragnars to the situation let everyone know that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Array plate after array plate was crushed. In an instant, tens of thousands of Ragnars were perfectly coated in a thin sheet of red aura that smelt faintly of blood. The hairs on Ayer's neck stood up as an ill premonition flashed through his mind. Retreat! He roared at the top of his lungs, using his saint energy to project his voice as far as it would go. However, why would the Ragnars allow such a thing to happen so easily? If the Pakals turned their backs to them, they would simply slaughter them in pursuit. The Pakals fell into chaos. Half wanted to follow the orders of their young master, but the other half couldn't understand the need for it. They didn't have the senses of Ayer, and they let their anger get the best of them when they noticed the Ragnars shamefully attacking their backs with large smirks on their faces. How could Ayer not know that this would happen? Of course, he understood. But he also knew that he had no choice, and the next moments would prove him exactly right. There were few more familiar with the Ipsum family will than Dian, and he had described it as nothing more than a blood-sucking leech. When the Ipsum family crystal will evolved to an intent, it would reach the artificial supreme law levels in power. It was one of the many experimentations of the Ragnar family, and one of the very few that actually succeeded. However, what few knew or understood was that the red crystals weren't just a will. They weren't an inanimate object left to be manipulated by martial artists. No, they were born of blood sacrifice. They were organisms that could never be satiated. They were always hungry. This was why the Ipsum family could never afford to master more than a single will. It wasn't that they were less talented. In fact, they were likely among the most talented for having succeeded in mastering this malevolent crystal will to begin with. It was that if they didn't focus their entire being, their absolute everything, into controlling this will, they would be devoured. The beams of red light increased in intensity as they began to bore into the dead. Grotesque squirms of their skin and boils filled with blood seemed to bubble the corpses to life. Soon, fallen allies, both Pakal, Ragnar, and Elvin, began to rise up. There was no intelligence in their eyes. In fact, all anyone saw was an endless abyss of darkness that oversplit with crimson waters. The once dead, and now undead, stood awkwardly to their feet, some falling over in their first attempt before having to try again. When Ayer saw that the Ragnars were using their fallen comrades, his anger boiled as the pain in his chest threatened to tear an heart from his chest. How long had he hated the Ragnars and their despicable means? How long had he watched them continuously ignore the line was common human decency to step into another level of abyssal hell? And now he was watching it unfold. Yet again, before his very eyes, his anger told him to charge forward, to put everything on the line to kill them all once and for all. But his rationality told him that this just didn't make sense. He knew that it wasn't smart to attack. Gritting his teeth, Ayer repeated his order. Retreat! However, just how many Pakals would listen? Seeing their friends and family, those they had just mourned the loss of, rise up to be used by a scumbag family. How could they stand for this? Many lost their heads, charging blindly in a fit of rage. There was nothing Ire could do. Without his father here, there was no one of absolute authority. Maybe if the martial world was more organized, maybe if they were more prepared, they could have avoided all of this. The Pakals who lost themselves in rage relentlessly pushed forward, hacking down and punching through every Ragnar they found, but that only lasted until they finally ran into the first line of undead. All it took was a simple grip, and then two, and then three. Screams of horror and agony rang out from Pakals who drowned under the embrace of their undead family members. The blood leaching will spread, digging into the scream of the screaming Pakals and tunneling its way to their souls. Just like what happened to Diane. Everything slowed down for them. They couldn't use their wills. They couldn't speak. They couldn't see. Soon, everything was dark. And then, they were dead. Within the Belmont Holy Land, the battle of the demon generals and the Dayu was going slowly, but steadily. River and Ronica continued to defend the cave's mouth with Ree to their back, having tied down both Lionel and Evelyn. All while the demon generals continued to pincer the desperate Dayu from the other side. The demon generals were outnumbered almost 10-1. But their talent and coordination was so far superior that the Dayu could hardly take advantage of their number difference. This was, of course, because of a tactic Diane had implemented specifically for non-gate battles. A major problem found in martial world battles had to do with the proper matching of forces. Oftentimes, those of lower cultivation would be forced to charge in first before those with greater contribution and cultivation came in later. However, this was only feasible for the beginning of the battle. By endgame, or even sooner in cases of spontaneous battles like this one, the cultivations of the warriors would mix heavily. Sometimes, those of higher cultivation wouldn't bother with those beneath them, keeping with an unspoken moral code. However, the number of shameless individuals in the martial world was on full display for everyone to see. There was no question that for every noble warrior, there would be 3 or more scum. This would obviously be a problem for many armies and would also result in situations where manpower would have to be diverted in order to ensure that promising geniuses weren't killed before they had time to develop. In order to solve this problem, Diane implemented a simple but effective formation. It allowed essence gathering and saint-level experts to seamlessly switch battle positions depending on the concentration of experts. This shift would, of course, be manned by the vice commanders. The army itself was split into 5, 10, and 100-man teams. However, the ratios of experts were expertly balanced using 3-to-2 ratios. This allowed for either a saint-heavy or essence-gathering-heavy unit. Each vice commander would be aware of what ratio they were responsible for and would thus coordinate to shift the formation according to needs. In this way, essence-gathering experts would never be left exposed to overwhelming odds, and neither would saints divert their power to opponents who were too weak for them, thereby wasting their potential impact on the battlefield. This was known as the checkered formation variation for efficiency. Within the cave, Ree turned her attention from Lionel and Evelyn. She was much too tempted to try and make use of Lionel to find Diane, so she had to distract herself. There was no need for her to personally watch Lionel considering he was being monitored by a demon general. Ree's eyes flashed with a dense black as she slowly formed the most basic weapons hell arrays. Sitting cross-legged and focusing her senses, they began to manifest at the top of the cave entrance. Although it would be foolish for her to enter the battle personally, what she could do was cause chaos within the ranks of the Dayu. Right now they were pincered between the demon general army and the cave entrance, so Ree had many targets to play with. The arrays began to slowly spin. As an array that required a lower foundation stage soul, it was tough for Ree to form them. In fact, she could only sustain 2 at a time. But that was enough because Ree had her void will. River and Ronica smiled as they noticed the arrays appear above them in support, and their grins only got wider when the spears of darkness were finally unleashed. They seemed to teleport through the air at blinding speeds, jumping into and out of the void as it crashed into a large cluster of Dayu. Cries of pain and agitation rang outward, but Ree paid them no mind as she slowly geared up another. Loud booms resounded through the Dayu army. By the time they noticed what was causing it all and tried to destroy the arrays, they also noticed that River and Ronica wouldn't allow such a thing to happen so easily. However, a good thing couldn't never last forever. With Ri's poor soul talent and strength, after she launched her 10th spear, she was already beginning to feel great fatigue, but that was when she felt a delicate hand touch her shoulder, infusing her with the added strength she needed. When Ri noticed it was the shy Kita that was helping her, she couldn't help but smile. Dian had told her that had it not been for Kita's soul talent, he might have missed the world tournament entirely. Just when Ri was about to turn her attention back to the battle, her ring shimmered and Madeline suddenly appeared by her side. Madeline, Ri's brows furrowed. You're still fatigued. You've done enough, go rest. Ri said sternly. Although few knew, Ri was right there when it happened. Had it not been for Madeline's celestial intent, Dian's struggle might have been for nothing. It was no wonder she was tired. She had literally brought their husband back from the brink of death. Madeline looked around and sighed when she noticed Lionel being tied up. She shook her head and sat right next to Ri, grasping onto her hand. She was tired, but she couldn't rest knowing everyone was fighting on without her. Light purple flames began to dance along her skin, melding together with Ri's. Ri felt Madeline's soul intertwine with her own, and she felt her shiver when she realized the amount of pain Dian was in right now. There was nothing Ri could do at that point. After Madeline realized how hard their husband was struggling, she would never be able to rest easy. Madeline's flames blazed with more fervor, but they weren't hot like the fire phoenix's domineering flames, nor were they cold like the elegance of the ice phoenix flames. They were just comfortable and filled Ri with an endless warmth. There was no questioning Madeline's soul talent. As one of the very few capable of mastering music will, there was no doubt that she had an advantage in this category. But when Ri felt the effect she had on her, her eyes couldn't help but widen. The weapon's hell arrays in the sky multiplied. 2 became 4, then 4 became 8, then 8 became 16. In the end, almost 50 furiously rotating arrays appeared in the skies coated with gentle purple flames and dark void will. And together, they rained chaos down upon the Dayu. Within the coldest reaches of the ice belt, in the very same solar system that housed Patieniva's former home, King Acacia watched silently as his wife slowly healed. Much to his sadness, her 9 tails didn't grow back entirely. In fact, she only had a single tail now. He couldn't help but absent-mindedly stroke her soft fur, unable to forgive himself. He should have stayed instead, but he was too weak. He had been forced to let his own wife protect him, and look at the result? How could he be happy with this? He was grateful that Kawa would be able to remain by his side, and with their soul bond, they could communicate just fine. But to delude himself into thinking everything was okay when it wasn't, he just couldn't do it. Idrim. A faint voice entered King Acacia's mind. It was weak, but it was there. You have to go back. Only you can deal with him. No one else can. If you don't hurry, everyone will die. What do you mean? I don't understand anything you're saying. You said he was a saint. But why does that mean it's only me who can defeat him? King Acacia was a true empath, and he could tell that his wife wasn't lying nor exaggerating. But that didn't mean he could read her mind to the finest detail. He truly was confused. Do you want to know why I lost so quickly? Why Patriarch Ragnar didn't dare to attack when the both of us were there? Why he only made a move after you left? Kawa tried to explain things as quickly as possible. It's because if he attacked with you there, you would have seen through it immediately. He isn't a celestial, nor does he have the combat power of a celestial. He injured me by using Patriarch Cavasitas, not himself. He only made it look like he was the one to injure me, so that you all would hand him Dian willingly. At this point, Kawa's small body was shivering. She had been screaming and struggling the whole time, trying to tell everyone that it was nothing but a trick, but she had been forced to watch as her son-in-law traded his life away for hers. At this point, King Acacia was starting to piece some things together. The Ragnar would never send a celestial of theirs here. They were much too valuable to them. Patriarch Ragnar was never a celestial. He had been relying on Patriarch Cavasita's battle prowess all this time as a puppet to make it seem like he had that level of power. At most, he was a peak-level saint. He didn't attack while King Acacia was present because King Acacia's true empathy would have seen through it completely. His tricks would have been laid bare and King and Queen Xianxia would no longer have to attack with reservation, wondering when he would act. But that still doesn't explain why I'm the only one. We still have some hope in Amel and Nora returning. King Xianxia responded. Idrim, think about it. Do you think a person who can fool celestials into thinking he was a celestial is a normal person? Do you think someone capable of toying with planets and clans behind our back like this is a normal person? Kawa struggled to get up, weakly balancing on her small and delicate paws as she looked at her husband. If it wasn't for that man, the kitsune wouldn't have found us so quickly. We could have watched regrow and fall in love together. Instead, it was ripped away from us all so that he could chase away the biggest threat to his plan. Crystal-like tears fell from Kawa's blue eyes. If it wasn't for his manipulation, P11 would have never thought he had to watch the slaughter of his family to improve his Tao. Nor would the P11 clan have been used to fuel Patriarch Cavacita's cultivation. He never planned to kill me, because if he did, you would automatically go after him. He tricked us all, knowing that you would take me here to be cured. That man, he took so much from us. You mean he's... A sudden realization hit P11. There was only one Ragnar capable of throwing an entire universe into chaos. Only one capable of fooling even the strongest of experts. He has the second strongest faith seed in the whole of Ragnar clan history, Kawa said softly. He completely fooled me with his illusions, allowing Patriarch Cavacitas to land near fatal blows on me. I was able to kill Patriarch Cavacitas in the end, but... He's Loki, Idrim. King Xianxia suddenly realized that everything his wife had said was truly no exaggeration. If he wasn't there, Loki would simply run wild through their forces. While other Ragnar clan faith seeds celebrated power, Loki's faith seed was the only one among their rankings that celebrated cunning. Loki's abilities were truly outstanding. They focused on a branch of cultivation very few had ever explored, something one might call magic in the mortal realm. Much like array alchemy, it manipulated the laws of universe. However, instead of using the soul as a proxy, it was much more efficient and used energy cultivation as its basis. The use of magic was so rare in the martial world that very few knew of how to counter it, and even fewer could. Even if they knew, this made Loki near unmatched as long as he stayed hidden. His ability to manipulate the situation and use illusions could not be matched. This was how Loki made it seem as though he could manipulate celestial energy. In reality, he couldn't do such a thing at all, he just had to make it seem like he could. Kawa was right. Maybe the only person in this universe capable of stopping Loki was King Xianxia, but now he was hours away from the conflict. Even if he rushed back as his quickest speed, would he even be there in time? Dian's eyes seemed quite dead as he silently stared at Loki's bowing figure. He didn't have the normal despair one would expect, nor did they bear any resignation. He simply watched. From the name Patriarch Ragnar used alone, Dian had already guessed many things. He had wondered why his breakthrough into sainthood was capable of dispelling a wound caused by a supposed celestial so easily, but the answer was now laying bare before him. Even with his will to survive still burning as furiously as it had been before he realized Loki had lived, Dian couldn't help but laugh at himself. The person everyone had been so worried about, the very same mighty Patriarch Ragnar that King Belmont spent centuries preparing and cultivating for, was a mere trickster, a man who, in terms of just combat power, probably lost out to his demon generals. That said, something was telling Dian that defeating this Loki mighty very well be more difficult than defeating a celestial. A man who could hide himself so well in the face of even celestial-level beings as a mere saint was someone who could probably toy with a warrior on his level to death. Oh! Loki chuckled lightly as he tilted his head up from his bow. Your eyes don't seem to have given up yet. There was a savage light in Loki's eyes. No matter how at ease he pretended to be, Dian had seen through him as a petty man long ago. He wouldn't allow Dian's disrespect of him to slide so easily. Not when he had been forced to his knees to the point of having no choice but to reveal his identity. Seeing that Dian had no change of expression, Loki casually clasped his hands behind his back, looking down with curiosity flashing in his snake-like eyes. I I made such a big reveal to you, and you don't even have the decency to look impressed or surprised. Sheesh. At least give me the chance to explain my glorious master plan to you before you die. Dian could feel his consciousness slipping away. Maybe most of the reason he had no reaction was simply because he didn't have the energy to. His heart felt like it wanted to be ripped out of his ribcage. His muscles were torn in just as places as his bones were broken. And none of that was to mention the fact his soul wanted to dissipate into nothingness. If it wasn't for the fact his soul grade was so abnormally pure, to the point where describing it as a first-grade soul simply didn't do it justice, maybe he would have long since collapsed. Dian's scythe morphed into a sword in his hand before he gripped it with both as tightly as his remaining strength would allow. There was no way he could make use of death chi anymore, so what was the use in sustaining his heirs as a reaper? He had to focus his remaining strength in the most efficient way possible. His brain ran through the possibilities. He tossed away any avenues that led in defeat and only searched out victory. His master wanted him to live. He knew his parents would want him to live. He couldn't leave Clara behind, alone in a world she didn't know or understand. He didn't want his wives to shed any more tears for him. He had a little brother and little sister who were both still relying on him. He had the legacy of billions of people riding on his shoulders. Loki sighed. This hurts, you know. I can't decide what pains me more. The fact you don't care about the plans I so painstakingly laid out. The temperature suddenly dropped as Loki's playful demeanor disappeared. Or the fact you have the audacity to still think you can win. Dian had no time to react. His soul was too fatigued to help him sense Loki's movement, and even if it could, his body was in no shape to act on that information. Blood spilled from Dian's mouth as a heavy kick connected with his arm, cracking it the instant it made contact and sending him flying tens of meters. Regardless of his tricks, Loki was still a true peak saint. Even in Dian's healthiest state, it would be nearly impossible to beat him unless he brought out all of his trump cards. And that was assuming Loki didn't use any of his illusion techniques. Soil, grass, and crippled flowers flew into the air. Dian's body skidded against the ground with no sign of him resisting. At this point, relaxing his entire body seemed to be the only thing that relieved the pain. In an instant, Loki was overlooking Dian's sorry state. But, seeing the fire in his eyes still there, Loki couldn't help but want to do everything he could to extinguish it. You have a lot of nerve. Loki kicked at Dian's ribcage, shattered a large section before grinding his feet downward. Dian grunted in pain. He wanted to roar out, but his remaining energy simply wouldn't allow it. He had given too much to survive to this point. Ha! Dian's muffled laughter came as an aggrieved sigh. He rotated Devour as furiously as his soul would allow, using the contact Loki provided as a set point. However, when Loki felt the tug on his soul, his anger only increased. You! Loki's jaw set. Okay then. Dian didn't know what Loki meant, and he almost sighed a breath of relief when he felt Loki's foot leave his chest. But, when he felt the next attacks, he almost regretted his actions. Loki backed away, no longer giving Dian the opportunity to take more of his soul strength before raining down bolts of lightning on Dian's decrepit figure. The truth was that Dian hadn't even taken much of Loki's soul strength. Without much strength of his own, how could he? But that didn't stop Loki from retaliating in the cruelest way possible. Dian's body lay in a crater, ravaged by shock waves of lightning, endlessly bombarding into him. His life was hanging on by a string so thin that even a slight breath could snap it in half. King Acacia rushed through the skies. He had been forced to leave his wife before, mostly because of her insistence. If he had to divert his own power away to protect her from the harsh conditions, he would slow down drastically. As such, this really was the only choice. It would take him hours to reach Earth, and he didn't know how much of an impact he could have after being gone so long. But he had to try it. Arena City had fallen into complete chaos. The red crystal organisms latched onto any life forms that dared to get close, and it seemed as though the Ragnars were the only ones with counters to this. The original Ipsum formation had targeted the dead because they knew that those without will couldn't resist the pull of the red crystals. As such, it would take next to no energy at all to implant them. However, as soon as that initial implant occurred, the red crystals would automatically have something to feed off of and grow stronger, which would allow them to gain enough power to start affecting living beings. This was why the Ipsums had waited until enough people had died from battle first. If too few had, and the Pakal managed to quarantine them or directly kill them off, none of this would have worked. The 10 Ipsum elders who had stirred all of this chaos were nowhere to be found. After activating such a savage formation, they were completely drained. If they used any more power, their own red crystal will would begin to devour even them. This let all one needed to know about how savage this artificial will was. The Pakals were completely helpless. As body cultivators, they honed their battle prowess. Hardly any of them had counters to such a thing. Unsurprisingly, the Ipsums were created as a unit perfectly tailored to countering the Pakals in war. Because of their robust bloodlines, they were the perfect targets for such a hungry will and were obviously the preferred targets. It was a losing battle. The more powerful one's bloodline, the more fuel the red crystals would have to devour you. You would need exponential increases in will mastery and power in order to hold it off. And even then, it would be for but a moment. However, in this war, the Pakals were not alone. Although the Belmonts were incapacitated because a large majority of them had remained in the Belmont Holy Land as a precaution, the Pakals still had the elves. The only problem was that due to the alliances that Loki had formed, many of the elves were occupied and couldn't be organized quickly. Nor did the armies have the same communication measures Dian's armies did. Because of this, it took much too long for the elves to see the spreading epidemic, leaving time for the red crystals to grow stronger and stronger. They even showed signs of wanting to combine into larger and larger entities. The sea of red on the battlefield was growing larger and larger, and yet it wasn't blood at all. Grand Elder Cormitha's voice boomed over the battlefield. Eder, Sijbrit, Ingram, the elves of those three families immediately realized that something big was happening. It was very rare for Grand Elders to give out battle instructions, and calling out three families at once was even rarer, but it was clear that this was needed. There were very few capable of ordering the elves in mass, but luckily the elves had 3 Grand Elders who were capable of holding such authority. Their king and queen were gone, and their eldest stateman, Grand Elder Dirith, was fighting with the other Celestials. This left military decisions up to Grand Elder Cormith and Croak. Grand Elder Cormith had been the first to notice the problem among the elven highest officials, and he automatically commanded for the most apt responders. The Eder were water will specialists, the Ingrams were light will specialists, and the Sijbrit were seal specialists. Although Grand Elder Cormith had no way of knowing if this would be effective against the plague he was witnessing, he knew that the healing and control abilities of these main families far surpassed that of any other family and had to be relied upon. As a poison master, how could he not tell just how potent this red crystal will was? In fact, describing it as a poison was probably the most appropriate comparison. The 3 main families made their move, breaking away from their battle as best as they could. Swarms of sub-family members rushed in to take their place. There was no question that the elves were undermanned. They were already a race with a low birth rate, so this was to be expected. Despite the fact they had the most families under their rule as a god clan, they were still among the smallest in number. But that didn't stop them from still being among the most powerful. Endless red seals appeared in the air as numerous gray-skinned Sijbrits flew into the air above the chaos. Their eyes flashed as beads of sweat poured from them, attempting to configure their seals to properly stop the flow of this odd will. However, their manifestations were completely incapable of doing so. In order to seal something away, unless you had access to the seal itself, you needed a level of understanding just what you were sealing. This hurdle can be jumped over by having more sealers active to share the burden, or by having a stronger seal legacy that could make up for your deficiencies. But this will was something they had simply never seen before. Unlike the instance at the gate where the essence-gathering Sijbrits sealed away the death chi, this red crystal will wasn't tempered to a level that was capable of being withstood. The death chi at Lotus Tower was meant to be part of a game for mere essence-gathering experts. As such, it was comparatively easier to seal as compared to true death chi. But this situation wasn't so friendly. The red crystals wanted to devour everything. Grand Elder Cormith grit his teeth when he saw the failure of the Sijbrit. Maybe if Head Sijbrit was here, their coordination would be much better, but how could they call him back now? He was also in the midst of fighting all out with those Celestials above. They could only rely on the Eder and Ingram to try their hand. Maybe, just maybe, they'd have a possibility for success. If either were able to weaken the creatures, the Sijbrit might then be able to step in again to fully seal them. The Eder family formed raging rivers in the air. The Sijbrit were forced to protect them from the onslaught of Ragnars who sought to stop their attempts. This caused the battlefield to split into two, the chaotic mess occurring on the arena floor, and the battle for the skies. The Ingram family sprung into action all at once. Their golden hair shone brightly as their halo manifestations bloomed into existence. Blinding lights threatened to overtake the pillars of red light, causing them to shy away. A flash of hope crossed the eyes of Pakel and Grand Elder Cormith. If the red crystals were afraid of purity, this would be helpful. The only problem was the light will wasn't the greatest source of purity. It was easily several steps below that of Celestial Will and Diane's white flames. However, given the circumstances, it was all they could rely upon, it was all they had. The blinding golden lights began to slowly merge with the raging rivers formed by the Eder family, working together seamlessly to create waters of gold that washed over the battlefield. The red crystals shrunk away, almost shrieking in agitation at the new feeling of pain. They were continuously beat away from the waves, allowing the Pakals to hack them apart, dismembering their fellow dead clansmen to immobilize them. Seeing this, the Sijbrit tried to seal the weakened will, but it seemed nearly impossible and they could only struggle in vain. However, there was a ray of hope now. With the combined efforts of the Eder and Ingram families, the battlefield seemed to shift its momentum once again. This sudden change couldn't help but be felt by the Ragnar clan higher-ups. They had hoped that this war would end easily with the use of this tactic, but the control of the elves exceeded their expectations. That said, the red crystals were an artificial will. In fact, one might even go so far as to call it a living parasitic organism. There were very few things in the world that could adapt as quickly as it, and even fewer things that had the strength to. It only took a moment for the effectiveness of the golden water to drastically diminish, and the truth of the matter was that this was just as bad for the Ragnars as it was for their enemies. All this time, the Ragnars had made countermeasures designed for the strand of will they were most familiar with. But what if it evolved? Within the Belmont Holy Land, lightning continued to rain down on Diane's body. Loki seemed to purposefully weaken his attacks, laughing to himself lightly as though he was watching what amused him most. All you have to do is give up and I can stop torturing you. Think about it, dying peacefully. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I get it, you must be worried about your wives? I assure you I'm not interested in little girls. Who am I kidding? They're two little beauties. But I can promise to treat them well. I learn from my past experiences. I once had a couple of cultivation incubators commit suicide on me. That's no good. Every time a bolt of lightning hit Diane, his body would lurch, charring his skin and nearly stopping his heart entirely. In fact, sometimes his heart really did stop. Loki would watch as his body turned blue, choking and begging for air before he sent another bolt to restart Diane's heart. It was a vicious cycle of torture that made even Diane wish he was really dead. But every time he nearly closed his eyes, his master's last words to him would ring in his ears, causing the fire in his eyes that was slowly dimming to weakly flicker to life. The flames of his life were akin to a small bonfire left out in a blizzard, and the only thing protecting it from the harsh winds was his body. But even he didn't know how much longer he could last. Near a dormant and forgotten gate, wild spatial fluctuations were oscillating. The air whined and groaned as it distorted and bent to the whims of two people much more powerful than it. An instant later, a man and woman that could only be described as divine stepped out. The man had sleek black hair that was combed back along with a well-kept and trimmed beard. His eyes shone a bright gold, and his handsome features were chiseled and gave off a stoic atmosphere. The woman was a delicate beauty beyond words. There would be no doubt that had Diane been there, he wouldn't have hesitated to acknowledge that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her skin was flawless and her legs were long and silky. Her curves were nothing short of perfection, and her loose white robes could hardly hide her ample breasts and wide hips. Even her golden eyes gave off a sense of endless attraction and seduction very few could match. These two were quite literally a match made in heaven, and only the most powerful of experts through the cosmos could attain this level of perfection. Amel. The woman spoke softly, with a voice so melodic that the air around her seemed to sing with pleasure. A serious expression appeared on the face of the man as his brows furrowed. Let's hope we're not too late. King Belmont's opponents knelt in the skies, bleeding profusely. Under the might of the king's violet flames, the Horus, Geb and Kami god clan leaders stood no chance. They had attempted to use their number to overwhelm King Belmont, but in the end, they had failed. However, this victory wasn't without a price. Although King Belmont's three opponents were likely too injured to continue fighting, King Belmont's stamina was just about gone as well. The problem with that was that there was a man he had yet to defeat, the king of the Amun royal god clan, King Amun. I must say, your flames are quite impressive. King Amun's fiery golden hair stood in sharp contrast to the elven Ingram family. Whereas their hair glowed and gave off a comfortable feeling, the hair of Amun's was more like the mane of a lion, domineering and oppressive. King Belmont's rudimentary domain cracked before falling apart. He stood with his hands trembling by his side, hardly able to stop his eyes from flickering between purple, red and blue. He was very aware of the side effect brought about by forcibly combining his flames, but he had no choice. If he hadn't, victory would have been a pipe dream. Unfortunately, now even his red and blue flames would be nearly impossible to control. King Amun could sense this very clearly. Before, he hadn't dared to approach King Belmont to pit their fires against each other. But now that he was fatigued, he had all the confidence in the world. He wasn't stupid. No matter how overly arrogant he would never think that his flames could truly match up to phoenix flames. The kinds of flames that would be as rare as finding a phoenix itself, and they were an extinct race. The golden flames of the Amuns had a proud origin. But if King Amun was honest with himself, even he as king did not know the truth from the falsehoods. All he knew for sure was that through the universes, golden flames were special, and should anyone ever find their true source, they would also find with it the sovereign path of flames, the doubtlessly most domineering path possible for the will. King Amun walked forward. Such a blazing heat and light wafted from him that he was almost like a second sun. The sharp contrast between him and the depleted King Belmont was striking. Suddenly he paused. You must be worried about many things, no? As a king myself, I can understand the weight on your shoulders. Your subjects, your family's legacy, your wife, your sons, all of that must be causing a heavy toll on your mind. King Amun mused as though he was silently thinking all of this to himself. King Belmont's breathing continuously deepened as he tried to quickly gain his bearings. However, his most potent problem was lack of stamina, and there just wasn't enough time to correct that. I don't say this to belittle you, of course, King Amun continued. I even feel a bit shameful sneak attacking a single planet with so many allies. I only say this so you can rest at ease in death. Although you won't be able to carry out your family's legacy, someone else will. A knowing smile spread across the king's lips. Up until this point, King Belmont hadn't been truly listening. In fact, he was hoping the King Amun would continue to talk so that he could refine more celestial energy for himself in that time. But those last words caused him to pause and look up. Seeing that he had finally caught King Belmont's attention, King Amun's smile widened. Haven't you wondered why you haven't gotten any reports from your holy land? Haven't you wondered why your ancestors haven't come to support you in your time of need? Haven't you wondered just what our goal is in all this time? Each question was like a thunderbolt crashing through King Belmont's mind. He had lost communication with the Belmont Holy Land. His ancestors hadn't awoken even in this time of strife. And the very thing he thought his enemies were working toward this entire time, the epistemic tower, isn't a goal that this attack would help them with at all. With the intelligence of a celestial being, and their ability to quickly process things, King Belmont immediately understood that the goal of this pointed attack wasn't to find a reasonable excuse to gather all of their allies. No. The more logical goal was that there was something this tournament provided that nothing else could. When you coupled that with the lack of communication with the Belmont Holy Land, the fact he couldn't awaken his ancestors, the way it seemed like from the very beginning, he was the most unprepared and foolhardy king in history. It all pointed toward a betrayal that his heart couldn't handle the thought of. King Amun's laughter boomed through the dark space, vibrating to the twinkling of the stars that played their backdrop. I have to say, your son is quite intelligent. He still has cards to play that very few of us know about. After all, the reason you couldn't call on your ancestors is because they're under his control. How could we dare to treat him so lightly when he holds the key to the tombs of a family as ancient as yours? King Belmont's visage darkened. He couldn't believe that thoughts swimming through his head. But the facts were laid bare to him. How could he not accept them? His son, his very own son, had betrayed their family. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. This was the very son he had once arrogantly proclaimed Dian would have to prove himself better than. The very son he had placed so much of his pride in. The very son whose sole actions were about to lead to the ruin of his own father. An instant later, King Belmont's vision was blinded by a ball of golden flames bearing down upon him. On Earth, the situation was continuously getting worse. Just as feared, the red crystal's will's adaptive capabilities weren't to be underestimated. In mere moments, the combined attack of the Ingram and Eder family were rendered useless, immediately plunging the attacking forces into despair. The Ragnar family continued to take advantage of the situation, attacking without sympathy and making full use of the red crystals. Some even began to coat their weapons in the material, leading to the further spread of it. At this point, Thor had ceased attacking. He stood amidst protectors, staring at the situation with a deadpan expression. But within his eyes, the flicker of disgust was clearly evident. In the martial world, there were few things looked down on more than using poison. Ironically, the same was true even in the weak mortal world Dian used to call home. And yet, a supposed Emperor God clan was making use of exactly that to take care of a universe so decrepit and useless that even its adjacent universe hardly tried to conquer it. This was nothing more than a shameful act dressed up as something it wasn't. However, how had Thor not become accustomed to these things from the Ragnar family? He watched from the sidelines as Vidar's 20-meter-tall frame laughed uproariously, not hesitating to use the corpses of fallen comrades to push forward. He pretended as though it was his own merit keeping him alive on the battlefield, when the truth was that he had already lost half of his original protectors to death. It was just that they were replaced as soon as they fell, an endless cycle of Ragnar clan puppetry. In this same way, he had watched the personalities of his supposed Storm family twist. He had willingly left with his father and their faction upon realizing he had Thor's faith seed because he thought things might change for the better. But the very same culture permeated through their culture as well. Those siblings of his were now dead, long since having succumbed to Loki's experimentation. The fact that he was alive was only a testament to the fact that even Loki himself was much too scared to do anything involving a faith seed as powerful as his. Thor couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and silently. He remembered when the Ragnar family claimed that they would only punish the older generation, promising to protect the younger since they couldn't control the actions of their parents and elders. He had remembered feeling surprised. Maybe, just maybe, the Ragnars would finally do something sensible. But that hope didn't last for long. The moment the former Storm family stepped foot into Ragnar clan territory, all but Tammy and Thor were shipped off to be slaves. Thor could still remember the endless screams he would hear whenever Loki purposefully took him for a walk outside his experimental labs. Ironically, Baal might have gotten the swiftest and more humane death, despite the atrocities that he committed. In the end, Loki even turned on Thor's little sister. The very same little sister then put her life on the line to get the information the Ragnars needed. The very same little sister that continuously put her needs aside for the good of her useless elder brother. The very same little sister Thor still couldn't protect with his own hands. The red in Thor's eyes seemed to reflect the sea of crystals, and the screams of agony that filled the battlefield. At this point, everyone wanted to do whatever they could to escape the situation. It was getting out of hand. Ayer's retreat order continuously sounded through everyone's ears, but the shamelessness of the Ragnars was on full display as they ruthlessly attacked the retreating backs of their enemies. "Should we not pursue them?" one of Thor's protectors asked. In truth, he was anxious, as they all were. Although Thor could get away with doing next to nothing, they couldn't, even if they tried to use the excuse of being his protectors. Such was the harsh reality that each Ragnar faced. While a universe only tracked their citizens during gate campaigns in hopes of rewarding them, Ragnars were branded from birth. Their every move was monitored and calculated, and the more valuable you were, the sturdier the chains that bound you were. The Storm family was only able to escape because their chains were fairly loose to begin with. They were able to use treasures left behind by the Celestial Deer sect to remove their brands, which was exactly why they joined Focus Academy. This was why it took the Ragnars so long to find them. Had Loki known that Thor had awakened in the Storm family previously, they wouldn't have lasted even a day. The reason why was something etched in the history of the Ragnars, a perfect match for their malevolent history. Every faith seed was bound by karma to the clan it originates from. This was how clans knew when faith seeds were reincarnated, and it was also how they knew when faith seeds left their stream of control. This was why stealing faith seeds was taboo, because the victim's clan would immediately know what had happened. Losing something as important as a faith seed would not be tolerated and would almost always lead to all-out wars even more severe than gate campaigns. However, the Ragnars took this even further. They touched upon absolute taboo and sowed the seeds of karma so deeply with every faith seed formed that the tie to the Ragnar clan became so strong that even the life and death of the seed's wielder could be decided on a whim by a clan. Their methods were sickening to an extreme, a clan without morals or boundaries. In order to sow karma this deeply, the Ragnars had required the purest and cleanest karma possible. Every Ragnar faith seed in existence was nothing more than a representation of millions of slaughtered newborns, countless slaughtered innocent children with no other sin than being born too pure. Thor would never escape, nor could Dian help him to. The seeds of karma were sown too deeply. Outside the Belmont Holy Land, the battle of the demon generals and the Dayu was reaching a climax. Under the teamwork of Madeline and Ree, the Dayu were thrown into complete chaos. The truth was that the weapons hell formations they used could hardly damage most of the Dayu, but the simple disruption it provided was more than enough to be useful. And, in some rare instances, would also heavily injure some of the weaker Dayu, allowing for a much easier time for the demon generals. River and Ronica seemed to never tire. It was to the point where the demon generals who were waiting to switch in with them pouted, accusing them of stealing away all of the fun. However, with River's domineering personality, she simply harumphed and ignored them, causing Ronica to giggle as she usually did. On the same hand, the fusion of Ree and Madeline's souls seemed to have a stacking effect on their stamina, allowing them both to last much longer than usual. This was also, of course, in part to Kita's added support. It all seemed like it would only be a matter of time before the demon generals overwhelmed their enemies and won. In the back, Evelyn had long since lost her calm and collected smirk. She had thought that, with her reveal, the situation would be too unexpected for anyone to recover from. And yet, that was exactly what Ree and Madeline were doing now. She had given up too much for this plan to work. Her dignity as a first-in-line genius, the woman she looked up to like a grandmother, and even her own chastity, all so that she could forge a brighter future for herself. A future where this universe's ceiling wasn't her own. But it felt like everything was crumbling down now. Do something. Evelyn looked at Lionel, who had barely a flicker of emotion on his face. If it wasn't for her self-control, she would have shrieked this at the top of her lungs. It was taking everything in her not to lash out at Lionel. The truth was that Lionel was in this hot water just as much as she was, which was why Evelyn couldn't blame him too much. If she was being rational, that is. It was no secret anymore that if Lionel lost, it was quite possible that even his own father would want him dead. As much as Lionel wanted to ignore Evelyn, he knew that she wasn't stupid. She didn't trust him with something as important as her virginity for an empty promise. If she had, Lionel would have long since ignored her after she outlived her usefulness. No. Unfortunately, Lionel had signed a soul contract with Evelyn, much like the one Jade used to coerce the Dayu clan. Except this one tied their lives to one another. Lionel had to always keep Evelyn's best interest in mind, or he would die. He simply couldn't afford to ignore her. Their marriage was a thinly veiled cover for the truth of their relationship. In reality, a contract that only asked for Lionel to treat Evelyn well was a small price to pay for the reward Lionel received. But, in retrospect, it would become troublesome. The demon general watching the two of them was a calm and stoic man named Thatch. He could hear their conversation clearly, but he couldn't bother to care. As long as he was here, he doubted that there was anything the two of them could do to escape. Lionel could instantly tell that their guard wasn't someone who they could easily trick. He seemed to have no emotions, and his eyes were constantly trained on them despite the vast disparity in cultivation. Using that could backfire. Lionel's mind raced as he thought of possibilities. But, as minutes turned to hours, and the Dayu forces just seemed to continuously get whittled down, he realized that he no longer had much of a choice. Thatch's eyes narrowed as he noticed the slight shift in Lionel's features. His nerves stood on end. With his years of battle experience, sensing danger was something very few did better than him. But, never did he think he would be sensing such a thing from an essence-gathering expert. Something was telling Thatch that even if he alerted the allies to his back, there would hardly be a difference made. Even worse, it would distract them from the task at hand. Much to Lionel's surprise, Thatch didn't hesitate to pull out a saber. But he quickly relaxed himself, looking up at the demon general. Since you know the danger, you also know there's nothing you can do to stop it, Lionel said calmly. His eyes flashed, causing the Belmont Holy Land to begin to rumble and resonate, humming along with his bloodline. Many didn't know the purpose behind the spatial energy that coated the Belmont Holy Land, and those who claimed to often thought that it was simply a safety measure for protecting the treasures within. The truth of the matter is that the spatial fluctuations are simply a result of the copious amounts of legacy worlds that were attracted to this location by the flow of gamma energy. However, it served a secondary purpose in a system cleverly employed by the Belmonts. In a land they needed to protect at all costs, it was important to be able to call reinforcements to any location with the Belmont Holy Land in an instant. To do this, they utilized the spatial fluctuations as a fuel to connect to their most sacred place, the Belmont family tombs. Thatch's grip on his saber tightened as the air between him and Lionel began to distort, coming with it a calm purple-haired man adorned in pristine white robes. In the face of this man, even Thatch couldn't help but to tremble slightly, because he was without a doubt a celestial. Within the depths of the Belmont Holy Land, Loki's laughter still rang through the once lush greenery that was now filled with endless craters and the smell of thick and slightly burnt blood. The arcs of lightning continued to bombard Dian ceaselessly, only pausing when Loki went too far and accidentally stopped his plaything's heart. Dian had lost count of how long this torture had gone on for. In fact, he was fairly certain that he had shredded his own throat apart to the point where he could hardly whisper a word because of all of the screaming he had done. All Loki wanted him to do was give up, to wave a white flag, but the arrogance in Dian's bones seemed to seep further and further in. The entity had accused Dian of choosing a path built on something fake. But with each passing moment, that path only became more and more real. There was hope, until that road abruptly ended. Loki stopped, his brow raising. He unexpectedly realized that he could no longer feel Dian's life force. Well, I was wondering if your soul could truly withstand being burned like that, but it seems like even yours has its limits. Loki chuckled lightly to himself as he shook his head. To him, it was only a shame that he had lost another toy. After hours of holding on, Dian's soul could no longer withstand the strain of being burned away. That very moment, Dian's soul had disappeared from the world. The summoned Belmont ancestor stood silently with a lofty air to him. There was no doubt that suddenly awakening from a near-death-like state before being teleported to a random location you had no knowledge of was truly jarring. But as an expert of enough note to have mandated his clan spending enough to preserve him for such a situation, how could he have a normal reaction to such a thing? His eyes scanned the situation, but they immediately turned cold when he noticed the blade pointed in his direction. Considering the fact he could sense the blood of his clan running through the young man behind him, he felt like he understood enough. For a person so young to be able to call upon him under his own power, it was clear that this was an outstanding talent of his Belmont family. How could he allow him to be threatened? However, he also immediately noticed a few more troubling things. They were obviously in the Belmont Holy Land at the entrance of their catacombs, a place he was all too familiar with, and yet there was an unfamiliar clan attacking? Even more odd, it seemed as though the people he had first labeled as enemies were defending the cave entrance. Were they enemy or foe? This was the first reason Lionel hadn't immediately summoned his ancestor to aid him. Unlike Diane's puppets, his ancestors had wills of their own. After all, if they hadn't consented to being used this way after their death, they would have long since reincarnated. It's because they wanted to sow greater seeds of karma that they remained available to be used by future generations. But that was the exact problem. Whether their sacrifice was worth it all relied on the whether or not they did good deeds in the name of their clan. This meant that ancestors would be incomparably cautious when taking action because any adverse effect they had on their clan would mean that they would instead sow bad karma, causing ill effects on their reincarnation. Lionel, though, was immediately ready. He fully understood what it meant to summon his ancestor more than anyone. In fact, he hadn't planned on ever summoning them. He had only needed to use the threat of doing so in order to force the planets he betrayed his clan for to stay in line. But now that he had, how could he not have a story prepared? Ancestor, Lionel quickly sent messages via essence energy. Those who have captured me are defending this cave entrance because they've already sent in their allies toward that place. The eyes of the Belmont ancestor narrowed at these words, quietly warding Thatch off. So little time had passed since his appearance, and he had processed things so quickly that only Thatch seemed to have noticed his appearance. After all, everyone else was focused on the battle at hand. They have too many experts for you to make a difference alone, Lionel continued. I only ask that you take me away so that I can alert my father to the situation. Lionel didn't explain too much, and he kept his words vague. However, there was a reason for this. In such a complex situation, choosing a side would be exceedingly difficult. So, Lionel didn't ask him to fight at all. He asked his ancestor to take one of the safest routes possible in protecting his karma, saving a member of the Belmont family, and alerting their current king. Considering there were no other Belmonts present, this was in fact the safest route of action. This ancestor understood he could only be summoned once more after this time before he officially passed on. So he wasn't willing to risk sowing bad karma in the hopes that he was doing the right thing. Lionel's arm wiggled in his restraints, grabbing onto Evelyn's hand to ensure his ancestor understood they were together. And just like that, the three of them disappeared. From start to finish, only a little more than a second passed. And yet, the tension that released from Thatch's shoulders was so much that he nearly collapsed under his own weight. The truth was that Lionel was sighing in relief more than anyone, because there were two glaring problems he could have thought of. The first thing he worried about was Diane's puppet. He had seen with his own eyes when Ree took it with her before they left, and he had witnessed it kill a mid-level celestial with a single strike. The life force of an ancestor after being awakened was even less than the old matriarch, and he was likely weaker than her as well. It was too bad for Lionel that he had too little knowledge about puppets. Had he known that there was no way that puppet could output that much strength without Diane, he wouldn't have worried about that at all. However, there was a second glaring reason for his want for a quick escape, something that was completely irrelevant of the strength of the puppet at all, and that was Madeline. The Belmonts were charged with protecting Amethyst's temple. This was the reason their clan was gifted their bloodline in the first place, and the only reason their clan was even so powerful to begin with. Before Amethyst's blessing, the Belmonts were nothing. This might have begun to mean less and less with each successive generation, but this would still mean the world to Belmont ancestors. especially because their only goal in this afterlife of theirs was to sow good karma. How could they sow good karma if they spit in the face of their benefactor? If the Belmont ancestor learned that Lionel was being held captive by the wielder of Amethyst's faith seed, there is no question what side he would choose. There were deep responsibilities tied to their family that went far beyond regular blood and family. There was no doubt. Even if he had to kill Lionel, he wouldn't hesitate. An instant later, Thatch regained his bearings. The world that had turned completely silent to his senses had once again regained its color and life, and the loud booms of the battle behind him finally resounded through his ears. "Thatch!" Kita's gentle voice came from behind him. When she noticed the normally calm and collected Thatch trembling, it was suffice to say that Kita was truly surprised. "They!" Thatch's voice was quiet as raspy as though he was recovering from a sore throat. By the time Thatch finished explaining what happened to everyone, a cold light was running through each of their eyes. But they had a battle to fight. Madeline, though, had an intelligent light in her eyes. "Forget them. If they come back, it will mean his death. We have to focus on this first." In any other situation, someone who magically got a celestial to come to their side would have taken revenge on their enemies. And yet, Lionel didn't. Seeing Madeline's calm reaction, Rhys seemed to have understood something as well. Without a word, both beauties refocused their attention on the battlefield, leaving Lionel's destiny to fate. Although neither said anything, both understood why they weren't in the mood to speak or even care for Lionel. Before, they could feel their husband's constant pain, and although it saddened them, it at least let them know he was alive. But now, they couldn't feel his soul at all. King Belmont coughed up blood so hot that it seared his throat. The domineering golden flames of the almonds were threatening to collapse his inner organs entirely. He had lost count of how many smoldering balls of gold had bombarded into him. If it wasn't for the slight resistance to fire his scant phoenix bloodline gave him, he had no doubt that he would be dead already. If it was just about him dying, he didn't mind risking his life for the sake of his clan. But the idea of the Belmont line ending because of his own inadequacies as a leader sickened him to his stomach. How could he think of his son Lionel as a carrier of his bloodline? This was the same son that didn't mind causing the death of his own father. Lionel had a younger brother, a baby sister, a mother, and he had not cared for a single one of them throughout this whole plan of his. The truth of the matter was that Lionel had already negotiated the safety of those three in exchange for his cooperation. But, at the point of rage King Belmont was feeling, even if he knew that, he wouldn't be calmed. King Belmont could only try his best to hold on. He knew that if King Aumon grew tired of playing with him and joined the other battles, there would be no hope left. There was no one left to counter him. Another ball of flames slammed into the bloody mess that was once King Belmont's chest, revealing the charred black of his rib cage and his barely beating heart. "This is how I die, huh?" In the distance, Paishaniva's attacks were growing more ferocious. King Clyte's palms began to numb with a biting freeze with every strike that was landed. He had long since stopped making remarks about Paishaniva's family. Instead of leading to a pit of despair as he wanted, Paishaniva seemed to be using it fuel. Even in the vacuum of space, King Clyte's wind will worked seamlessly. If Dian had seen the versatility of a supposedly simple will, he would have agreed with his grand teacher calling him an idiot for using it as a simple speed boost. King Clyte's attacks seemed to take form as wind. They were aloof and almost illusory, but they could turn sharp and cutting in an instant. The flow of strikes all followed the path of least resistance, increasing the potency of his every attack. And yet, it felt like his tricks were becoming more and more useless. Icicles formed in the air, glittering along Paishaniva's arms as he glided through the air. His every thrust forward came with it the sound of cracking glass, as though his very presence was solidifying the air between him and his opponent. Paishaniva's hours of focus was beginning to pay off. How many years had he waiting to feel this feeling? The feeling of having your Tao anchored in something you believed in, something you would strive to protect with your everything. He had made too many mistakes in his life. Mistakes he would never be able to make up for. But that didn't mean he wouldn't try to. Paishaniva's fist flew forward. Rings of cold blue sprung from his strike, layering King Clyte in a layer of frost before the hit even landed. Boom! King Clyte was sent flying, his arm freezing over and cracking in an instant. In just one strike, King Clyte had lost his arm. "You'll never lay a hand on my wife again." Paishaniva spoke his first words of this battle. The dignified aura of a king finally flew back toward him, as though he was snatching King Clyte's fate away from him. Or more accurately, as though he was snatching back the fate he had given up. King Paishaniva's ice will tore through the first intent level, firmly stabilizing itself at one with heart. But it didn't stop there. One with body, one with soul, one with will, one with intent. In a single leap, he reached the 6th intent level, regaining much of the foundation he had lost. With the acceptance of his wife and daughter, Paishaniva had gained something back that he thought he would never gain again. And now, he could grasp what it meant to be a true man again. The reason Paishaniva was able to climb back up so quickly is because he never changed his path. He was still following the path of the absolute, but instead of absolute coldness, he would seek the ultimate retribution for his actions, the only thing that could truly cleanse him clean, absolute purity. King Clyte laughed maniacally as he charged toward King Paishaniva. But he was no longer worthy of being his opponent. There was no pleasure or satisfaction in Paishaniva's visage once he grabbed hold of King Clyte's neck, slowly freezing him over without remorse. King Clyte's savage eyes slowly faded along with the last remaining strands of his life. And just like that, another celestial fell. Paishaniva stood silently in the air, exuding a dignified aura. But, just as he was about to go and help the remaining celestial, his senses caught onto something sinister, even more sinister than the life he had just ended. His gaze fell onto the slowly rotating planet below, focusing on a steadily growing patch of red. This, Paishaniva no longer hesitated, shooting for the planet in an instant. Within the Belmont Holy Land, Loki leisurely approached Dian's corpse. He mused to himself about how he might have gone a bit too far considering the size of the crater before him. Just before he started, Dian had been on flat land, and all of his lightning strikes landed directly onto his body. That meant that whatever crater was formed was directly because of Dian's body slamming into the ground and taking the brunt of the damage. It was almost like Loki had used Dian like a drill bit. Seeing this, Loki was almost impressed. How could any living being survive such torment for such a long time? It wasn't as though he had asked for much, he just wanted Dian to give up. Whether that be the fight in his eyes fading, or him pleading for mercy. With such a strong will, he would have made a great experimental subject. He wouldn't have been as fragile as all the other ones that died from a little poking. Reaching the edge of the crater, Loki looked down at Dian and sighed. By now, Dian's body was charred completely black. Aside from his face and neck that Loki has purposefully avoided to ensure he didn't die too soon, it could be said that it was a surprise if Dian's body didn't fall to ash if you simply touched it. A mist of red lay around him, some of which tainted the ground. One could imagine that this red was likely the blood that leaked from the cracks in Dian's skin. Loki had almost forgotten that Dian wasn't only dealing with the impact of the lightning strike, but also the blood-boiling heat that was its after effect. Even though Loki hadn't used red lightning, the Ragnar's most destructive, it wouldn't have been surprising for Dian's body to heat up to a few thousand degrees. Tisk! Even I'm starting to feel bad now, Loki said to himself, hardly sounding sympathetic. At the start, he had held back from causing Dian fatal damage, focusing on keeping him alive. But, as time turned to hours, the stubbornness in his eyes began to irritate Loki. At this point, Loki wouldn't be surprised if even Dian's inner organs had turned black as well. A moment later, Loki stood over top of Dian. He leisurely bent his knees as though he was going to sit on a throne, causing his once empty back to manifest exactly that. An instant later, Dian's body raised up and onto a platform, making it convenient for Loki to access. The entire process was seamless, and there was seemingly only a small stream of Saint energy used the entire time. This was without a doubt the rare magic that so few could use. One couldn't help wonder just what Loki's backstory was. In the mortal realm, the stories of him being a trickster and a powerful warlock seemed to be true. But was he really the son of a frost giant? The Ragnars didn't seem like the caring type Odin was portrayed as in the origin stories of Loki. After all, according to the mortal realm stories, Odin adopted Loki to teach him kindness and morality before raising him like his own son. Were the real-world Ragnars so magnanimous? Only a fool would believe so. Loki excitedly began to slip Dian's spatial rings off. Many of them had been formerly concealed, but with Dian's soul death, they were all laid bare for Loki's eyes. Remembering the ridiculous amount of wealth this boy displayed at the World Tournament moved even Loki. Just his energy stones alone were worth a few 100,000 transcendent stones. That was more wealth than a lot of lower-level Tao formation experts. Of course Loki was interested. TCH. Loki looked disappointed though. As soon as he started going through Dian's ring and didn't find a single energy stone, he could only lament the fact that Dian had left them behind for his wives. What Loki didn't know was that before he arrived, Dian had poured all of his energy stones into the demon sage's tower because that was the only way for it to defend against attacks above sainthood. However, when Loki remembered how many treasures Dian had, and how he could always go and take Dian's wives for himself now, he calmed himself. Everything would be his in due time. The next thing Loki looked for were Dian's 33 heaven weapons. But that was yet another disappointment for him. Although Dian made conquering these weapons look easy, the truth of the matter was that these weapons were exceedingly arrogant to their bones. Whereas Dian never considered the fact that they might reject him for even a moment, they categorically and emphatically turned their nose up at Loki. The veins on Loki's head were threatening to burst. Even if death this Dian seemed to want to anger him to follow in death too. The Aurora Steps showed no sign of movement and didn't even willingly leave the spatial ring until Loki destroyed the spatial ring itself. And then there was an ancient tome that was so tightly latched that it would open no matter what Loki did. To make matters worse, Loki tried to then find the seal, knowing very well that Dian had it. But if even Dian couldn't find the seal when it was within his own body, despite his ridiculous senses, how could Loki find it when it didn't want to be found by an inferior owner? At this point, Loki was losing his mind in anger. He was the one who always played tricks on others, not the other way around. How could he tolerate this? Loki lashed out in a rage, violently kicking away Dian's body without remorse and sending himself tumbling away. If Loki didn't think the entity might still have a use for Dian, he would have directly incinerated his body. Trash. Loki muttered under his breath, his fury still smoldering. Loki looked toward Elder Dayu's corpse, about to head in that direction. After all, if he remembered correctly, the Dayu had a pseudo-weapon of the 33 heavens that would likely be much more willing to be conquered. Plus, Elder Dayu had the only means other than the seal to open up the channel to the entity. However, before he got far, he heard the clanging of metal meeting tough rock. When he looked over, he noticed in all his anger, he had forgotten the treasure that had caught his attention the most. Because Dian's body had been charred black, and it had been held so tightly against his body, it almost blended in seamlessly. But Loki's kick finally caused Dian to drop it. With a new light in his eyes, Loki laughed himself silly. To him, he felt that although he had never heard of this weapon being on the 33 heavens list, it was in no way inferior. In fact, it might even be superior. Madly grinning, Loki walked over and picked up a 6-foot-long jet-black sword. He almost lost himself in happiness when he felt no resistance from the sword. In fact, the sword itself was almost begging to be bounded, giving off the vibes that it was disappointed with its previous owner. For you to have chosen such a weak master, I can understand how you feel. Come, show me your power. Loki coaxed the sword, gently stroking it as though he had achieved the greatest thing in his lifetime. The jet-black sword immediately obliged, morphing itself into a black wristband and happily allowing Loki to soul bind it. In an instant, Loki was flooded with information of the sword's various possible forms. But that hardly meant much to him. After all, unlike Dian, he wasn't able to master any weapon on a whim. In fact, Loki rarely used weapons at all. That said, who wouldn't be attracted to armor like this? It was suffice to say that Loki was quite happy. I feel like you were much more powerful before, no? Loki leaped up from the crater, leisurely walking toward Elder Dayu's corpse. Seemingly in response to Loki, a faint light started to shine from the wristband, causing a seal to break. In an instant, the wristband went from a normal metal to giving off the airs of a spiritual weapon. This, of course, made Loki delirious with joy. So you have seals? Show me how many more you can undo with my current power, Loki said excitedly. A second seal snapped, and Loki felt a massive drain on his soul. But he ignored it, happy with the feeling of a supreme-level treasure. This was the feeling that he had felt from Dian at his peak. He wondered if this was truly the best the sword had to offer. It wouldn't be disappointing, not in the least, but Loki somehow thought there was more. Just as Loki was thinking this, a third seal snapped. Loki felt his knees buckle as a wave of fatigue overwhelmed him. But when he felt the aura of the weapon, it was no less than that of a pseudo-33 Heavens weapon. A fourth seal snapped. Loki fell to his knee, gripping his chest in pain. This was without a doubt the equivalent stamina drain to a true 33 Heavens weapon. All right, that's enough. Loki smiled, absolutely content with himself. He tried to stand up, but that was when something completely out of his expectations occurred. A fifth seal snapped. Blood flew from Loki's mouth. He fell to both knees, wheezing and coughing. He didn't understand what was happening. What kind of weapon didn't listen to its master? The truth was that there were plenty of weapons that housed malevolent souls that often ignored the whims of their master. However, the difference between them and this weapon was the fact that they weren't powerful enough to actually lead to the death of their master by any direct means. However, the Dragon King's weapon could. Having fun. Just as Loki was feeling despair for the first time in his life, a voice that should by all right be erased from existence sounded off behind him. A savage expression spread across Loki's features. Although he was drained, he still had enough to kill a Hobble Meridian Formation expert. However, a sixth seal snapped. Loki felt his flesh nearly collapse inward. His skin hung so closely to his bones that he looked like nothing more than a skeleton. Dian weakly stumbled out of the crater. He didn't know how he found energy to climb out, but he had used every ounce of hatred he had for Loki for fuel him. Nothing would stop him from witnessing this man's death. With all the power he could muster, Dian kicked Loki's side, sending the 5-meter-tall man falling toward his back and looking up listlessly. You? How? Loki spoke weakly. However, it was at this point he began to feel an attack on his soul. The Dragon King was trying to take over his body. Dian looked down, having expected this. He wasn't so naive as to believe that the Dragon King would be loyal to him without their soul bond. But he let it happen for now, knowing he could stop it in time. It's simple really. I just used the soul power I devoured from you to seal my soul with the seal. I'm simply smarter than you, nothing more, nothing less. This answer irritated Loki to no end. Smarter than him? He was the smartest Ragnar in history. Who dared to say something like that to his face? All of the other faith-seated heroes relied on their overwhelming talent. Only Loki used his head and wits to survive in a clan that placed power over everything. You knew about this weapon, Loki croaked. Of course I did. Dian stepped forward, crouching down with great difficulty and placing his hand on the black wristband. In an instant, the Dragon King submitted without resistance. With Dian's newfound weapons master will, it was even easier than before. I'll be taking my things back now, thanks, Dian said nonchalantly, although Loki felt a great relief with that soul-sucking leech off of his wrist. There was no way he could recover in a short time. However, Dian's next words sent him into a pit of despair. Give me the soul strength you took from him, you stingy Dragon King. You didn't attack or defend against anything, so I know you have that power stored somewhere. Hearing Dian's order, the Dragon King could only oblige. In an instant, Dian's soul began to slowly replenish itself. Although a damaged soul couldn't save a damaged soul, Dian had something Zabia Jafari hadn't had. The ultimate soul replenishing technique, Devour. the rate of Dian's soul dissipation drastically decreased. Loki's soul simply wasn't powerful enough to fully replenish Dian. And even if it was, Dian didn't know if that would be enough to stop the dissipation without his Grand Teacher's technique. But it was enough for him to hold on for now. You've hidden your soul strength even from me all this time. You must have quite a treasure on you, Dian said nonchalantly, brandishing his sword. Dian ran a deep cut along Loki's thigh, twisting his way through without remorse. Loki's screams began to fill the inner world. Although he had expected this as soon as Dian filled the tables on him, the idea of the torture being inflicted on him was enough to drive him insane. Even in venting his frustrations, Dian was incredibly clear-headed. He was fully aware that if he wasted too much time, Loki would recover and he wouldn't stand a chance. But how could Loki do such a thing if Dian slowly tore his soul to shred with every stab of his sword? Dian's eyes were deadpan, flickering slowly with a dense black flame. He calmly sliced apart Loki's thighs, separating the muscle as though he was a surgeon before slowly gliding the sharpness of his blade into his bone and twisting. The strain on Loki's soul coupled with the excruciating torture caused his screams to reach higher levels. Dian suddenly chuckled. Do you think I can't tell the noises you're making are part of an illusion? It's a shame that you don't have enough power remaining to do anything else. Those words cut through Loki's screams, silencing them in an instant. For the first time, Loki's eyes truly widened in terror. From the very start of Dian's torture, Loki had done the best he could to fake as though he was helpless. Only this way would Dian lower his guard and allow him to recover. Since Dian had already taken away the very thing weakening him, survival was still possible. However, Dian's music will was much too sensitive for such a thing to work on him. He had long since mastered it as an intent. How could he be fooled by fake sounds? The problem was that Loki didn't know that this was why Dian had seen through him. To him, Dian had become like some sort of flawless god. A person capable of planning so many steps ahead that even Loki the trickster was fooled. Maybe if he wasn't so fatigued, he would have tried a different kind of illusion. Maybe he would have thought of the truth. But unfortunately, Dian had stomped on his hope and tore it apart without remorse. Quite simply put, the moment Loki revealed what he truly was, he had lost. The truth was that Dian hardly had the strength to stand up, let alone try and use his sixth sense to see through Loki's illusions. His only shot at healing his body would be to use the Tree of Life and Death to absorb the remaining power in Elder Dayu's corpse, but that would completely deplete his soul. He wasn't sure if that was something he could afford. However, he had to make this man pay. For all the pain he caused. For all the tears shed because of him. For all the lives lost at his whim. He had to pay. Suddenly, Loki started laughing. By this point, he barely looked human. He was nothing but a bloodied mess. However, after Dian exposed his illusion, he hadn't spoken a single word. His bones were shattered. His muscles torn. His face scarred beyond repair. And yet not a single time did he utter a word. After all the torture he had endured with the Ragnar family, until the day he finally awakened his faith seed, what did this little bit mean to him? Go on. Kill me then. Surprisingly, Dian chuckled as well. I've long since noticed that slicing your skin and breaking your bones has been too easy. Since when was the body of a peak saint capable of being hurt this severely by a man who can hardly lift a finger? Loki remained silent. By this point, he was much too used to Dian seeing through him. Although Loki's body wasn't nearly as powerful, the situations were still comparable considering the difference in strength between Dian then and now. Even at his peak most strength, it had taken everything out of Dian to even injure Elder Dayu, and that was when he unlocked 5 seals on the Dragon King weapon. Yet now, Dian was disheveled and couldn't muster up any strength. Nor could he handle even a single seal being broken. At the moment, the Dragon King's sword was nothing more than a common level weapon in his hand. The answer was clear. Loki had diverted his remaining power to protect his most important organs while trying to stall for time. He would allow Dian to enjoy himself now. But as soon as he accumulated enough saint energy to form a drop in his meridians, this farce would be over. There was nothing Dian could do. His soul was tapped out. He could hardly lift his arms. Even his vision was steadily blurring. He could feel that the bit of soul he had protected with Loki's was starting to fade away again. And there was no stopping it this time. There was no one to devour, no one to stop it, no one to help. I only need 10 more minutes, Loki said, a sinister glare in his eyes. In 10 more minutes, I'll make sure your soul never comes back. Dian calmly raised his sword, trying to slice into Loki's stomach. But the result were as expected. Not even a white line resulted from his best effort. Hiding in a turtle shell, I see. Dian's tone was flat. Provocation won't work for you here, although pleading for mercy and signing a soul contract might. After all, having a puppet capable of using 33 heavens weapons would be greatly beneficial. Dian didn't respond. Ever since he had found out the truth of his parents' lives, something within him had changed. Although he was no longer at a loss for how to control his emotions because of his master, that didn't mean he wasn't still heavily affected by those things. He had accepted the fact he needed to let the memories of his parents rest, and that he needed to move on. But that wouldn't change his anger. The people who had put him in this pit of despair would pay. In one swift motion, Dian's sword morphed into a dark wristband. Looking down at himself, he scanned over his cracked and charred skin. Pain was still racking his body, but from his expression, one would think that it wasn't his body that he was looking at all. Dian turned and began to walk away, but this only incited more laughter from Loki. Run while you can. There isn't a single person in this universe that can stop me. What did Loki have to fear? No one would be able to find him unless they made use of that Maying girl who disappeared, but his highest form of protection was Dian's injuries. How would Dian make it out of the catacombs? Whether it be his body's condition or his stamina, he was too lacking. It had taken hours to reach this place. Even worse, even if Dian was fully healthy, his spatial will comprehension wasn't high enough to not get lost. All of this pointed toward Loki having as much time as he wanted to recover. Then, he'd leave this place and go and end this war. With his presence and his capabilities, he'd be able to greatly boost his allies before stealing back that Maying girl to find a Dian that would still probably be lost. When he thought through all of this, Loki couldn't help but laugh himself silly. He thought about all the ways that he'd torture Dian for revenge before turning him into a puppet. The sinister glow in his eyes only increased with each passing second. However, unlike what he first believed, Dian didn't walk toward the exit. Instead, he stopped beside the massive corpse of Elder Daiyu. Tell me, Dragon King, how useful is the corpse of a dead Dao formation expert? Dian asked. He had begun to realize that due to the Dragon King's personality, unless he directly asked questions using their master-weapon relationship, he wouldn't go out of his way to help. Dian found this quite interesting, though, because if it hadn't been for the Dragon King, his grand teacher wouldn't have known to help him. Humph! An ancient voice once again filled Dian's mind. Why would you want anything to do with this inferior bloodline? I only have a bit of soul stamina left and I need to use it properly, Dian explained as though the Dragon King wasn't already aware. I need to know if I can use my tree of life and death technique or not. Normally, absorbing essence from a dead corpse without the consciousness of that person present is a death sentence. The Dragon King explained. A corpse automatically accumulates death chi. The only way that essence is protected from death chi is if the consciousness protects it either by separating it from its body before death chi becomes a factor, or by actively protecting it while the consciousness is still of this world. A sudden realization hit Dian. So that was why he was able to accept the demon sages, as well as his master's and her husband's essences. His master actively protected her and her husband's essences, likely for the benefit of Little Black, before she ended up gifting them to Dian. The demon sage definitely did this as well. However, you're different because you've mastered death to the one with heart level. You can ignore this small bit of death chi because he's hardly been dead for a few hours. In fact, his soul hasn't even entirely dissipated. That said, this corpse has no essence remaining. He was a former Dao formation expert that was forced to reseed his own cultivation in order to preserve his life. The only reason why he burst with Tao formation power at the end was because he burned his remaining essence. So, there's nothing remaining of that to absorb, unfortunately. Dian sighed. That meant that there was no possibility in absorbing the Black Jade Dragon bloodline. Although the Dragon King turned his nose up at it, Dian was a human with a body much too fragile. The Demon Sage's bloodline was great and provided him with plenty of power, though. In fact, considering the Dragon King hadn't said a single word of bad about the Demon Sage, he may very well approve of the Demon Sage's bloodline. A truly shocking this for the king of all dragons. But that doesn't mean there's no benefit for you on his corpse. Dian's eyes brightened at these words as he listened intently. He diverted all of his essence to burst with vitality. That energy is currently leaking from his muscles and being eroded away by death chi as we speak. He's essentially become an extremely digestible energy stone perfectly tailored to body cultivation. You can use your tree of life and death to absorb this vitality to heal you wounds and boost your existing bloodline. Why you would want such a pitiful bloodline when you have the one running through your veins is beyond me. Maybe under different circumstances, Dian would have grinned wildly. Dian quietly stood beside Elder Dayu's hulking corpse, calming himself. He had to focus on making the most efficient use of the Acacia family technique, or else this would all be useless. Usually, using any of the ancient elven techniques was child's play for Dian. However, things are only truly put into perspective when observing how those with less abnormal souls handle utilizing the technique. Ri, for example, only uses the tree of life and death in dire situations, not daring to use it as flippantly as Dian. Unfortunately, now that Dian was in a position where his soul talent was whittling away along with his soul strength and stamina, he had no choice but to be as frugal with his soul as others were. Just as Dian was about to manifest the technique, his brows suddenly scrunched as his soul picked up the faint touch of something odd. What? Although Dian looked confused, he recovered to speak. Are you going to continue hiding? Or should I just devour your remaining soul now? Dian spoke directly to the corpse, using bits of his remaining stamina to hide his voice from Loki with music will. If he was correct in his assumption, he could afford to do such a thing now. What use is there in speaking with me, demon? Just hurry now and kill me. Elder Dayu's voice sounded out, although it was much weaker than ever before. Although Dian was a bit confused at first, with a brief explanation from the Dragon King and his own deductions, he began to understand. Elder Dayu was a former Tao formation expert. As a martial warrior having reached that level, even if his soul lagged behind by an entire large cultivation barrier, he would have still managed to grow a celestial-level soul. As a result, that soul would be able to survive even in the case of the death of the body for however long that person's remaining lifespan was. However, since Elder Dayu's soul was heavily damaged, it was likely that his soul wouldn't last that long. Essentially, Elder Dayu's soul had gained the necessary characteristics to survive independently of a body, but it no longer had the power to do so. As a result, he was in this odd in-between where he was very conscious of himself slowly dying. I only wanted to hear if the pathetic old man in front of me had any last words. The fact you still somehow think I'm the Dragon King is irrelevant to me. You've long since lost my respect, and I won't be sparing the Dayu family. You can consider them gone along with your death. Dian spoke calmly. To anyone watching, it was as though he didn't have the threat of Loki looming over his head. In fact, it was as though he wasn't heavily injured at all, even though few would even be able to be conscious under such harsh wounds. Elder Dayu didn't know what to say in response. Before, he had thought that the Dragon King was trying to lie to him. However, what reason did the Dragon King had to lie now? He was already dying and couldn't retaliate. By all rights, if Dian was the true Dragon King, he would be gloating right now. However, how could Elder Dayu be at ease knowing that he had not only died for nothing, his clan would too? He felt an endless regret. But there was nothing he could do. Even if Dian did nothing, he would die a true death within a few days. And without him, the Dayu were next to nothing even in this universe. Plus, how could King Belmont allow traitors to live? Even still, the anger that was boiling within Elder Dayu had no room to vent, and Dian wouldn't allow him to even if he did. Had he cared when he took Dian to be sacrificed? Did he think about those who cared for him? For those who would shed tears when he was gone? From the very beginning, Elder Dayu had done nothing but act selfishly. Even if the all began because of his anger at the loss of his brothers, had he chosen to accept the fact the Dragon King was cleansed and done away with, none of this would have happened. "Where's Jade?" Dian suddenly asked, pausing before he devoured Elder Dayu's soul. Although Devour could read memories, it required extra control and soul strength Dian simply could not divert right now. So, he thought he would at least try his luck, although it was unlikely that Elder Dayu would answer in his current state of anger. A bitter laugh inadvertently escaped Elder Dayu. He sounded aggrieved and wronged, never thinking he would die in such a pitiful manner. But he answered anyway, purely because he knew the truth of the matter would leave Dian at a loss. "Even if I wanted to tell you, it would be impossible." Part of the soul contract she forced Layer to sign included erasing the memories of what she asked for. "Even I don't know what we gave to her, nor do I know where she went." Dian's brows furrowed. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to deal with all of his problems at once today. He didn't know why, but Jade was the enemy that made him feel the most uncomfortable. Even through all of this, she was the only one who managed to get out unscathed. While everyone else was battling for their lives, she had probably already slipped away using who knows what means. All Dian knew was that if the Dayu could make it to this universe, they definitely had methods of leaving. Jade's personality was the most like Dian's he had ever met, at least when it came to charisma. When someone with that sort of ability became twisted, who knew what they could do? What Dian didn't know was that when next he met Jade, the word uncomfortable wouldn't be enough to describe it. There was another reason Dian didn't like the idea of Jade running around freely, though. The memory of Miss Everdeen was still fresh in Dian's mind, and he would never forget his promise to have all who harmed her kneel in front of her tomb. After having dealt with the Eostre family, only Jade was left. Having heard what he needed to hear from Elder Dayu, Dian's features steeled as he prepared to absorb the last of his remaining soul. "Wait!" The Dragon King's voice suddenly sounded through Dian's ears. "Is something wrong? You'd be wasting a good opportunity if you crudely absorbed his soul like this. Even though his daos are damaged, they were still once formed. Normally, it would be impossible to take advantage of something like this, but you're a special case. Use the soul tome." A sudden realization dawned on Dian. A portion of the soul tome's function, aside from cleansing, almost worked like a seal. It was capable of taking things and inscribing them within its pages for future use. Also, by utilizing Dian's array alchemy talent within certain boundaries, it can convert those things directly into absorbable arrays which can be used to learn anything instantly. Basically, while anyone would only be able to watch helplessly as those daos disappeared from the world, Dian was likely the only person in existence with not one, but two methods of stopping that from happening. He could either use his seal or the soul tome. However, using the seal would require a constant strain on his stamina. In peak condition, this would be negligible to Dian. But right now, it was literally the difference between life or death. Luckily, he had the soul tome, could store things passively, without Dian's soul aiding in binding it. That said, there was still something troubling Dian. "Dragon King, if I absorb these shattered and remnant daos into the soul tome, will they really be helpful?" Dian's worry wasn't baseless. After all, he knew firsthand the importance of establishing your own Dao heart. If he learned from the comprehension of others, wouldn't he be handicapping himself all while setting himself up for a massive backlash in the future? It all seemed counterintuitive. It is important to build your own daos, yes. However, these daos, even in their shattered state, can be useful for plenty of things. For one, there's weapons. Attaching a Dao to a weapon is incredibly difficult, but it's also the main step in forging a legendary path piece of equipment. The Dao supplies the energy so you don't have to. Secondly, all Daos of the same vein originate from the same origin. Even if his path diverges from yours, utilizing his comprehension will still speed up yours as long as your one with heart is firm. And that leads to the third benefit. This is a very ancient and almost masochistic method, but it's one I believe suits you very much. You've seen how the strength of one's one with heart can be shattered by those with superior cultivation, right? Diane looked off into the distance at the still chained hand and couldn't help but agree. They were still thousands, if not tens of thousands, of miles away, and yet Diane always felt this formless pressure. He had always believed himself to be arrogant without bounds, and yet somehow this entity still made him feel like his will was nothing compared to its. Truth be told, the mere fact you can stand here without falling to your knees is already a testament to either your stupidity or arrogance. But I have to say I like your attitude regardless. So, I'll teach you something. A look of interest surfaced on Diane's features. He knew that the Dragon King had many legacies within it. In fact, it might reach into the millions considering how many lifetimes it had gone through by taking over bodies. Does this mean you can teach me Dragon Soul too? Diane asked expectantly. Impossible. You don't have any dragon blood within you. Your demon sage was so arrogant that he never mixed his blood with anything else than his own. Do you understand now why that thing said your arrogance is fake? It doesn't run deeply enough to compare to the man you're succeeding, let alone me. Diane could only shake his head at this. He was arrogant, but there were things he placed above his arrogance as well. If it meant saving the life of people he cared about, he wouldn't hesitate to bow down. What was pride in the face of the death of a loved one? But this was exactly what the entity had seen through. That said, Diane didn't agree. To him, arrogance could come in many forms. Maybe in other situations, others might be more arrogant than he was. But in a situation where it meant the life and death of those he cherished, there wasn't a soul who could compare to him. You mean I can't body cultivate to that point? Diane asked this, but he already knew the answer. If the demon sage, a man known as maybe the greatest body cultivator to ever live, hadn't been able to, then it was likely impossible. Humans simply do not have the connection to the universe we do. Dragons exist to embody arrogance and sovereignty. This is what the universe birthed us to do. You would have to create new laws for yourself in order to use Dragon Soul without dragon blood. Diane nodded in understanding. It wasn't all bad. Maybe in the future he could find potent enough dragon essence, although he highly doubted it. That said, he still had the Dragon King. For a hefty strain on his soul, he could use Dragon Soul as well by relying on it. So, what did you want to teach me? Diane turned his attention back to the topic at hand. He hadn't forgotten that Loki was still some distance behind him, nor had he given up thoughts on helping to end this war. It's an ancient technique that likely no longer exists in this world. If you want to stand on the pinnacle of the world with an unshakable Tao, this is the only way to do it. Diane's eyes shone. Unshakable Tao? It will be impossible for you to end up with a shattered Tao. The power it would take to do something like that to you, should you master this technique, would be more than the universe would allow a single person to have. Diane diligently listened to the Dragon King's explanation. In the end, his reaction was a mixture of anticipation of apprehension. He anticipated the benefits, but at the same time, a technique like this wouldn't be easy. In fact, it sounded a lot like suicide. As much as he was practically born a masochist, he had more people to worry about than himself now. He couldn't do things on a whim just because he felt like it anymore. He had to consider the thoughts and opinions of his wives, especially since hiding things from them while their souls were connected as one was practically impossible to begin with. The technique itself was known as Will of Heart. The first aspect of the technique was the sovereignty path. In order to reach perfection in Will of Heart, one needed to form 9 Daos utilizing this path. At the moment, Diane had his music, weapons master, demonic, and death wills that all followed this path, but they were far from becoming Daos. The second aspect was the masochistic aspect. It required tempering your one with heart by comprehending or absorbing contradicting paths to your own. When Diane heard this, even he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. This technique was essentially asking its wielders to purposefully cause their cultivation to deviate. What ridiculous requirements! This was why the Dragon King wanted Diane to take in Elder Dayu's shattered Tao. It was a rare opportunity to absorb weakened Daos. This wasn't a privilege previous wielders of the technique had. However, Dian also finally understood why the Dragon King had such a technique. Only the embodiment of sovereignty would have such an overbearing technique. But that didn't mean Dian would jump into this blindly. The backlash for the shattering of a one with heart that served as the basis for a supreme law was death. And yet this technique asked him to continuously try and break that foundation to build it up. It was a tall ask indeed. Dian shook his head and stopped thinking about it before stretching out his hand toward Elder Dayu. There was a faint unwillingness in as Elder Dayu's remaining soul strength accumulated toward Dian's palm. But the struggle was futile. Elder Dayu was someone who could no longer handle even something as simple as a soul contract. The fact his soul had even lasted this long was a testament to his tenacity and grit. There was no doubt that having a damaged soul meant you were in constant pain, but he fought through it, only to meet his end to a teenage boy he hadn't placed in his eyes just a few months ago. There was no screaming, nor were there any last words of hatred. Maybe Elder Dayu decided to maintain the last bit of his dignity and leave the world silently. Saying that he regretted his actions would likely be an understatement. However, maybe not for the reasons many would think. Although Elder Dayu made the wrong decisions time and time again, what he was most ashamed of was how he disregarded his moral compass again and again. He had tried to sacrifice the life of a 19-year-old boy. How could that sit well with any sane elder? It was only oh so ironic how the weapon that started all of this for him would also end it. Elder Dayu closed his eyes as he felt his soul strength slow drain. Dian didn't torture him, but he did something far more sinister. There were very few people Dian used Devour to completion for, but it wasn't under today that he learned what doing such a thing really meant. Dian's parents would never return to this world because they had no souls of their own. There was nothing anchoring them to this world and nothing for the universe to remember them by. Elder Dayu and his allies had used the lives of his parents and people like they were mere tools to be discarded and never used again. However, isn't this exactly what Devour accomplishes? A technique capable of shattering Daos and crippling souls. A technique capable of erasing an entire person from existence. The end of Elder Dayu's life was uneventful and was a hallmark in history no one would remember. Such was the cruelty of the martial world. Preying on the weak and snatching away what was never yours was the only way to survive. Dian slowly felt his dissipating soul recover a bit, giving him more breathing room to use the tree of life and death. But first, Dian's hand flashed as an ancient tome appeared. His mind stretched over Elder Dayu's corpse, using the hints of the Dragon King to finally find the source of light he was speaking about. An instant later, Dian's breath was taken away. Magnificent Daos appeared in the air. Although they were clear cracked and broken in many places, unable to show their true power, Dian could still feel a certain majesty that made the wills and intents within him ache for improvement. They too wanted to reach their own perfect state. There weren't an infinite amount, only about 3 from what Dian could tell. That said, because of their shattered states, it was difficult to tell. It would take time to decipher them, and even more to absorb them without dying. But if it was just pain, Dian would do anything for strength. As the shattered Daos slowly inscribed themselves into Dian's soul tome, and the tree of life and death bloomed in the skies, prepared to replenish Dian's body, Dian couldn't help but muse about something that would become of utmost importance in the future. He could help but wonder, why do Daos look so much like arrays? After the shattered Daos were absorbed into the ancient tome, the 4th page was no longer blank. Although the Dragon King had explained how the will of heart worked, Dian simply didn't have time to do anything about it now. He would have to save them for later. Outside of the Belmont Holy Land Cave, the battle was still raging onward. But, in the center of it all, Changlei, who was being heavily protected by Dayu clan members, suddenly felt a sense of loss. However, it wouldn't be until much later that he understood just why. After absorbing Elder Dayu's soul, because Dian made no attempt at scanning his memories, he was able to replenish his soul to the best of his abilities. Taking a deep breath, an ominous air filled the atmosphere as an obsidian tree with cracks of crystalline rocks weakly flickered into existence. From the very beginning, Dian understood that only the best of soul techniques could manifest physical forms. It required either outstanding soul talent or an outstanding technique in and of itself. So, when Dian saw that his tree of life and death was more illusory than real, he could help but grit his teeth before sighing. He had no idea if he'd be able to absorb any essence from Elder Dayu like this. It seems your soul is too damaged. The Dragon King spoke, confirming Dian's suspicions. The tree of life and death was quite frankly useless in this form. This corporeal form wasn't just about piercing things. It quite literally represented its power. It seemed that Dian was too naive in believing he could take advantage of this situation like this. He had been lucky to even be capable of using Devour at all. The mandate of the heavens wasn't something you could just dodge because you felt like it, even if it could be delayed for a few moments. However, he could understand. Devour required his soul, yes, but there were no requirements for it to be complete in order to be used. But manifestations were different. Manifestations were quite literally meant to be a projection of your soul. In learning the Acacia family technique, Dian had to body cultivate to cause changes to his bloodline that would then affect his soul directly. So, how could an incomplete soul project something complete? It was impossible. Loki seemed to have sensed this and started laughing uproariously. Just 4 more minutes. What could you possibly do with that sham of a manifestation? You should just be lucky that you haven't dropped dead yet. Even as Loki finished his words, Dian's broke out into a cold sweat as an intense pain tore through his chest. He coughed violently, unable to stop the torrent of sweet blood from flying from his mouth. Dian collapsed to his knee, wheezing for breath. In a way, Loki was right. Anyone else would have long since collapsed from burning their soul. Zabia had only managed to remain conscious for 10 minutes before Dian was forced to save him. And yet Dian had managed to hang on his own for hours. Even with Loki's torture, Loki couldn't help but gloat at Dian's misfortune, staring at the charred boy as though he was nothing more than a corpse walking. There really was no hope for Dian left. If he could muster enough power to hurt a saint before Loki could move again, he was basically waiting for death. Relying on the Dragon King was a fool's errand, although it didn't particularly matter whether Loki was ready or not, because the Dragon King would win anyway. The problem was that if the Dragon King was the one to subdue Loki, Dian would lose all control of him. Dian wasn't so naive as to believe that the Dragon King was some benevolent being. The only reason why he helped Dian in his weapon form was because he was bound by the laws the universe set for weapons. This was the price he paid for leaving a part of himself in this plane. As for Dian's puppet, that was even more impossible. Elder Dayu, before his death, had completely destroyed the arrays that kept Dian's puppet together. Although the material could still be reused in the future, what made the puppet itself tick was completely gone. If it wasn't, Dian wouldn't have even had to connect his soul to it in order to kill Loki because the puppet would have had peak Saint cultivation even with being controlled. The only other chance Loki could think of Dian having would be force-feed him some sort of poison, or to unlock some seals on his odd weapon. But, after seeing the toll unlocking those seals put on him at peak condition, how could Dian handle it in his current state? As for poison, after being tortured for so many years in Ragnar clan territory, how could any normal poison affect him anymore? Not to mention the fact that carrying around poison capable of ending a peak saint's life was rare in and of itself. For all of these reasons, Loki no longer bothered with Dian, instead choosing to focus on his own recovery. At the moment, the only thing that stopped him from moving was the dangerous levels his soul had reached. He quite literally felt like his life was hanging on by a thin string. If he didn't properly replenish his soul, his life could slip away at any moment. Thus, he had no choice but to take his time and soul cultivate, something he rarely did considering most of his power was based in his energy cultivation. Unfortunately for Loki and many others like him, soul cultivation was a task that was exceedingly difficult, painful, and slow. So, when he said he needed 10 minutes to stabilize himself and stand, he was no exaggerating a single bit. However, none of that mattered. All Loki could think about was how he could keep Dian alive for the longest period of time so he could feel his body being ripped apart. King Paishaniva, having reclaimed his title and much of his power, stormed through the skies, careening through Earth's atmosphere with rings of fire blazing around him. Although he didn't have King Acacia's true empathy, he didn't need it to be able to tell something ominous was going on. The amount of blood lust he felt chilled him to his very bones, and he couldn't help but worry. His love and his daughter were in the arena now as far as he knew, and yet all he saw was a bloody massacre. Paishaniva's eyes widened as he appeared above the skies of the arena. Below, the war was still raging, but this was no normal war he had ever seen. Red crystal humans that looked oddly beautiful as they reflected the heavily falling rain were actually death sentences for anyone who even thought of admiring them. A simple touch to a weak warrior would mean their blood essence being forcefully sapped. Paishaniva watched in horror as countless allies fell, turning into skeletons as they were devoured from the inside out. The screams of elves and pakals alike filled the stadium. The red crystals may have looked beautiful, but they were drenched in the scent of death and blood so thick that even a celestial would feel their stomach upturn. Just what is this? Paishaniva didn't know what to do or how to approach this. Would purifying it with his will work? He had no idea. The gazes of the 10 Ipsum clan elders snapped up into the sky when they sensed a powerful aura sweeping over the stadium. They were much too fatigued to do much of anything else, but they had no choice but to alert Seeklums. At this point, they no longer needed the formation to sustain this damage. This plague would spread without their support anymore. It had absorbed enough blood essence to sustain itself for a long while. However, they still couldn't afford to lose the formation either. Because if they did, they would have no way of harnessing the power the red crystals absorbed at the end of all of this. If Loki didn't get what he wanted, the Ipsum elders paled when they thought of the consequences. Warriors were still trying to run away, but the army of red crystal skeletons was seemingly being an ocean of red that none of them could avoid. Paishaniva finally acted. He knew he couldn't risk attempting to cleanse whatever this was, because that would likely lead to more deaths. He could sense that he wouldn't be the first to attempt this cleanse, and although he would be the most powerful, he wasn't so conceited as to believe he could match the power output of thousands of combined elves. Although their cleansing ability was inferior to his, they made up for it with numbers. That didn't mean that Paishaniva had no chance at cleansing the red crystals, but rather it would take time he couldn't afford to give at the moment. In a flash, Paishaniva appeared on the front line of the battle, drawing a line of ice that blasted away the enemy. The appearance of a celestial had drastically turned the tides, causing the Ragnars who had been shamelessly chasing their retreating allies to pause with fear in their eyes. Without a celestial on their side, how could they match up to Paishaniva? It was a fool's errand. The wall of ice grew explosively, stopping the barrage of red crystals. "Run!" Paishaniva roared. He could sense that even with his purity path, the red crystals were leeching the power that sustained his ice will. Even worse, he could feel an endless vitality coursing through the bombardment of crystals on the other side of his wall. He didn't have to think much to understand. He had seen this very technique used once before, when he had watched his clan be wiped out. A cold light flashed through Paishaniva's eyes. He refused to allow this evil to deal his allies a fatal blow again. Not while he was here. In the skies, King Belmont was continuously assaulted with blinding golden flames. Describing his state as sorry was an understatement, and the fact he was still alive only attested to his will to fulfill his duty as a king. He felt he had let everyone down. He should have been prepared for this, but he wasn't, and to think his own son, to have lived through this, I have to say you're worthy of the title of king. I'm sure with the capabilities of your son, the Belmont name will be just fine. King Belmont looked to the elves and Patriarch Pakal who were still fighting in the far distance. A pang of guilt assaulted his heart, but he knew he wouldn't be able to help them. This was likely where he would die, a fitting end for a useless king. No last words. Seeing that King Belmont said nothing, King Amon's fingers began to shine much more brilliantly than before. I guess that's enough for now. I hope you raise a more filial son in your next life. King Belmont could only watch as an overbearing heat swarmed toward him. He could only sigh. Although he wanted to punish Lionel, he was his son after all. Could King Belmont really kill his own son as a traitor to his city? A sinister glow flashed in King Amon's eyes just as his attack was about to land. Now in this universe, there would only be one family of flames. However, the massive impact King Amen expected never happened. In fact, the massive power of his attack seemed to have hit something soft and cushioned, making it completely unable to display its full power. Just as King Amen was going to act, a formless pressure descended onto the surroundings along with the clearing of his vision. When he saw what lay before him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. There stood a couple, a match made in heaven. The woman was a beauty beyond dreams who held a small white fox in her arms. But the man had an aura so stifling and domineering that King Amen involuntarily took a step back. King Belmont sighed in relief, a massive weight falling from his shoulders. Amel, Nora. An unsightly expression overtook King Amen's arrogance. He could feel a pressure coming from these two that couldn't be matched up to anything he had felt before. They even surpassed the pressure Loki placed on him. If King Amen knew that this entire time, Loki was nothing but a peak saint, he might have shed real tears at this moment. That said, he didn't need to feel too aggrieved about the matter. Because of Loki's magic specialty, his illusions were nearly unmatched to the point where he may be able to fool even weak Tao formation experts who weren't alert to his abilities. Since this was the case, how could King Amen be any different? Little Belmont, I'm disappointed. Losing to inferior flames isn't like you at all. Nora lightly chastised, stroking the fur of the white fox in her arms. This, King Belmont could only smile bitterly. He had to fight 3 Celestials single-handedly before fighting King Amen. Anyone else would have considered that he did his best. However, secluded meditation for 10 years. I can tell you haven't made any strides forward in your rudimentary domain. It's been 20 years since we last met. Wouldn't this make me a laughing stock? Nora continued to reprimand King Belmont as though he was a child, unwilling to let him be. During this entire time, the cold sweat on King Amen's back only continued to grow. Who in this universe had the right to reprimand King Belmont? Much less call him Little Belmont. Who were these people? What King Amen didn't know was that King Belmont's next words would send off millions of tiny explosions in his mind, causing him to stare blankly and listlessly. Yes, master. Disciple is ashamed. King Belmont did his best kneel and kowtow despite his injuries. Now that his master was here, it didn't matter if his injuries were 10 times worse. And don't think I didn't notice you calling me by my first name. Consider that an added 5 years of seclusion. Nora harumphed, before turning back to her injured disciple. King Belmont could only withhold his grievances, putting on his best, "You're always right," facial expression. It had been his very master that told him to pretend as though they were friends to hide their true relationship. He hadn't understood the command when it was first issued, but he had always obeyed his master no matter what. So, him calling her by her first name, Nora, was something she had personally asked for, and yet he was being punished for it. This might be the first time in history that a king of a royal god clan was treated as such so near to his prime. However, despite her words, Nora lovingly kneeled before King Belmont and placed her small and delicate palms over his bloodied wound without a care for her own cleanliness. In an instant, King Belmont was washed over with a feeling so pure that he nearly fell asleep in the skies. "Congratulations, master," King Belmont couldn't help but say. Although Nora's array alchemy was far too advanced for him to put an accurate estimation on, he could tell that his master had vastly improved. But what was more was the fact she had been gone for less than 2 decades. To some, a master expecting improvement in 20 years would seem reasonable. But one has to remember that the higher your comprehension and cultivation rise, the more even a single step becomes as difficult as climbing a mountain. So, the fact Nora could improve so drastically in just 20 years, despite having already been a monster before, was a testament to the fact she was an even more monstrous talent. Nora smiled lightly, causing the world to seem as though it had frozen in time. She was such an otherworldly beauty that even her slight movements could cause such a thing. However, King Belmont didn't dare to have such thoughts about his master. Not only would she see through such lewd thoughts in an instant with her intuition, her husband was an even scarier character. In what seemed like an instant, The flames that had been rampaging through King Belmont were snuffed out by a gentle will and golden flames. If Dian had been there, he would have been surprised to notice that it was celestial will. But it was on a level of intent that he couldn't imagine. In fact, if Dian was knowledgeable enough, he would have known that it wasn't on the level of an intent at all. Nora's husband, Amel, scanned the situation calmly. His golden eyes seemed to pierce through everything, and the feeling he gave King Amun caused him to fall to a knee, unwilling to look up. By now, how could he not understand what was happening? What he didn't understand was just how such powerful experts could ever be a part of this universe. What were they doing here? And the fact that such experts would take a disciple from here? Nothing was making any sense. Everyone was aware that King Belmont was fairly young, to the point where he had yet to name a true crown prince. Many thought it was because of this that he never showed any ambition to become a king god clan. With so much time ahead of him, he was just biding it well, ensuring that he had the largest chance for success. That said, King Belmont wasn't so young that he was worthy of being a disciple for such otherworldly beings, right? He was only young for his cultivation by the standards set in this universe. After seeing what other universes had to offer, King Amun had long since started to see his own as pathetic. However, it was in that instant that Amel said something that completely shattered their otherworldly auras. Taking out an array plate, he looked down as his handsome face became distraught. "Some little bastard's been stealing from me." King Belmont's face twitched as he heard this. But Nora, having long since become used to her husband's personality, only giggled lightly before continuing to heal her disciple. "I really can't trust those little gremlins to run anything when I'm not around. Do they think money grows on trees? Who can even eat this much food in such a short time?" The more Amel scanned over the information, the more irate he became. This supposedly calm and otherworldly expert had completely disappeared, replaced by a business tycoon who felt wronged. He didn't understand what was happening. The amount of food, even from the very beginning, was much too much. Being aware of this universe and the landscape of its experts, there shouldn't be anyone who can eat this much without exploding. It wasn't that he didn't consider the fact the meals were feeding multiple people. It was more so that he had information on how often the meals ordered were eaten in a single sitting. When he corrected with that information, the amount of food that individual ate was off the charts. Even if he had 50 people with him at that time, it would have been too much. "It seems greed has met glutton," Nora said with a knowing voice, not hiding her sin nickname for her husband. "However, if this person really eats as much as your calculations show, it seems we've overlooked a worthy talent. He or she should be of great help to our plans, no?" A sudden realization hit the two of them as those words were spoken. They had done a clean sweep of the planet, looking for any and all worthy talent before they left 20 years ago. And yet, they hadn't found anyone who would be capable of such a thing. It may sound silly that such experts were putting such importance into a person who they only knew had ridiculous eating ability. However, one has to understand that oftentimes, eating capacity reflected strength. The stronger you were, the more energy you spent, and thus the more you needed to eat. However, what really shocked them was that since they hadn't met this person 20 years ago, this person was still young. Young beyond belief. Not only was this person definitely a talent worth nurturing, they had somehow been capable of stealing from Amel. This meant only one of two things. Either he had defeated one of Amel's disciples and taken their ownership abilities, or this person's array alchemy had reached such an outstanding level that the arrays meant to protect Amel's assets meant completely nothing to them. The shocking part about all of this was that Amel's youngest disciple was already over 23. And yet this person was without a doubt below the age of 20. To be able to beat a talent chosen by Amel, at an age younger than them, this talent, Amel almost forgot he was angry thinking about the truths of the matter. "Husband, do you think this person?" Nora asked hesitantly. Amel shook his head. "Even if he was like you and had an innate aurora, even if he trained from the moment he was birthed, he wouldn't be able to circumvent Heaven's Wine's arrays. Although it was I, and not you, who built the arrays, and I may be far less talented than you in that aspect, I don't think a child would already have the capability of ignoring me. Even Amel and Nora had to abandon the idea. Even if that person somehow had an innate aurora, less than 20 years to reach such mastery was unheard of. And that was even if they were born the instant Amel and Nora left, and trained from that moment to now. What was more, the first incident of this stealing occurred more than 2 years ago, which mean at the time, that person would have been 17 at the most, likely even younger based on simply probability. How could someone that young do such a thing? Maybe if Diane was in better condition, he would be sneezing at so many mentions of him. The truth was that Diane's array alchemy hadn't been good enough to circumvent Amel's fail-safes back then. He had been able to reach the top floor, yes. But that was completely different from hacking into the restaurant's arrays and forcefully making it bring you food. However, what Amel and Nora didn't know was that the only reason Diane hadn't been able to at that time was because up to that point, he had only studied array alchemy for less than 3 months. In addition, the only reason Diane didn't forcefully order food for himself now was because he had no reason to. Why would he when he had Iacus' array plate? There was no need to put in such effort when he could just take the food as he pleased without hassle now. As for Amel's tears, why would Diane bother to care? If Amel and Nora knew that doing such a thing now was well within Diane's power, who knew how they would react? If this person truly is an array alchemy expert, he'll be my disciple this time, Nora mused, lovingly ruffling King Belmont's purple hair as she stood. Amel didn't have any objections. After all, his wife's soul talent far surpassed his own. She was among the very few whose soul was capable of keeping up with her energy cultivation. In fact, if it wasn't because she was so careful, her soul would have even surpassed her cultivation. Nora rarely took disciples. King Belmont was currently her only one, and that was because he showed exceptional talent in control, something Nora had always excelled in. After all, King Belmont did was no other Belmont had ever been able to do, infusing their red and blue flames into violet under his own merit. This was all done under Nora's guidance. Let's wrap this up, shall we? Nora's smile faded as they all finally faced King Amen. King Amen trembled, facing the gazes of the three of them. Even if it was just a fully healthy King Belmont, he would have felt apprehensive. It was because of this reason he had waited until after King Belmont was tired to step in. But now, he had to deal with a healthy Belmont and 2 experts whose cultivations he had no way of seeing through. He was doomed. You know I won't fight your battles for you, right? Nora said, looking at her disciple with a side eye. King Belmont, having already expected this, nodded. But the problem was far more than just about his individual struggle with King Amen. He had a whole planet to defend. He couldn't afford to waste time here. Turning his gaze to the fiery-haired King Amen, King Belmont's eyes narrowed. Piss off back to your planet and take all of your people with you, or else I'll kill you where you stand. This was the only way. King Belmont had to weaken the opposition's resistance, or else things would get bad even more quickly. He could already tell that this situation on the Earth was getting out of hand. This was especially so for Nora and Amel. With their senses, how could they not sense the dense blood and killing intent coming from the surface of the planet that rotated slowly in the distance? King Amen was startled by this, thinking that King Belmont would do any and everything to kill him and seek revenge. But it seemed he put the safety of his people first. A part of King Amen wanted to say that King Belmont was scared, but he didn't dare to. Whether his master would really not intervene was up in the air. And, even if by some miracle King Amen won and killed her disciple, what was stopping her from retaliating? Absolutely nothing. As such, King Amen no longer hesitated. He sounded an order for retreat among his most esteemed elders and blasted off into the distance as quickly as his cultivation would allow. King Belmont's cold gaze followed the streaking golden flames, but he made no move to stop him. In the end, King Belmont could only look down in shame. Master, I failed. Looking at her disciple, Nora could only shake her head, a look of pity on her beautiful features. With Nora and Amel's senses, they had heard what King Amen said about King Belmont's son while they were still miles away. After all, in the vacuum of space, the only sound that could be transmitted were those forced into existence by experts. That meant that in reality, It was easier to hear things at a greater distance. There are some things that even the strongest of people can't control. Nora's voice threatened to turn hoarse, but she controlled her emotions. However, in the end she couldn't help but think of the sacrifices her and her husband had made. She had no right to judge King Belmont. At least he had been there for his children. Diane breathed raggedly as he tried to catch his breath. He had only forcefully manifested his soul for an instant before it collapsed, and yet he felt as though he had just run a marathon. His chest ached to the extreme, completely dwarfing the pain his charred body was sending to his senses. He even felt as though his mind would collapse at any moment. Almost all of the benefits he had received from absorbing Elder Dayu's injured soul disappeared in an instant, leaving him in an even worse position than he had been before. He couldn't help but call himself an idiot. He had wanted to cure his body, but in the end he had ended up injuring it even more. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't very well eat Elder Dayu's corpse. Not only would that be ridiculously disgusting, Diane wouldn't have the energy to refine the meat properly. Loki's laughter was like a constant, annoying ringing in his head, unwilling to let him have any peace of mind. So much fighting, Diane thought as his eyes threatened to close. He had done the impossible time and time again, and yet fate seemed to throw him to worse and worse situations. For an instant, Diane wondered what it would be like to be oblivious of all of this, to not have to have his life on the line every day, to live a life of peace. However, those thoughts were erased in an instant, replaced by an endless rage. It was these people who constantly sought to make his life miserable. It was these people that treated him like a tool to be sacrificed at their leisure. It was these who tested his limits time and time again. Blood slowly trickled from the cracks in Diane's charred skin as he struggled to stand. His feet were slow, and he often stumbled, but he steadily walked toward Loki's figure, a light of hatred erupting in his eyes. Loki of course noticed this, but he couldn't move his body. The best he could do was sneer, inviting Diane to torture him some more. Go on, vent out the last of your frustrations. In less than 2 minutes it'll all mean nothing. I'll slowly kill you with my own 2 hands. I'll make sure you live hundreds of years, just so you can be tortured for every day and night. Diane's feet dragged, until eventually, he stood above Loki just as his eyes were threatening to close. Today, Diane wheezed. You die. Before Loki could sneer, Diane took out the soul tome. On its 5th page, shun its new edition Elder Dayu's corpse. However, that wasn't what Diane's hopes were hinged on. The first page of the soul tome housed something its previous owner stored within Inner World Sanctuary. Its 2nd page housed something Diane had placed in it, the Tao of Array Alchemy. However, its 3rd page housed something that Diane hadn't known was able to enter its pages until his grand teacher told him all those months ago. Death. Diane roared with the last bit of his soul strength, manifesting the death chi that had once been under Lotus Tower and pushing it out from the soul tome's pages. Loki's eyes widened in shock as he watched, helplessly incapable of movement. For the first time he felt regret. He hadn't felt regret when he forced the Seeklums to give up their lives to divine the future for him. He hadn't felt guilty when he forced the Ipsums to undergo untold pain to refine their artificial will. He hadn't felt any emotions when he constantly experimented on Tammy, even as he listened to her scream until she could no longer make a sound, but as every disgusting and vile person in existence had ever existed. When Loki saw that it was his own life in the palm of another's hands, he collapsed into a miserable mess. An explosion of untold magnitude resounded through the Belmont Holy Land even as Diane's consciousness collapsed. However, in those final moments, the Dragon King did something that should have been impossible. In the end, the 6th page of the Soul Tome was filled, unbeknownst to a 19-year-old teenage boy who had given his everything in this fight to honor the last words of his master. Live on. Diane's body lay completely unconscious, a single arm hanging limply from the side of a crater so deep that the bottom was impossible to make out. It was a miracle that he hadn't fallen in. With a depth so astronomical, if he wasn't conscious to fly out, his body would be turned to paste. Unfortunately, Dian's last attack had taken everything he had left. To seal things within the soul tome was easy as long as they were lifeless. However, to manifest them back into their true form took power Dian simply hadn't had. From the very beginning, Dian knew that the death chi he had sealed within the soul tome would be his final trump card. In a situation like this, where others saw despair, he had tossed all thoughts of loss out of his mind and only focused on paths to victory. However, Dian also knew that an attack that didn't land would be useless. Because the death chi within the soul tome wouldn't have any momentum of its own. For experts on Elder Dayu and Loki's level, dodging it would have been a simple matter. Even worse, after killing Elder Dayu, Dian knew he simply didn't have the soul strength left to bring the death chi out. This was why he had dragged himself over to Elder Dayu's corpse, to pull away the last sliver of soul strength that lingered on within him. It had crossed his mind to take the soul strength from Loki, but with him fighting, and Dian currently being so weak, it would have been a fool's errand. Because Dian knew manifesting the death chi would have taken the last of his strength, even after absorbing Elder Dayu's soul, he had chosen to attempt to heal his body first, hoping that he would have enough in him to complete both tasks. But, unfortunately, he had underestimated the strength needed to use the ancient elven techniques. Quite simply put, Dian had been spoiled by his overwhelming soul talent. It was difficult for him to put in perspective just the level of strain normal individuals would be under until he, himself, was in dire straits. In the end, Dian had no choice. With the last of his soul strength dissipating, he had to forcefully push past his limits. The consequences of such a thing were untold and likely more severe than usual considering his burning soul. Now Dian had completely collapsed. His body lay naked, as it had been since Loki's endless torture, with the only interruption in dense black and charred skin being the crack of red and dried blood that covered him. His soul was dormant, a faint whisper of gold with only endless darkness as its protection, and his meridians, damaged beyond belief and dry, not even the smallest drop of energy remaining. However, in that instant, just as the faint embers of Dian's soul were about to give out, the cracking of a barrier resounded through the now quiet Belmont inner world. Essence energy rushed forward, greedily vying for its place. The world trembled, almost unable to maintain itself under the shift in energy. The artificial skies shook violently, sending furious earthquakes throughout the Belmont Holy Land. Dian knew from the very beginning that the amount of meridians you filled with energy during a breakthrough often dictated your potential. Under normal circumstances, Dian would likely not fill even a single one. His energy cultivation talent was simply too poor. He didn't deserve the universe's blessings. But this time was different. A faint and densely black aura emanated from the black wristband that clung to Dian's dangling arm, its eerie and domineering presence completely overshadowing the deep abyss it hung above. The moment that Dian had first felt a real connection to the Dragon King was the moment his senses were opened up in a way he couldn't fathom. All this time he had fumbled his way through dealing with the energies of the universe, completely unable to make full use of them. This had even affected the speed of the soul cultivation. After all, after shearing your soul apart, it was these energies you must rely on to grow your soul even stronger. If it wasn't for Dian's overwhelming instincts when it came to soul-related matters, who knows if he would have ever made any progress. But now, the Dragon King's devastating talent had become Dian's. The energies of the universe were irresistibly attracting to Dian's unconscious body, constantly stimulating and extending what seemed to be his last breaths. That said, the problem still remained, even as Dian's first meridian filled to the brim, overflowing with endless energy before pooling into the second. Dian's soul benefited in no way. If anything, the endless abyss that surrounded it got larger, threatening to snuff out the weakly flicker light. Dian's third meridian filled, pulsing and nearly bursting before the energy spilt over into the fourth. Then fifth. Then sixth. At this point, it could be said that Dian was destined to become a first-grade essence-gathering expert. With the scant energy in this universe, even filled 2 meridians would name you an unmatched genius. After all, in order to accomplish this feat, you were essentially beaconing the energy of the universe toward you, something that was much harder, the less of it there was. The process of a breakthrough was a time where the universe would cultivate for you. Why would the universe waste its time on useless talents? Seventh meridian, Diane's soul continued to flicker, raging onward with an arrogance only found in its owner, but quickly losing the ability to maintain its consciousness. Eighth meridian, Diane had now reached legendary status. It was a well-known fact that no matter how much the universe loved a talent, it would only ever cultivate to the peak of first stage for them. However, the rarity of such a thing could hardly be put into words. This was much more common in ancient times, when the energy of the universe was abundant and the restrictions were looser. But, for it to happen now, even among the trillions birthed in the universe, less than a few thousand could boast such a thing. Ninth meridian, Diane's energy cultivation sky rocketed to the peak of the first stage in a single leap. The universe groaned in agitation, wanting to help Diane more, but its own laws seemed to reprimand it, giving it no choice but to recede, almost bowing down in apology. Diane had stepped into the world of essence-gathering experts. The flood of pure energy had slowly healed Diane's body. His unsightly and sickly-looking flesh flaked off as new and soft skin took its place. The wounds on his body slowly closed, chipping away the dried blood as though it disdained to be associated with it. Diane's soul continued to flicker weakly, but his body was slowly returning to its peak condition, removing even more of his flaws and enhancing his features. His bones mended and organs repaired themselves. In the end, Diane breathing, although still heavily labored due to his soul, became slightly more relaxed. His muscles healthily rippled, bursting with newfound vitality that matched its sainthood-level strength. He grew in height once again. Because he wasn't conscious to suppress it, Diane's body grew past 2 meters tall, before filling in his larger frame with lean muscles covered in veins that pumped with endless life. However, this was all akin to trying to cover the scent of dense garbage with a few puffs of perfume. Diane's body had once again reached peak condition. His soul was mere seconds from disappearing, but that was when a happy coincidence occurred. Diane had long since known of the restrictions that would be placed on him upon breaking through into the essence-gathering realm. He would no longer be able to use his wills, and his soul would be locked away, leaving him with only his bodily strength to rely on. In any other situation, this would have been completely devastating. Restricting a martial artist to be unable to utilize wills was like cutting off the hands of pianists and forcing them to play with just their big toes. Because of his wills, even when Diane had no energy cultivation and pitiful body and soul cultivation, he had still been able to defeat meridian formation experts. This was enough to express the importance of wills to a fighter's overall prowess. If you also take into consideration how heavily Diane relied on his soul for fighting, the loss of this strength might have been even more devastating. He would no longer be able to use his awe-inspiring arrays. It would be impossible to use the 33 Heavens weapons. And Diane's opponents would no longer seem slow to him, because he would no longer have access to his sixth sense. Although this was an ability granted by his innate aurora, and not his soul, how could an aurora function without the source meant to power it? All of this sounds absolutely horrible, especially when it's considered that Diane, even with the Dragon King's help, would be in this state for 5 to 10 years. If Diane's battle prowess was only cut down by half, that would be something to celebrate. However, in this case, had Diane been conscious, he would be rejoicing, knowing that his gamble had paid off. From the very beginning, Diane had only sought out paths of survival. Since that was the case, why would he ever burn his soul without a plan for handling the situation in the aftermath? From the moment Diane decided to burn his soul, he had already thought of using his essence-gathering breakthrough to seal his soul away. He knew it was impossible to use the seal to do so, because utilizing the seal in such a way required soul power. Even when Diane had hidden his soul away from Loki, it had been siphoning away his soul strength with each passing second. He could hardly hold on, waiting for Loki to take the Dragon King's weapon from him. That was when Diane thought of another possibility. It was a gamble, which was why Diane didn't burn his soul from the very beginning. He wanted to see if it would be possible to beat Elder Dayu and Loki without burning his soul. But, in the end, that clearly became impossible. If he didn't go all out, he would lose. In hindsight, Dian should have used his soul burning to immediately utilize the death chi within the soul tome, but he had been unwilling to do so. The fact of the matter was that that was his plan originally, until he saw that breaking the seals on the Dragon King's weapon could actually help him kill Elder Dayu. However, he hadn't wanted to do so because of how rare death chi was in the universe. Dian had originally stored the death chi in the soul tome to study. If it hadn't been for it, in all likelihood, even with the 6 months his grand teacher bought him, Dian would have never managed to reach the one with heart level because he was simply too stubborn. The death chi that was once in the soul tome was far above Dian's death comprehension. Dian didn't know if he would ever find a cultivation tool like that again, which was why he was reluctant to use it in such a way. In the end, Loki had forced him to do it anyway. Although he had lost a valuable resource, he had maintained his life. Now that his soul had been sealed by the inner world, sanctuary cultivation technique, it would no longer dissipate. However, there was a trade-off for this as well. Dian's soul was meant to be building his inner world along with his wills. This was why they were sealed. With his soul being so severely damaged, unless he took restoration pills, it was impossible to guess just how much longer that 5 to 10 year span would take. That said, an extra decade or two of weakness in exchange for one's life was well worth it. Whether Dian would believe so remained to be seen. However, that aside, Dian had fulfilled his master's last wish. He had lived on. In the air above the shambles that was once a glorious arena, Amel, Nora, and King Belmont stood with Patriarch Pakel and their other allies not too far behind them. Although they were bloodied, they had survived, thankful that Amel and Nora were able to dispel their situation so easily. Unfortunately, it seemed that the couple was unwilling to be too hands-on with this universe's affairs, and only forced their enemies to retreat. It was clear to all of them by this point that Amel and Nora didn't originate from this universe. If this universe had managed to raise such experts, not a single person wouldn't know their name. It was impossible that such talents would have gone completely unknown for so long. However, right now they were all worried about the same thing: the artificial blood-sucking will that was running rampant below. So this is it, Amel said under his breath. With all of the information he and his wife had, how could he not know that the Ragnars had been developing such a weapon all this time? It seemed that they had even managed to find methods of protecting themselves as well. Nora's eyes flashed with a golden like as her aurora flames burned. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through and analyze everything. If it continues like this, even the Ragnars won't be able to protect themselves soon. What a stupid clan. Although Nora said this, she knew the truth of the matter. It wasn't that the Ragnars were stupid, it was that they didn't care about sacrificing their own if it meant advancing. They would simply learn from the experience and move on. This was how Loki treated his experimental subjects, and the rest of the Ragnars were no different. However, she was very right about the fact the Ragnars' protection would soon be inadequate. With every purification method their allies used, the surviving red crystals would get stronger, modifying themselves and adapting. This artificial will was truly horrible. Down below, Patieniva wall of ice was continually being bombarded with red crystals. Some of it even began to use its sharp nature to climb, seeking to get over its obstacle. Coupled with the endless attacks of the Ragnars, and the situation was seemingly getting worse. That said, Patieniva had fulfilled his goal. The elves and Pakals had long since retreated. In fact, for some odd reason, more elves had gathered to form a defensive line. What Patieniva hadn't been able to divert his attention to notice was that many of the enemy had retreated. In fact, all of planet Naiad and planet Deimos were gone, having been ushered away at the fastest possible speed by their leaders. Only the Clyte family had lagged behind because of the death of King Clyte, but after they noticed the Kami fleeing, they made the smart choice in leaving as well. This didn't go unnoticed by the Ragnars and Kavasitas, however, but, because of their fear of Loki, they didn't dare to leave even if it meant their deaths. "We can't let this continue. I'll have to wipe it out in one go," Nora said softly, her golden eyes shining brightly. "Remember," Amel said softly, "no more than 10% or else they'll be able to sense us." Nora nodded. 5% is more than enough for this. A brilliant array appeared in the skies. It was a white so pure that the heavens began playing a soft melody to accompany it. This was no normal array. It looked like its central formations were really celestial bodies manifesting in the sky, and it didn't match the color an array should have. By all rights, as an innate aurora wielder, Nora should draw golden arrays. That was why this wasn't an array at all, but rather a Tao. The Ipsums could only watch in horror as their red array shattered in its presence. It was as though it felt much too inferior to exist in the same plane as Nora's might, and it acted as such. A comfortable feeling washed over the battlefield. The Allied forces even began to feel even their heaviest of injuries being healed simply by being washed over by the light. Be cleansed. Nora's melodic voice rang out. Celestial Scripture, Act 1. Vibrant light. Hours later, Dian rolled in his sleep, trying to stretch out his limbs. But, when he suddenly felt his weight give way to nothingness, his eyes snapped open and he instinctively grabbed forward. Confusion filled Dian's senses as he dangled from the end of an endless abyss with only his grip as his savior. I really can't catch a break. Dian could only shake his head. Did life-ending events really have to be what startled him awake? Why could he just have his normal mortal world alarm clock? Black flames flickered in Dian's eyes as that last thought barely finished itself. The events of the past 2 days flooded into his mind, and he was suddenly strikingly aware that he had done nothing but fight for the past 2 days. Lifting himself up, Dian leaped from the edge of the abyss, looking over to see if he could see the bottom. He tried to stretch out his senses, but he immediately felt a feeling of loss. His soul was sealed. Dian sighed, looking down at his naked body. He didn't carry around clothes because he always had the ability to form them whenever he wanted. But now that his soul was sealed, did he really have to walk around naked? And why am I so tall now? Dian could tell that he was at least 6 feet 6 inches now. It was an odd feeling. He had always suppressed his height. As a martial artist, one had pristine control over their body and its changes. It was only in very rare God Constitution level cases that one's body height was out of their control. That and beasts, of course. However, since his current height was still well within normal human world limits, Dian didn't mind too much. As long as he didn't shoot up to 5 meters tall, he'd be okay with it. Dian turned his gaze toward the exit. Luckily for him, he had already taken the body and energy kernels, or else he would have had no choice but to leave them here. After all, how could he use the seal without his soul? Unfortunately, that also meant that until Dian's soul was unsealed, he wouldn't be able to use the kernels either. It would be a shame to not be able to use the body cultivation kernels when all I can do for the next 10+ years is body cultivate. If that really was the case, Dian could only shake his head. There was nothing he could do. Maybe his grand teacher would be able to use the seal in his stead. On his way to the exit, Dian stopped by his puppet, sighing as he saw its disfigured state. He picked up a decently sized piece and held it over his crotch before putting the rest in his spatial ring. Dian couldn't help but sigh in relief when he noticed the treasures bound to his soul still worked for him. If not, he would have to carry the puppet himself. After that, Dian walked toward the exit with a 1,000 kilograms piece of material acting as his loincloth, oblivious to the fact that he hadn't yet faced his last celestial being. Blinding light washed over the stadium, layered with a pressure that caused the Ragnars and their allies to freeze. It was impossible for those of lower cultivation to measure the power of those above them, but that didn't mean those people could tell the obvious differences, and something was telling them that this person was much stronger than the Loki they so feared. In an instant, the rampaging red crystals began to shriek in agony. It was only at that point that a horrible realizing hit many who witnessed this. The essence of the red crystals trapped their families and friends within. Tears of rage poured, filling the battlefield with a wretched atmosphere that was only made worse by the booming thunder clouds and heavily falling rain. Even to now, the effects of King Acacia cooling the atmosphere had not rescinded. Although Nora was hit with a wave of guilt, there was nothing she could do. Stopping now would give the red crystals time to adjust and adapt, and, even if she did stop, there was no guarantee that their family and friends could be saved. Even with all of her and her husband's knowledge, they had no ways among themselves to solve this situation in any other way. By this point, Paishaniva had calmed, sighing a breath of relief that he wouldn't have to fight this battle alone. However, when he saw the little white fox that lay on Nora's shoulder, a wave of pain couldn't help but overwhelm him. How could he not recognize Kawa? For her to be in her beast form, and only have a single tail at that, Paishaniva could only imagine the hardships she had suffered. Deep inside, he still loved Kawa, and although he would never again act on those feelings, he couldn't help but hurt seeing her in this state. Paishaniva sighed before sending a look of appreciation toward Nora and morphing his wall of ice into a zone of quarantine. The massive wall curved in on itself, pushing the weakening red crystals toward the Ragnars before curling. The Ragnars panicked, unwilling to be trapped with their own creations. They ran and stumbled, doing everything in their power to escape Paishaniva's reaches. In the end, they only escaped because Paishaniva allowed it. After all, as a celestial, how could he not deal with a few thousand essence gatherers and saints? With their source of power being cut off, the red crystals had indeed forgotten who their masters were, springing toward the fleeing Ragnars to try and survive, shrieking in pain all the while. However, that was when Paishaniva's actions showed their true benefit. The ends of the wall completed a circle, slamming into each other's ends and crushing the red crystal zombie-like creatures that tried to escape. Because of their weakened state, even slightly touching the purity path ice that Paishaniva formed made them shrink back in anger, unwilling to deal with the searing pain. The walls continued to shrink, closing in closer and closer, until a radius of a kilometer became 500 meters, then 400, then 300. Cries and pleas of mercy almost seemed human, losing their bloodthirsty edge, but Nora and Paishaniva could only continue, burying their feelings of pity deep within. King Belmont stood silently, watching all of this unfold. Maybe saying that he had the most emotional investment in the situation would be going too far, but this was his kingdom. He felt a level of culpability for everything that had happened. In fact, he blamed himself for everything. He was incompetent and overly confident. And in the end, he had allowed the enemy who likely made the worst and the worst possible come from his very self. How long had he known the nature of his own son? And yet, he ignored it, seeing his talent as something irreplaceable and naively believing that as his father, he could change everything. But now it was likely that a true genius was dead. He couldn't even bring himself to mention Diane to his master and martial father. The guilt he felt was weighing much too heavily. All this time, King Belmont wanted to believe that everyone's attentions were focused on finding the lost epistemic tower. But it turned out that their goal all along was the Belmont Holy Land, to unleash a secret that the Belmonts were meant to have held onto with their very lives. How could King Belmont not know by now that Elder Dayu and Patriarch Ragnar had taken Diane to the depth of the Belmont Holy Land? How could he not know that the only way to open those lands were with the fire and ice flames that were exclusive to his family? How could he not know that without his son's involvement, none of this would have happened so easily for the enemy? And now he had to watch the people he was supposedly meant to protect wither away and cry out in agony. Everyone in their alliance had sacrificed so much. His master and her husband had not seen their child since their birth. Paishaniva lost his entire clan seeking the power to help. Kawa and Idrim hadn't hesitated to go on mission after mission, even after Kawa was saved, knowing fully well with every mission they accepted, it would be another length of time away from their daughter. All he had to do was protect this planet. That was it. He didn't make any sacrifices. He got to see his family whenever he wanted. He got to raise his children, and he was treated like a king every day. Even Big Red had lost people precious to him. And what had King Belmont done? Absolutely nothing. And in the end, it wasn't even him who fixed it all either. In the aftermath, the Ragnars and Kavasita's god clans and their affiliates were tied down for the time being. It would be up to King Belmont to decide what should be done with them. But at this point, everyone understood that this affair was far from over. The true culprits of this war were currently in the Belmont Holy Land, which was also shrouded by a top-tier formation. Although Lionel had used a secret passageway to enter, That was nothing but an act put on by him to fool Ri, or attempt to fool Ri, not knowing that she had already seen through his act. As a member of the Traitors' Alliance, Lionel had long been given means to breach the formation. However, those who wanted to enter now weren't so lucky. Amel glanced at his wife as they stood in the air. He couldn't help but frown when he saw her serious expression. For a formation to make someone as outstanding as his wife react like this, it was definitely no joke. After the Grandmaster level, Array Alchemy itself experiences a watershed wherein one becomes a true expert. Of course, the Grandmaster level requires a saint-level soul, and although it is a difficult level to reach, it isn't looked to with as much respect as upper levels. This is of course because the soul itself also reaches a watershed after surpassing sainthood. When one crosses into the threshold of a celestial soul, the soul itself becomes capable of existing without the body. This isn't only due to the power now available to the soul, but because of the connection it now receives from the universe. The soul becomes blessed, thus being capable of relying on the universe itself to survive without utilizing the body as a proxy. This also acts as a first step toward truly becoming a transcendent being. This is also why the best universes and quadrants often see anyone under the celestial level as juniors, whereas true cultivation begins after stepping onto that path. This is analogous with Array Alchemy as well. After the Grandmaster level, one becomes truly acknowledged by the guild headquarters, and although they have long since stopped recognizing Array Alchemy as a single discipline, it warmly welcomes those who excel in formation or alchemy or weaponsmithing, in addition to a whole host of Array Alchemy-related professions. After first stepping past the Grandmaster level, one steps into the comet ranks of Array Alchemy. This is split into 6 levels and corresponds with the first half of Celestial Cultivation, stages 1 through 6. Although the soul will continue to simply be celestial stages, depending on the progression within those stages, they can correspond with energy cultivation rankings between Celestial Stage 1 and 6. The next step is the Moon ranks. This is also split into 6 levels and corresponds with the second half of Celestial Cultivation, stages 7 through 12. This means that one must have a lower and middle celestial soul to draw comet rank arrays and have a higher and peak celestial soul to draw moon rank arrays. The same is true of creating weapons. Spiritual weapons are named as such because they are named after celestial bodies. A spiritual weapon can be either of comet rank 1 through 6 or moon rank 1 through 6, depending on its quality. The third step after corresponding with a lower and middle Dao soul is the planet ranks. The fourth step after that would be the star ranks corresponding with a higher and peak Dao soul. The number of planet rank specialists number in the few thousands, despite the trillions of living beings there are. As for star rank specialists, maybe only a handful exist in this plane, because to have a soul that powerful likely means you've already transcended. All of this said, Nora's current problem wasn't her soul strength. As a Dao formation expert who specialized in soul techniques, her soul had long since caught up with her cultivation, steadying itself at the lower Dao stage. The problem was that, unlike Dian, Array Alchemy expertise usually lagged far behind soul strength. The fact that Dian could almost instantly climb to an Array Alchemy understanding that matched his new soul strength was a feat that would cause billions of Array Alchemy fanatics to go crazy with jealousy. It simply wasn't normal. At the moment, despite her innate aurora and a Dao soul, Nora could only don the robes of a rank 5 comet formation expert. Her alchemy was slightly better, being at the rank 2 moon alchemy expert level, but that wasn't helpful here, not when the formation before her was a rank 6 comet formation. Even if it was a rank 5 comet formation, it would have already taken Nora some time to break. But, now that it was above her station, the time increased exponentially. Do you think it would be more efficient to break it forcefully? Amel asked. Since it was a barrier formation, brute strength might work better. Nora shook her head as her eyes shone gold. If one paid attention, you could see the faint darkness of a vast universe behind her pupils as 5 comets danced around in beautiful patterns. With this type of illusory formation, unless you have the ability to obliterate it with a single strike, it would divert your power to strengthen itself. Nora explained. Although this formation was a mere rank 6 comet formation, capable of being built by a celestial level soul, the reality wasn't so simple. Just because a formation was created by a certain level soul, didn't mean that level of energy cultivation could obliterate it. There were many other involved variables. For example, the length of time taken to create the formation, the number of layers it had, and also what power sources it utilized to sustain itself. Although Amel and Nora were Dao formation experts, this formation had far too many layers and time invested to be taken out so simply. As such, Amel could only sigh in wait. In his mind, images of a child left behind ravaged his memories. King Belmont and Big Red could only stand by and wait. Although King Belmont had tried to get Big Red to go and rest, as he was heavily injured, he insisted that it was his job as the king's guardian to stay by his side. But this only made King Belmont feel even more guilt. However, this group of elders were right to hurry. Although the situation within had reached a stalemate with the demon generals steadily gaining an advantage despite the numbers difference, no one knew how long they could last in such conditions. Within the barrier, oblivious to the help that was trying to reach them, Madeline and Ree sweated profusely as they held their delicate hands in each other's palms. With Ree's focused creation of weapons hell arrays and Madeline's supplying of soul cultivation, they were soon reaching their limits. "It's okay to rest." A shy and gentle voice came from behind the two of them, clearly coming from Kita. "River and Ronica can handle the front line for a while. Plus, there are a few of us here that haven't switched in with them yet. We have plenty of fresh legs. Including Thatch now that they're gone." Kita smiled sweetly, diverting her soul strength into new masters' wives. Under the protection of numerous Dayu, Chenglei's brow furrowed as he scanned the situation. The Dayu, after existing for so long, of course had trump cards of their own, but to use it now, and only against 3,000 experts. Wasn't that too much of a joke? The mighty Dayu being reduced to this state by an army led by two teenage girls, Dian almost comedically walked out of the Belmont Holy Land that had been reduced to rubble, with a square metal sheet being held up by his hand. "If only I didn't leave my battle Chongpao in the supreme level ring," Dian sighed. But it wasn't as though he was a woman. He didn't care about walking around naked at all. These were only the trivial things on Dian's mind. More than anything else, he was worried. Although he told his wives not to do anything reckless, how could he not know that Ree never had any intention of listening to him? That aside, he knew very well that Clara was likely feeling alone right now, and he wasn't there in her time of need. Again, he couldn't help but feel another pang of guilt. "I can't replace your dad, but I can try my best to make sure you never suffer again." Dian crossed the boundary, stepping into the caved catacombs. Because his senses were significantly dulled, he couldn't feel the same spatial fluctuations he had when he walked here, but he knew they were there. Now more than ever, he was highly susceptible to being lost. The Belmont catacombs ran underground through the whole earth, the only exception being beneath the mortal realm. That portion of the earth had no energy, so there was no need for these tunnels. Because of the accumulated and still growing gamma energy, many legacy worlds had accumulated here. This was meant to be the prize to the top 10, but the world tournament was the furthest things from everyone's mind right now. "Can you help me with this?" Dian asked, hoping the Dragon King would be able to lead the way. Without a word, the Dragon King began to guide Dian through to the exits. Within the catacombs, another group of people were making their way deeper. One was an elder, while the other two were too much younger and still tightly bound. "Tell me the whole story." The summon's ancestor looked down at Lionel, unwilling to release him without fully understanding what he had just done. Lionel, having long since prepared for this, started to explain various things. They didn't need to be true, nor did they have to be unfalsifiable. They just needed to be believable for this moment, until the ancestor disappeared. Every ancestor had a limit, but that limit was usually decided by how much energy they spent. Because of their heaven-defying means, ancestors who were awakened could not replenish themselves and needed months of waiting time between summons if they were lucky enough to have more than a single summon. It was impossible for the energy requirement to be avoided because every moment an ancestor spent in a plane they didn't belong required massive amounts of energy in and of itself. If Lionel's calculations were correct, this ancestor would last half an hour more at the most. This was why Lionel had purposefully asked to be teleported back into the catacombs instead of out of it. Not only were the catacombs the safest place because of their spatial fluctuations, it also placed strain on an ancestor remaining in this plane, increasing the energy requirements. The ancestor nodded as Lionel continued to explain. So it's the World Tournament. I was always against using our Belmont Holy Lands as a reward for such a thing. The rewards of the other planet couldn't hope to match us back then, and likely can't now either. We're giving up far more when we've sacrificed more than enough. But those old fogies thought that it was be a great show of power that we were so confident and magnanimous enough to share such treasures. The ancestor shook his head, lamenting over the old times. He had always disliked when martial artists placed appearances over what was truly important. And now it had come to bite them back, leaving him to, ironically, be the one to have to clean up the mess. Suddenly, the ancestor's senses sharpened as his expression grew serious. He felt a dangerous aura approaching, one filled with dense hatred and killing intent. A cold sweat permeated through his back. He was fully aware that there was only one path, despite the complex tunnel system, from the entrance to the heart of the Belmont Holy Land, and the aura he felt now was definitely coming from that direction. When the ancestor thought of just how fear-inspiring the entity who was chained there was, his mind couldn't help but jump to the worst conclusion. However, in the next instant he was given the surprise of a lifetime. Out from the depths of darkness walked a boy rippling with endless vitality as lean muscles flexed taut. His eyes raged with an anger so deep that the ancestor had no doubt that this was the aura he had felt. But he was washed over with endless shame in the next instant. This boy, he had no cultivation. In the next moment, Evelyn and Lionel's eyes landed on Diane, following the ancestors. First, there was surprise. How was he here? Shouldn't he be dead? But then, there was a sinister glare in their eyes. Ancestor, he's one of the invaders of our land. As you can clearly tell, he's not a Belmont, but you see the direction he came from. It's best we kill him without mercy, Lionel said calmly, as though he was doing nothing else but ordering a meal. In any other situation, the ancestor would be apprehensive. A boy? Coming from that direction. Something wasn't adding up. But, when the shame he felt as an expert sprung through, overshadowing his reasoning, he couldn't help but take a mighty step forward, the flames of his anger flickering. He would wash this shame away with the blood of this boy. Diane's eyes seemed to freeze over. Despite everything he had been through, he didn't feel the slightest bit of despair facing this new obstacle. Facing Diane's fierce expression, the Belmont ancestor couldn't help but feel displeased. He was a celestial-level expert, and although he had less than 50% of his peak battle power, there was no doubt that he was still within that realm. For a mere child to look upon him as though he was a lowly and insignificant existence made his blood boil. If Diane knew the ancestor's thoughts, although he would hardly care, he'd have to acknowledge his grand teacher's words. There was something about him that made his presence easy to hate. Whether that be his unbridled arrogance or something else, it was there. Lionel, though, didn't know how to feel about Diane's expression. Unlike his ancestor, he was well aware of what Diane would have had to do to somehow escape to be here right now. And, although he looked perfectly healthy, the fact he was practically naked aside from the obsidian plate covering his lower regions meant that he had gone through something, and that something he had somehow survived. He didn't want to believe it. How could a teenage boy escape two celestial experts? It didn't make sense. He had to have used some sort of trick. Considering how many treasures he has, that's more than likely. But such a groundbreaking treasure can't be used more than once, or else why would he have allowed himself to reach this point at all? Lionel tried to comfort himself using logic as his platform. However, in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think of the possibility of him being wrong. It was because he underestimated Diane's treasures that he had ended up in this situation to begin with. Had Ree not had a treasure capable of holding 3,000 living beings, Madeline's faith seed would be his by now. Do we have an issue here? Diane suddenly spoke. Although his voice usually imperceptibly leaked a domineering music will in situations like this, he had to now remember he didn't have access to it anymore. However, that didn't stop his momentum from being stifling. The air around Dian had shifted in such a way that it was completely unnecessary for him to have music will to assert his dominance. Seeing that his words were clearly ignored, Lionel frowned. But Evelyn's reaction was even more severe. "For what you did to my master, you deserve nothing more than a dog's death. Get on your knees," Evelyn shrieked, having lost all rationality. The more she stared at Dian's unperturbed attitude, the more she remembered how he looked down on her at the Earth Tower, how he had completely humiliated her. Those feelings of anger bubbled up, unleashing themselves before combining with the sorrow and pain she felt with the death of matriarch Niveus. Considering the Belmont ancestor had yet to untie the two of them, she looked quite pitiful, almost like a rabid dog trying to escape its chains. Hearing Evelyn's words and the audacity she had in playing the victim, Dian's gaze threatened to pierce through everything. Was this woman really asking him to repent to the woman who destroyed his home? Before this, Dian had no intention of doing anything to Evelyn. Although she had stolen a pill that rightfully belonged to Delia for her own selfish desires, that wasn't a crime that was worth a person's life, and it wasn't something that Dian would have bloodied his hands with. However, something had snapped within Dian during the past 2 days. His master had done her best to cleanse it, but that nature was slowly prowling and growing within Dian. His bestial desire to viciously protect his loved ones while slaughtering all those that even remotely encroached on his well-being was growing, and without his soul or wills to rein it in, it was unlikely that it would be dealt with any time soon. Evelyn's words caught in her throat. In that instant, she forgot that her husband was right beside her. She forgot that there was a celestial there to protect them. All she felt was terror, a deep-seated fear for the young man in front of her. A formless pressure laced with celestial energy covered the cave walls, snapping Evelyn out of her condition, causing her to grasp at her chest, breathing heavily along with her heaving snow-white breasts and hair. "It seems the young have grown in arrogance since I've been away." The Belmont ancestor's jaw set, for Evelyn to forget about his presence, taken over by an overwhelming flight extinct, was yet another slap to his face. How could she be scared of a child with no cultivation while he was right here? He hadn't even used any wills yet. "I assume you're an awakened Belmont ancestor?" Dian's gaze left Evelyn, focusing back on the approaching man in white. "Do you acknowledge your mistakes?" was the ancestor's only response. "Are you an idiot?" The atmosphere froze over, solidifying in an instant. The three of them couldn't believe what they had just heard. Even in this situation, Dian had the audacity to call their ancestor such a name. Was he truly not afraid of the Belmont ancestor? Dian, however, was in a completely different sort of mind state. He had just finished fighting a battle of life and death. He hadn't even had the chance to rest, to have a drink of water or a bite to eat, but more bullshit was being thrown at him. He had never had a good temper to begin with, but the idea of being looked down upon by this sort of trash, especially after he had already defeated two existences far more powerful than this so-called ancestor just moments ago, pissed him off more than words could describe. "I'll give you one last chance." Dian's muscles rippled, flooding with endless vitality as his veins of gold pulsed. "Kneel." There was no question who Dian was talking to. He wasn't speaking to Evelyn. He wasn't speaking to Lionel. He was speaking to the Belmont family ancestor. Silence filled the cave, allowing Dian's words to echo throughout, reverberating in their ears. No matter how arrogant a person was, there should be a limit, no? This was beginning to border on nonsensical. However, Dian's eyes didn't say that they were joking. As much as the three of them wanted to jump out and mock him, a dry and uncomfortable laugh was the only thing that managed to be squeezed out. There was indeed a change between Dian now and 2 days ago. Maybe 2 days ago, uproarious laughter would have filled the catacombs of the Belmont Holy Land. But right now, there was a different air to Dian. When every martial artist was birthed, they were gifted a certain amount of blessings. This blessing was tied to all 3 forms of cultivation, culminating in the amount of good karma a warrior would have in their lifetime. This can affect everything from cultivation speed to ability to survive life and death situations. These blessings are what incentivized ancestors to pause their reincarnation to serve their clans even in their death. That opportunity, for many people, was the best way to increase heaven's blessings, before carrying a small portion of that onto their next time. But there were yet other ways to snatch these blessings. The first was perfection. Heaven's chimes and heaven's light are both possible outcomes of achieving perfection in the face of hardships and trials placed by the universe. Of these two, Dian is very familiar with the first, as it very often occurs when he practices array alchemy. These heaven's blessings grace arrays with a boosted effectiveness, increasing their use even further. This aside, the second way was in defying fate and snatching blessings from the jaws of death. Because Dian's body and energy cultivation were sealed, despite having a culmination of soul talent, his heaven's blessings at birth were exceedingly weak. In fact, even if he had a culmination of talent given by body and energy cultivation, his heaven's blessings wouldn't be so exaggerated. This was because much of heaven's blessings at the beginning of life are converted into talent itself. It is only through life that it truly grows. This was the universe's way of showing fairness. So, what did this mean for Dian? He just snatched the heaven's blessings of not only a peak saint, but also a Tao formation expert. When Dian killed Matriarch Niveus, it had been through a puppet, and thus it could not be accumulated to him. However, in killing both Elder Daiyu and Loki, both could be said to have died by his hands. Loki was a man who not only had a faith seed, but was a master at killing those above him in cultivation as a result of this faith seed. His accumulated heaven's blessings were staggering. As for Elder Daiyu, as a former Tao formation expert, it could be said that his heaven's blessings were an ocean compared to Loki's lake. This was simply not meant to happen. The idea of a meridian formation expert, now essence gatherer, killing a peak saint and a Tao formation expert was unprecedented. The sheer rarity of such an event could hardly be put into words. In normal circumstances, one would kill those in and around their cultivation level. This would result in marginal increases in heaven's blessings that would slowly progress along with your age and cultivation bracket. Essentially, in continuing like this, everyone of a set cultivation would usually have heaven's blessings of about the same amount. However, this was where geniuses would make their names known. Killing those above your cultivation level would result in a much faster accumulation of blessings, putting you in a different category entirely. As for what Dian did, he was astronomically ahead of everyone else, even if he did nothing for the next 100 years. No matter how domineeringly talented the Dragon King was in his life, one can hardly understand the sheer weight of filling 9 meridians when stepping into a new level of cultivation. The Dragon King was much too prideful to tell Dian this. But even he, as an undisputedly top 10 talent of dragons to ever exist, had only filled 8. With this perspective, one can fully understand just how heaven-defying Dian's blessings were at this point. Even the universe itself lamented not being able to help him more. And now, he exuded the air of an expert far above not only what he truly was, but also far above the celestial ancestor before him now. Caused his enemies to pause, unsure of what to do. And, whenever Dian gained his access to wills again, not only would his one with heart become incomparably strong as compared to those of his cultivation level, with sovereign path would gain an edge of dominance capable of affecting even those above him in cultivation. However, none of this could change just how embarrassed the Belmont ancestor was of his actions. He had allowed a child to affect his mentality not once but twice. How could he allow such a thing? It was a stain on himself as a martial artist. You! The Belmont ancestor dryly laughed, unable to muster a more mocking laughter. He was simply too restrained by his status as an ancestor to directly combat Dian's presence with his own. How could a dead person beat a person of the living in such a thing? It seems you still don't understand your situation. Dian's eyes sharpened. Recognize the error of your ways within 10 seconds, or else I'll ensure that your karma is forever tarnished. Confusion began to color the features of the Belmont ancestor. He couldn't understand just what was happening. Ancestor, he's simply bluffing. He's a mere meridian formation expert who took part in the world tournament just to. A sudden realization hit the ancestor. A resounding boom violently shook the catacombs as Evelyn and Lionel's eyes widened in shock. The ancestor that they had placed there lived in the hands of had just kowtowed before Diane. "Please forgive me." The ancestor trembled, unable to look up to meet Diane's gaze as his head repeatedly slammed against the ground. He couldn't believe what he had almost done. Of course the person before him should make him feel inferior. What had he been thinking? The bound Lionel and Evelyn could only watch listlessly. There was no way such an expert could be bluffed to this extent, right? "Get up," Diane finally said, not displaying even a hint of surprise. "Take these two and let's go. Lead me to the exit." "Yes, yes." The ancestor didn't hesitate to stand, not bothering to remove the dirt that accumulated onto his white robes, almost as a reminder to his foolishness. Lionel and Evelyn could only dumbly stand, forcefully stood up by the now docile and servile ancestor. "Ancesto, silence. Don't speak unless spoken to." The Belmont ancestor immediately spoke, cutting off Lionel entirely. "If it wasn't for the young lord's orders, I would have already killed you for trying to have my name tainted by attacking him." The Belmont ancestor carefully chose his words. Although he was well aware that if he chose to attack Diane, Diane would be the one to die, he didn't speak in absolutes, instead giving Diane every bit of face possible. Could it be? Lionel's lip twitched as he glanced at Diane, who was following behind them. But he couldn't find the courage to look him in the eye. It was simple, really. How could a Belmont meant to spend their life in servitude to Amethyst not follow the orders of her husband? Diane's master had long told him that he had not to. But for primordial eens within him, elven queen's reign, goddess disposition, cookins, and amethysts, it seemed that Lionel had miscalculated. How could he have known that a being that lived for thousands of years had remained a virgin? From the moment the Belmont ancestor appeared, Diane had already calculated the perfect path to escaping the situation. Where others would see despair, he only saw victory. The Dayu seemed to be steadily losing momentum. The rain of javelins from the sky, the pincer attack from both sides, all coupled with the facts the Niveus God sect members weren't very strong to begin with, all culminated in a battle that seemed they were fated to lose. Under the berating of the demon generals behind them, Ronica and River finally gave up their places as vanguard. How they had fought for more than a day without rest was beyond the Dayu, and they almost sighed in relief when they finally switched out, only to find that the two warriors who replaced them were not only large and sweaty men instead of the vicious beauties they had to deal with, they were also just as strong. This plummeted the morale of the Dayu. All this time they had thought that the reason Ronica and River didn't take a break was because they couldn't afford to. They thought that as long as they got these two beauties to quit, the war would be won. They'd be able to storm into the cave and capture Ree and Madeline, forcing the rest of the demon generals to surrender. However, that didn't happen. The personal guard Diane had chosen for his wives were much too strong. Even Kita, who was on the weaker side, was the best healer the demon generals had. The only demon general that had made a single mistake during those days was Thatch, but even that mistake couldn't be considered to be his fault. How was he meant to deal with a celestial by himself? It was simply impossible. Although he was trembling, he had done his best to hold his ground, and even now, he faced the dark tunnels, protecting their backs in case that celestial came back, even while knowing he was no match. Chonglei, seeing that the Dayu were slowly, but steadily being pushed back, began to grit his teeth in agitation. Do I really have to do this for such a small matter? Weren't the Ragnars supposed to have won by now? What's going on? And why isn't grandfather back yet? Everything seemed to be falling apart, but Chonglei still didn't want to pull out what he had. If he did so, there would be no going back and the Dayu would be forever crippled in the future. Suddenly, Thatch froze. His ears twitched as he picked up the faint sounds of footsteps, and if he was correct, there were 4 pairs. But that was one more than the amount that had left. Had they gone to get someone? Was that celestial really coming back? Enemy! Thatch shouted in a low but resounding voice. He knew he couldn't handle this alone, so he had no choice but to ask for help. The problem was fighting on one front as a small group was hard enough. How could they possibly fight on 2? Thatch's words immediately caught the attention of the demon generals and Ree and Madeline. Ronica and River immediately flashed forward. Unfortunately, because of the size of the tunnels, it didn't make sense for all three of them to fight side by side. So Ronica stood by Thatch while River began to emit a dense ice intent that coated the walls and snaked toward the enemy. The brows of Ree and Madeline furrowed. They had too much to worry about, and were fatigued beyond belief after pushing their souls so far. In the end, they had done all of this to ignore the fact they could no longer sense Diane's soul, hoping to bury that feeling by pursuing something else, unwilling to believe he was dead even while all the evidence pointed in that direction. However, the sight they saw in the next instant threw them all into a pit of despair. The Celestial had come back. He was the first to appear out of the darkness, his white robes providing a striking dichotomy that was easy to spot. The atmosphere around the demon generals tensed. The two who manned the entrance, one of which was Thaddeus, had no choice but to focus on their task, unable to look back. In fact, because Ree and Madeline had stopped using their weapons' hell formations, the pressure on the two of them had increased manifold. But that was when three more figures appeared behind him. Two were faces they had just seen, their escaped prisoners that had come back. That said, the third face was one that managed shocked them even more than the fact Lionel and Evelyn were still bound. Go and kill the Dayu with your remaining time. They've attacked your holy land. I think it's time a real Belmont do something about it. Diane said simply, a small smile on his face. Without delay, the Celestial flashed out of the cave, appearing in the air like a god ready to smite its non-believers. Thatch didn't know how to feel. The very same Celestial that had shaken him to his core was being ordered on a whim by Diane. He couldn't help but raise Diane's place in his heart. This man was truly one worthy of being followed. And right now, he held the air of not just a king, but of a supreme emperor, unmatched by the heavens. At that moment, he became something more than just the successor to the demon sage. He stepped beyond that, forming his own light and rising above. He forged the foundation of a legend all to his own and left those witnessing his rise in awe and shock. One could almost forget the fact he had an obsidian plate covering his crotch. Ree and Madeline stared with their eyes glistening. They couldn't understand why they couldn't sense Diane's soul even though he was right in front of them. But none of that mattered. He was here. He was safe. They rushed forward, forcing Diane to have no choice but to drop that plate he had been using to wrap his arms around both of their waists, causing Ronica and River to turn their heads and blush furiously. But Ree and Madeline didn't care. Not right now. Diane smiled genuinely for what seemed like the first time in forever. The darkness that was threatening to take over his heart was beat back just a bit, cowering in a corner. Miss me. Diane silently held Ree and Madeline in his arms. He knew well that there was an instant of time just a few hours ago that he had fallen into a pit of darkness so deep that he never had any intentions of climbing out. If it wasn't for his master, he didn't know if he'd ever be able to stand here with them again. He had intended to give up everything to exact revenge. But luckily, he had managed to defy the odds. Something in Diane was telling him that this was far from over. The day wouldn't be today, but sometime in the future, these events would rear their ugly head again. Diane would never forget the fact his master had said the entity allowed itself to be caught. He could never forget. In fact, the entity hadn't reacted at all during Diane's battle. It hadn't even attempted to stop Diane from taking the body and energy kernels. It was as though it looked down in amusement as everything happened, as though it didn't matter what them as lesser beings did. It would win in the end regardless. However, Diane buried this for now. He wouldn't forget, no. In fact, Diane's only goal now was to kill that entity with his own two hands. But he wasn't strong enough. It took an entire universe's talent and energy to seal this one person. Even worse, this was no normal universe. It was lauded as the universe with the most potential ever assembled, and yet it took everything it had to imprison this entity. Knowing this, how could Diane feel foolhardy enough to believe he was enough now? He had to bury the feelings churning inside him. He had to let them fester in agitation, growing along with him, spurring on his improvement, until one day he could turn that condescending laugh into cries of pain and mercy. Ree and Madeline seemed to have lost themselves in Diane's embrace. They could tell that something had fundamentally changed about their husband. It was to the point where his presence was intoxicating, as though the universe revolved around him, and them with it. They blushed slightly, only now realizing they were hugging a naked man in front of so many, but they still couldn't pull themselves away, unwilling to leave the comfort of his arms and his infatuating smell. Outside, the battle was still raging, but a massive energy barrier had blocked the entrance of the cave. It seemed that Ancestor wasn't willing to allow even the slightest chance of Diane and Madeline being attacked. Swaths of red and blue flames colored the skies, killing tens of Dayu and Niveus God sect members every moment. With the cave, Thatch had taken his role in watching Evelyn and Lionel again. There was nothing Diane wanted to do more than to kill the both of them, but in his giving face to King Belmont, he decided to let things rest for now. However, if King Belmont's chosen punishment was too lenient, Diane would not hesitate for a single moment to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant offending yet another Celestial. "Hey, you two, what are you blushing for? Did I get more handsome?" Diane lightly teased, allowing the black flames in his eyes to give way to his warm green hazel pupils. Ree pouted as Madeline giggled. "Put some clothes on, pervert." They seemed to speak in unison. Diane sighed. "I can't. My soul was sealed, and I don't usually carry clothes around with me." Lightly pushing his wives away, Diane cupped their cheeks lovingly, staring intently as though he wanted to etch every perfect curve of their features into his mind. "Sealed?" Madeline asked worriedly. Diane shook his head. "I had to enter Essence Gathering earlier than I wanted because I burned my soul." Unfortunately, Diane's explanation had the opposite effect of what he wanted. Madeline and Ree both paled when they heard Diane had to burn his soul, although they knew beforehand that it had to be something of that level that caused Diane to feel as much pain as he did. Speculating and actually knowing were two different things. It's not big deal," Diane hurriedly explained, not wanting them to worry. Even without his soul, he could see how fatigued they were. It was just that he couldn't help heal them anymore. Ree and Madeline nodded, trying to hide their worry. Suddenly, Diane thought of something that dampened his mood. How's she doing?" Ree bit her lip, immediately understanding who Diane was talking about. Although Madeline had been forced into a recovery-like state for much of these events, Ree had been awake, and much of her time had been spent with Clara before she started to deal with all of this. "I'm not sure. I had to leave her with Delia, little Lula and Zaire because of the chaos out here." Ree rotated the ring that held them within on her slender finger. Diane frowned but picked up the obsidian plate to cover himself. "I'll be back." Ree and Madeline understood, so they only nodded as Diane disappeared into the ring. Outside of the Belmont Holy Land, Nora's brows continuously furrowed more and more. The longer she spent analyzing the formation, the more problems she found. "Nora, this isn't like you. Even if it's a rank 6 comet formation, it's not too far beyond your capabilities." Amel understood his wife better than anyone. It shouldn't take her this long to undo this formation. "The situation has changed," Nora said solemnly, a bitter expression on her face. The centerpiece of this formation was set by the Creator to be themselves. The Creator, him or herself, is the final countermeasure. "You mean?" "The person who set this formation died. Normally that would be good news, but in this case it's horrible. The worst kind of formation has been set now. Even if I was a rank 6 moon formation expert, I would have trouble breaking through this now. Not only can we not go in, they can't come out." The law of the martial world was known to all. It was a cruel place, but oftentimes those who were willing to sacrifice more were rewarded with more. In this case, the death of Elder Dayu catalyzed the bewilderment formation used around the Belmont Holy Land to all new heights. Elder Dayu knew from the beginning that if he somehow died, his clan would be doomed. Because of this, he set contingencies. The first thing he did was hand much of his belongings to his grandson, Chunglei. This was why Meiying was able to steal the box in the first place. However, the second thing he did was probably the most important. Elder Dayu invested heavily into preserving this formation for this specific plan. It was a formation that was tied to the life and death of its layer, and was able to use Elder Dayu's death as a catalyst to become stronger. His plan was simple. By locking his clan within the barrier, although they wouldn't be able to leave, they wouldn't be able to be harmed either. He hoped that by the time the formation ran out of energy, which wouldn't be for thousands of years considering it was catalyzed by the death of a Dao formation expert, the Dayu clan would be once again capable of standing tall against the world. The location was nothing short of perfection. Not only was the Belmont Holy Land the best location for cultivation in this universe, it also gave access to a ridiculous amount of legacy worlds that had been attracted by the dense flow of gamma energy. With Chenglei's talent, giving him a few thousand years to grow and mature would allow him to reign supreme over this universe, without a doubt. Before, Elder Dayu had thought this might have been overkill. After all, who could possibly be enough to break through a rank 6 comet formation in this universe? Even the best, Connery Sapientia, or so he thought at the time since he hadn't accounted for Dian, was a mere lower grandmaster. However, his prudence had been rewarded. Because of his sacrifice, even Nora was stumped. Elder Dayu had died knowing that as long as the Dayu survived this impending crisis, they would flourish. And maybe in the future, the Black Jade Dragon would careen through the skies again. Dian walked through the grasses of the inner spatial world, entering a small residential area made of elaborate tents that could almost be passed off as homes. He first stopped by Aladar and his little sister's tent to ask him to make a pair of sweatpants for him. Luckily, Aladar didn't want Dian tainting his little sister's eyes, so he fulfilled the request as quickly as possible before shooing Dian away. The two of them had no idea what was going on in the outside world, and Aladar hadn't bothered to ask. They seemed content on living peacefully and quietly cultivating. Dian avoided meeting anyone else, somehow knowing where he could find Clara. Soon, he had made his way to the center of the camp and was now standing in front of his own tent. He knew that Clara would want to be alone, and he also knew that she would likely come to the one place she could be closest to the last thing she could cling to. Dian couldn't hear any sounds coming from the tent. In fact, the world itself was eerily quiet without the 3,000 demon generals here. The others that had come were likely still in the tower in the distance, not having wanted to bother Clara. Taking a deep breath, Dian opened the flap, stepping into the dimly lit tent. It was still lavishly furnished, bathed in somber and dark reds with soft cushions and carpets. But now that color scheme just seemed to add a layer of darkness to everything. "I'm sorry. I still don't want to be bothered. I'll come out when I'm ready." A familiar voice rang out, and although the word choice itself tried to remain as polite as possible, the piercing cold and deadpan delivery made even Dian want to shiver. Not hearing a response, Clara didn't know what to say. So, instead, under the stunned gaze of Dian, she waved her hand, causing golden lights to fill the room before she disappeared from view entirely. "That's a concealment array." But a sudden realization hit Dian. He was older than Clara. This one simple realization hit him like a ton of bricks. How had he not thought of this before? Dian birth shattered the soul seal placed on humankind. This meant that everyone born after him in the human mortal realm had their souls intact, just like any other person would. This meant that there was hope. Even though Dian would never see his parents again, there were hundreds of millions of people that were birthed in the 19 years since he was. If he could improve in the martial way enough, he would be able to revive the mortal human race of this universe using the very same method the entity noted so nonchalantly. However, this realization was shocking for an entirely other reason. Dian's master had been right. The talent of this universe had to far surpass that of others, or else Clara would never have been able to learn such an array so quickly. In fact, considering the speed she drew it with, it was shocking that this was truly within her capabilities. But even more, she had an innate aurora. What were the odds that the only two mortals to awaken their auroras would both have it innately? Dian walked forward, flicking his finger and shattering the array. Clara's brows furrowed in agitation. "Leave me alone." A formless soul pressure gushed outward. Dian made no attempt to defend. If he did so, he would hurt Clara, and that wasn't something he was willing to do. Instead, he caught her hand as it swung outward before pulling her into a tight embrace. At first, she struggled, screaming in anger as her fists pounded against Diane's bare chest. But Diane held on tightly, refusing to let go. "I'm sorry." Diane's voice caused Clara to freeze. Her shoulders trembled as she buried her head in his chest, unwilling to look up. "I won't leave you again." Clara lost track of how long she spent crying. In the past 12 years, not once had she cried. The last time her had was when her mother died, but afterwards it was almost like a silent vow she made to herself. But when she saw Diane die right before her eyes, she had finally broken down, unable to contain it any further. And then her entire world was destroyed. Never again would she be able to see her friends. Never again would she see her father. She tried to hold it all in again. In fact, she had succeeded, even when she saw Diane being taken away. Her eyes only continued to become colder and colder. But then, for some reason, when she felt Diane's presence just then, she completely melted again, unable to control the flow of tears from her gray eyes. Clara kneeled on the bed, wrapping her arms around Diane tightly, unwilling to let go. Diane had no intention of pushing her away. He only continued to hold her, waiting silently as her trembling shoulders began to calm. Diane pulled back, cupping Clara's cheeks before lightly pressing in, causing her lips to make an H shape. She looked so adorable with her red and puffy eyes that Diane couldn't help but tease her. "Since when did my Clara turn out to be such a crybaby?" A spurt of laughter came from Clara's lips as she slapped Diane's hands away, trying to stop them from squishing her cheeks. She sat back on her knees, wiping her eyes as Diane plopped down next to her on the soft bed. Clara couldn't help but inadvertently lean her head to rest on his shoulder, still trying to calm her emotions. "He's gone." Clara couldn't help but ask one final time, knowing what the answer would be even though the light inflection in her voice carried the faintest of hopes. "He's gone." Diane didn't sugarcoat it. He knew Clara wouldn't go for that approach anyway. A light sigh escaped Clara's lips before she closed her eyes. A part of her couldn't help but wonder if she would have been satisfied just dying with the rest of them. It likely would have been too quick for her to feel much pain, and she wouldn't have to deal with the garbage that was the martial world. But then she thought about how that would mean leaving Diane alone. She shook her head furiously. How selfish would that be? "You sure learned array alchemy pretty fast." Diane chuckled. "Faster than you?" Clara jeered. "Absolutely not. Your concealment array was so weak that it only took me a single finger to poke through." "Pathetic." "Yeah, right. You wouldn't tell me even if I was, you egomaniac." It had only been 2 days since Clara received the books on array alchemy from Diane, and good portion of that time was spent dealing with the nonsense brought down by the Ragnars. When Clara found time to learn, Diane had no idea. But it seems that he was right in his assessment. Array alchemy really did suit her. "Well, regardless, you'll have quite a few years to catch up to me." Diane sighed. "What do you mean?" Clara asked, clear worry in her voice. By now, she understood much about the soul and how it related to array alchemy. If Diane couldn't practice for years, did he injure himself too badly to do so? After Diane's explanation, Clara was still worried, but still let out a small sigh of relief. "So, what you mean is that I'll have almost 20 years to surpass something you reached in less than 3. PFT. How easy." A mysterious grin appeared on Diane's lips. "Let's make a bet then. If you can draw a peak Grandmaster array in 20 years, you win." Clara was off-put by Diane's confidence. Was he really looking down on her so much? So, she decided to test him. "If I win, I'll castrate you. How about it?" "Sure, as long as you let me try anal for the first time. I read in a magazine somewhere that cold and domineering girls like you always have that single weakness. Deal?" "Ah!" Clara's brows furrowed, pouting and looking particularly aggrieved. However, she felt a small bit of gratification in her heart. It may sound odd, but a large part of her and Diane's relationship had always been his sexual harassment. Although he never took it too far, he would bully her with his words all of the time in the past. But when he came back to see her for the first time in what seemed like forever, he stopped all of that. To the point where he didn't even call her beautiful anymore. It was like he put up a wall to that sort of relationship between them, unwilling to allow her closer. Then, when Clara had her talk with Ree on the matter, Ree had helped her understand why. Clara knew more than anyone how stubborn Diane could be. If he didn't change his mind on his own, it was likely no one person could change it for him. It was just unfortunate that it took something so horrible for him to let her back into his heart. Diane laughed with a hint of mockery in his voice. Scared, he teasingly leaned back, glancing at Clara's round and plump ass, almost imagining his victory already. Not on your life, Clara harumphed. I'm changing my side of the bet. You'll be my slave for 5 years when you lose. Diane grinned. What Clara didn't know, just yet, was that Diane would never underestimate her intelligence. There was no doubt in his mind that within 3 years, Clara would understand just as much array alchemy theory as him, and he was planning to give her all the same resources. The reason she would never be able to draw a Grandmaster array in 20 years is because no one could soul cultivate that fast. Only Diane could, and that was because he had the accumulated talent of billions. And it still took him 3 years to reach the Saint Soul stage. That's how difficult soul cultivation was. Deal. Diane appeared back within a familiar cave to be greeted by loud booms and cries of agony. It seemed the Belmont ancestor was very eager to play his role. Having already wasted much of his time, he had a lot to make up for. Even without the energy barrier the ancestor put up to protect Diane and his allies in the cave, the Dayu wouldn't have any choice but to completely focus on the expert in the sky. Diverting their attention to a 3-front war would be no less than completely suicidal. Diane watched silently with Ree and Madeline by his side, lamenting the fact that Aladar didn't make his pair of sweatpants as soft as he usually liked them. However, Ree and Madeline were just relieved he was wearing clothes at all. At the moment, his presence was too intoxicating for them to also deal with his nudity. However, there was something else on Diane's mind. How could he, as an array alchemy expert, not have analyzed the formation before he entered it? He had already long since deduced not only what level of formation it was, but also understood that killing Elder Dayu would make everything worse. That said, what choice did he have? The thought of killing a Dao formation expert was enough of an impossibility to drive anyone mad, let alone the idea of capturing them alive. The latter was simply far more ridiculous than the former. Although the arrays Diane could draw were limited to the Grandmaster level, it could be said that his knowledge surpassed that due to one special thing he had access to that no other array alchemist did, the Tao of array alchemy. Not only had it aided him in building a base of understanding that far exceeded his own self previously, it gave him knowledge far exceeding what he could make use of with his current soul strength. Something that was especially so now considering his soul was sealed. There were 2 main ways to break a formation: brute strength or disrupting its cores. Here, brute strength was obviously not an option. To destroy this kind of formation, Dao formation strength would be needed at a minimum. Unfortunately, Diane had no idea that Dao formation experts were currently outside trying to break through the formation. The problem was that they were limited in the power they could use in order to not alert their enemies. If this wasn't the case and they directly attacked the formation at certain key points, a few of which would be easy for Nora to find, they could obliterate it. The second option was likely even more impossible. To disrupt the cores of the formation meant not only having to understand how many there were and where they were, but also in what way to disrupt them and the order in which to do so. There was a pseudo-third option which was just a combination of the first 2. However, it was very difficult to pull off. It required first disrupting to weaken the formation, before then attacking it in its weakened state. The problem with this method is that disruptions agitate the failsafes. If not done properly, there can be heavy backlash on the soul. Is something wrong? Ree couldn't help but ask. With the turning of the situation, by all rights Diane should be happier. She couldn't help but think that maybe his talk with Clara didn't go so well. Diane shook his head before explaining the situation. Even if I had my soul strength, I don't think there'd be much I could do. Although I already know where the cores are and how many there are, that's not enough to disrupt them properly, especially after Elder Dayu's death. I would need soul strength similar to that of the level required to draw this formation to begin with in order to succeed. Diane sighed, looking off into the distance. The only way to ignore the soul strength requirement would have been to have a kit specialized in formation disruption. Much like the seal, such a kit would lessen the load on the soul needed to perform certain tasks. The seal lowers the usual requirements for sealing, while these kits do the same for core disruption. You would think that the celestial deer sect remains would have at least one of these kits, but it seemed they were among the rare items stolen along with much of their other precious possessions. It was lucky that Dian had gained even as much as he had. If the treasure room wasn't sealed away and hidden, he would have likely earned even less from the whole experience. Will we be here until the formation naturally runs out of energy, then? Madeline asked. What would surprise most people is that they weren't too worried about this outcome. Their husband was safe and by their side, so the idea of being stuck in a place with such abundant resources wasn't the end of the world, right? The only worry Ree still held was her mother and what her current condition was. If they were truly stuck, she'd have no way of ever finding out. As for the war, they were even less worried about that. Although that was mostly because they had never known the large scale the Ragnars would use their artificial wills at. For the most part, with Elder Daiyu and Patriarch Ragnar gone, they were now at an advantage with their Celestials as long as Ree's dad made it back. When Ree and Madeline thought of this point, they couldn't help but look at the side profile of their husband. How had he done it? How did he constantly make the impossible possible? Dian had already told them much of how when he explained the reason he was forced to burn his soul, but even knowing that their husband would never lie to them, it was still so unbelievable. With a light smile, Dian shook his head. We won't have to wait that long. Just until my soul recovers should be enough. However, although he said this, Dian knew it would be quite dangerous to leave then. With the situation the way it was now, who knew what the Earth would look like in that period of time? It might be better to wait out a few hundred years until they reached sufficient cultivation to defend themselves against the threats of the martial world. Dian's worries weren't without reason. He was apprehensive about two things in particular. The first was, of course, the repercussions of defeating the Ragnars. There was a 0% chance that the main Ragnar branch hadn't already learned of Loki's death. If Dian knew that Loki's faith seed was ranked second among the Ragnar's collection, he would have been even more firm in this belief. As a result, the reaction of the clan would be unpredictable. The Ragnars didn't seem like the kind of clan that acted out of familial love. However, they were the type of clan that did not like to be slighted. Although Loki's strength was acknowledged, to the Ragnars, they would know that he was a mere peak saint. In fact, to them, Loki might even be weaker than that considering they wouldn't have exact tabs on his cultivation after being apart for so many years. This meant that Loki dying, although he was an important piece, wouldn't be enough to make the Ragnars fear what enemies they'd provoked. In fact, it was more likely that they'd send a scout or two to ascertain the situation. When they realized that Loki's death was a fluke, they may send someone less important, sure, but also much more powerful than Loki to handle the mess he created. Remember, Loki was only chosen as the leader for this mission because of his cunning. The Ragnars believed in his survivability as well as his capacity for manipulation and planning. They had hoped that by using Loki, they could remain low-key, not overextending themselves. This was why Loki hid his identity. He couldn't afford the Pakal main branch learning of their actions, or else it would sprout curiosity. Something the entity did not want. So, instead, the Ragnars were portrayed as an unwanted branch clan. And because they were sent to the worst universe in a quadrant, it was believable. It was only a shocking turn of events that resulted in this unwanted branch in fostering not one, but 3 faith seeds. In addition, since the Pakal branch of this universe wasn't in contact with its main branch because they had been forced to flee from it, they were never a real worry to begin with. All in all, this meant that within the 20 or so years it would take Dian's soul to unseal itself, the Ragnars could have already re-established themselves in this universe. Even worse, their target would without a doubt be this very Belmont Holy Land, considering that was Loki's target as well. This place would be constantly monitored, looking for changes. If Dian took his wives and subordinates to leave then, none of them would be strong enough to deal with the situation. In fact, Dian might be forced to give himself up again as the one who dealt the final blow to Loki. As for the second reason, it was one that maybe only Dian would have the awareness to be worried about at this current stage. While everyone was worried about the immediate problem at hand, Diane was fully calculative of the ripple effects of what had transpired over the past half-year. Just what was Diane worried about? The Wuxia King God Clan. Before the last campaign, the Wuxia had treated this universe as a joke. Their sons and daughters would only come here on a whim, and most often, they would only be the sons and daughters of the Meridian Formation level. The only reason those of the Essence Gathering level appeared this time was because of Aladar's odd movements, in addition to Amethyst's temple. Usually, even they wouldn't bother. However, many things they couldn't ignore had happened this time, and the most glaring was the death of their fifth son. Even worse, because of Aladar, the murder was attached to Diane. To a certain extent, that could be ignored. Sons and daughters were often in tough competition, so why would they care so much about a fifth son? Let alone one of the Meridian Formation level. For one, that thinking is faulty. Although the sons and daughters wouldn't care, the elders would. This would be nothing less than a slap in the face to them. To put things into perspective, there were millions of Meridian Formation experts within a clan so close to becoming an Emperor God clan. And yet, this person was ranked fifth out of all of them. Regardless on if he was looked down by his siblings, within the clan, his worth was only outmatched by higher-ranked sons and daughters. Secondly, even if the sons and daughters didn't care about fifth son's death, per se, that didn't mean that they didn't also take it as an insult. Not for the sake of fifth son but themselves. All of this pointed toward the Wuxia placing much more of a focus this universe. Something they had never done before. It was too late to blame Aladar at this point. In reality, Diane didn't even care too much. If Aladar hadn't been there, Diane would have had to fight for the tower anyway. After controlling the epistemic tower, it was only a matter of time before everyone noticed the differences in that gate. Then the Wuxia would have set their sights here anyway. When all of these issues are coupled with the information Diane found in Fifth Son's spatial ring, it all pointed toward a bad future for this universe. Why? Because the Wuxia King God Clan, as Third Son stated himself, was only a single universe away from becoming an Emperor God Clan, solidifying themselves as the third in this quadrant. After all, only controlling 25 universes was needed for such a rank. With this being the case, it was only a matter of time before the Wuxia focused their forces here. And now they had even more ample reason to. Diane had little doubt that come the time when the gates opened next, his main opponents would be the sons and daughters of the Wuxia King God Clan. Well, as much as Diane would like that to be true, the reality of the situation was that he was stuck here. Not only that, he was stuck here with many of the talents that were meant to be tasked with defending Earth's gate. Lionel was here. Evelyn was here. He was here. Madeline was here. Ree was here. His demon generals were here. Even worse, it was unlikely that Thor and Vidar would be participating in such a thing either, considering the Ragnars would now be war criminals of the Belmont family. Diane couldn't save Zabia now and had to leave him in a coma-like state because he couldn't make the pill necessary to recover his talent without his soul. Ulu would be 3 to 4 months pregnant when the gates next opened, not to mention dead with 9 months. Diane didn't know it now, but the Shruti had left the universe, unwilling to deal with the fallout of the war the Ragnars started. The Aumans and their planet would have to be punished, and the Clyte and theirs had been severely crippled with the death of their king. This was not to mention up and coming talents like Delia and Zaire were trapped here with Diane as well. The truth of the matter was that the Wuxia had been placing more and more pressure on this universe recently because they were only one universe away from a watershed. However, because of the influence of the Shruti and Jafari, who came from other universes and quadrants, this universe had gotten a boost in strength they hadn't noticed until this world tournament. However, now all of those things were gone. To say the power of this universe had halved would be an understatement. If Diane didn't lock down the gates, they might fall within one campaign. This wouldn't be a perfect solution. After all, travel without the gates was possible. However, because of how expensive it was, and the numbers the Wuxia would need to succeed, this method would likely buy them a lot of time, and as such was worth using. Even with all of these worries though, all Diane could do was watch the Dayu be massacred by the Belmont ancestor. He felt handicapped beyond belief with his soul strength, but there was nothing he could do about it. That was the price he had to pay to keep him life. In a distant universe stood a prosperous kingdom few could match. Whether it be the grandeur of the towering structures, the density of the energy, or the quality of its people, this was truly an emperor-god clan. This was the Ragnar clan's empire. It looked very much like a silver wonderland, with an interesting power structure that ran solely on lightning-will sources. The inlay of crystals would astonish anyone seeing them. The display of wealth was unprecedented, as those very crystals that embedded themselves into the exquisite pavements were without a doubt essence stones. That value of such a thing was astronomical. But no less was expected of the universe known as Asgard. Within the largest building of the Ragnar capital, Rainbow Bridge City, a meeting of the elite and the elites was taking place. At the helm sat a man relatively short in stature. He had a full and round beard as clear as white snow that matched his long and flowing hair. His sharp and deep blue made few dare to comment on his height. In fact, doing so was nothing short of a death sentence, considering this man had long since eliminated those who ridiculed him in his childhood. This man was none other than Odin Ragnar, a man feared by billions and revered as the leader of their emperor-god clan. However, right now he only sat and quietly listened. It was very rare that he would appear in public like this, so there was much he needed to catch up on. It's been too long. With our karmic manipulation, Thor and Vidar's faith seeds should have already appeared within the general population. The 100-year mark has long since passed. We've never had a mistake like this occur. This was never an exact science. Messing with fate has always been the bane of our Ragnar clan. It's been about 2 decades since the 100-year mark passed. We should have a bit more patience instead of seeking out more trouble for ourselves. What the Ragnars had learned, that few other clans dared to do because of the sheer inhumanity, was manipulating karma to force faith seeds to manifest much quicker. Karma was capable of being manipulating should one accumulate enough blank karmic slates to be sacrificed. In this case, the only way to do such a thing was to use newborns. The Ragnars not only used this sacrificial technique to bind faith seeds to the clan to forever control them, it also sped up the reincarnation of faith seeds so that the Ragnars would never have to deal with a drought of them. Normal clans would never go to this length. However, the Ragnars felt they had no choice. Because of the increased anger of the heavens during their breakthroughs, the number of Ragnars who could produce faith seeds to leave in the cycle of reincarnation were much too few. In fact, aside from Odin, Loki, Thor, and Vidar, the Ragnars only had a single more. Even the Weda King God clan had more than 5 faith seeds. And, as a comparison between 2 emperor god clans, the Kitsune had 13. This was of course not accounting for faith seeds lost in the stream of time after having been shattered by enemies during conflicts. These faith seeds would manifest eventually, but it would take so long that often records of them would be lost. As a result, the reality was that the Kitsune likely have more than 20 to 30 faith seeds in their history, waiting to reassemble themselves. Whereas the Ragnar clan have no such hope. Those 5 faith seeds they have are vigorously protected by karma, making them impossible for any normal warrior to destroy before they dissipate. 5 versus 30, the difference was clear. Thor and Vidar have already appeared. The voice of an old man with wrinkled skin hardly attached to his bones caused everyone to pause before a sigh of relief filled the room. The old man, quite eerily, had no pupils. Both of his eyes were nothing but an endless milky white. Likely backlash from a karma-related cultivation deviation. However, despite this, he was the foremost expert in such matters. They awakened their fates just 2 or 3 years ago. The most recent was just a few months ago, that being Vidar. They're likely both around 20 years old, so it falls in line with our predictions. There aren't any issues with our methods. However, they aren't in our territory. Aren't in our territory? The brows of many Ragnar ministers furrowed. Where could they be then? It wasn't rare for Ragnars to be exiled. However, it was more likely that they'd be killed for offending someone with the power to exile. This was why many were confused now. However, this was when many remembered that many had been sent on missions in the past 100 years because of a calamity that struck the Ragnars during that time. It was a calamity that caused them to lose 2 faith-seeded geniuses in one sweep. This was the reason why, even with their methods, Vidar and Thor both appeared at the same time. It was because their previous owners died at the same time. They aren't a part of those missions led by Hela. They are, interestingly, part of a mission I had long since forgotten about. The old man closed his eyes, no longer saying any more. However, what he had said was enough for many to remember. It had been a few hundred years now since they had sent Loki off. The reality of the matter was that this was a mission few understood the purpose of because it was kept highly confidential. After all, the displeasure of an entity on that level wasn't something the Ragnars could afford to deal with. Although they were an Emperor God clan here, that didn't mean they would be elsewhere. Since this is the case, no longer speak of this. They will return in due time. Odin spoke for the first time. Although his stature was small, his voice seemed to put an unseen suppression on all of those present. Even the old man, who was respected by many, was no exception to this. His demeanor made everything clear. He was the one above all, the only Ragnar who didn't have to answer to anyone else, and the closest currently alive Ragnar to transcending. Everyone understood at this point that this wasn't a mission they would find more information about. In the mortal realm, Odin was the father of Vidar and Thor, as well as the adoptive father of Loki. However, in reality, Loki was Odin's only and most beloved son. That phrase may sound odd. Of course he's the most beloved, since he's the only one. But the reality of the matter was different. After living for so long, and understanding the failing of the Ragnars, how could Odin truly only have a single child? No, the truth was the Odin had many children, but only one he truly acknowledged. To say that Loki had a high position among the Ragnars was an understatement. The topic quickly changed. What of Hela and her side of things? The truth was the Hela was of high standing within the Ragnar clan. In fact, she was betrothed to Loki, being the female with the highest talent and potential within the clan. If Loki hadn't taken it upon himself to undertake that mission of his, they would have long since been married. A smile spread across a minister's face. He happened to be Hela's father, and also the minister who was in charge of accumulating the information gathered by these missions. First, a bit of good news. That daughter of mine ignored out advice and underwent her celestial breakthrough. The air seemed to freeze as the hearts of the men in attendance seized. In other clans, this would be a happy occasion. Geniuses, although they faced more of heaven's wrath, rarely died from tribulation trials. However, it was clear to everyone by this point that the difficulty presented to a Ragnar was hundreds of times that of a normal individual, especially one with a faith seed like Hela. Be at ease, it's good news. She managed to survive, although she spent months in critical condition. In fact, she filled 7 3/4 meridians. Astonishment filled the room. Even the old man once again opened his eyes, a slight look of surprise on his features before he smiled. To put things in perspective, even the Dragon King only filled 8 meridians during each of his advancements, and he was among the top 10 talents to ever be birthed into the dragon clans. For Hela to fill so close to that number as she became a celestial was something that improved her position even in Odin's heart. Good news aside, the minister continued, there are much more pressing matters. It had taken a few decades of research and planning for Hela's team to find a method of crossing quadrants. So, much of the information received from Hela's team had been superficial until now. But it seemed like the century-long investment had finally paid off. Hela classifies this as a top priority, and after reading it, it is without a doubt a quadrant-level classification. If not higher. The minister's features lost his smile, becoming supremely focused. Odin faintly nodded. His one action caused a cascade of events to take place. Barrier after barrier fell down, accompanied by moon-level formations. Minutes went by before the endless booms ceased, leaving the once light room completely darkened except for a few torches. In the next instant, tens of ministers died. However, it hardly left a mark on the hundreds of them that there were. No one blinked an eye to these events. And soon the minister spoke again. After you hear of this, you will not think that I've exaggerated even a bit. We'll call this codename Epistemic Tower. The minister continued to diligently explain the information his daughter had collected, not daring to miss a detail as the dead bodies were dealt with. Any government would of course have spies from competitors. It was also unlikely that the Ragnars had weeded them all out, but that just meant that those currently in the room would be heavily monitored for the next 100 years, a policy put in place by the very first Odin himself. However, they all also understood that simply by virtue of killing these spies, they would alert their enemies that there were likely to be large movements taking place in the near and not too distant future. That said, there was nothing that could be done about this. It was better than didn't know what was going on. The more the minister explained, the more shocked the room became. To think that there was such a treasure trove in their very own quadrant, yet they never knew. How long would they have spent in the dark had they not been forced into a corner on that day 100 or so years ago? The day that Vidar and Thor died, or rather, the day the previous wielders of their faith seeds died, was a black stain on the Ragnars. And shockingly enough, it wasn't their long-standing enemies, the Pakals, that were responsible. In fact, the Pakals suffered as well, losing their faith-seeded genius, Azura, in the process. At that time, the Ragnars had little understanding of what was happening, or even why these people attacked them. All they knew was that although their cultivation levels were similar, their foundations were incomparably pure and refined, to a level many of the Ragnars and Pakals couldn't hope to reach. By the end, it was clear that they were looking for something, but couldn't find it. So, after toying Vidar and Thor to death, and realizing that Odin and elders like him were too much for them to handle, they leisurely used their escaping treasures to disappear without a trace. However, before that, they had challenged hundreds of geniuses in the quadrant to battle, and not a single one but Hela, Loki, a genius of the Pakals and the current Wida first son of sainthood survived. But surviving didn't mean they won. They called themselves dukes and duchesses. But it was clear that that was a ranking their respective universes gave them in acknowledgement of their talent. A title well deserved. If it wasn't for them causing the Pakals and Ragnars to divert much of their resources into figuring out just where they came from, the Wida would never had risen as far as they had. It was nearly impossible for 3 Emperor God clans to appear at once. Yet that was what was about to happen. It was only now that the Ragnars finally understood just what happened. Those geniuses had been the participating members of the adjacent quadrant's epistemic tower. They had come here because they had noticed that no geniuses had emerged from this universe in a long time. Because of this, they directly deduced that either this universe didn't have geniuses capable of earning the tower's acceptance and were tossed out just like Aladar's companions had been, or that this quadrant had somehow neglected their epistemic tower. In order to figure this out without revealing their hand, they decided to go around challenging geniuses. At first, it was clear that they were inferior, and many started to believe that it was the former reason. But, after running into Loki's tricks and Hela's ferocity, coupling this with the Pakal and Wida geniuses, it became clear that there were in fact members of the younger generation that were capable of earning the tower's acceptance. This left the latter option as the only remaining option. This universe had forgotten about its epistemic tower. Having deduced this, those geniuses spent a lot of effort trying to find the tower. After all, if their quadrant could have 2 tower key holders, instead of 1, they'd have an unprecedented advantage. Unfortunately, because of their rampant and carefree nature and overall carelessness, they had alerted the true experts of this quadrant. After that point, they had no choice but to return. If they had stayed, no matter how talented they were, it only meant death. However, at this point, the Ragnars could only thank them. If it hadn't been for this dukes and duchesses, how would they have known to investigate other quadrants? It wasn't that the Ragnars never had any ambition to do so, but with so many enemies here, how could they divert their attention away unless they were forced in this way? Does Hela have any ideas on where our epistemic tower may be? We cannot allow the keyholder to be a Pakal. Hela made a few guesses, but there is one other thing of importance that must be stated first. Hela noted that the Pakals made the same moves as us as well as the Wida. It is likely that even with our countermeasures, their own intelligence groups have learned what we have. In fact, it is because Hela fought with the first son of sainthood, the bastard from the Wida, that she could no longer suppress her cultivation long enough to come home. Because of this, Hela suggests that we quickly find the tower. However, we need to make concessions to the other powerhouse clans as well. A heavy tension filled the room. Everyone here understood Odin's personality. If it wasn't for the fact his son's father-in-law had said these words, Odin may have directly killed this minister for suggesting such a thing. However, this minister understood that this needed to be said. "I apologize for my words, Lord Odin." The minister apologized sincerely, bowing his head. However, a treasure of this caliber will result in nothing less than all-out war. If we do not do this, it is likely that we will have to face both the Pakals and the Weta. This is something we cannot afford.